good morning, good morning. This is Ambassador Devisha L. Johnson. Let's see if we can get our technical team to get this together. Here you go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ambassador Devisha L. Johnson, and welcome to the IAASC Summit. This is our inaugural summit for the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops. We will be with you momentarily. We are loading up our speakers. We appreciate the opportunity for this endeavor in Nigeria. We have been doing a lot of work here in Ghana, which is where I am currently, where we are looking to come back into the Nigerian market with the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops. So today, all day from 9 to 5 today, we'll be talking to subject matter experts about not only specialty crops, but also the industry in general. So we will get started here this morning with an introduction of who I am, what it is that we do here at CEMT, the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops, as a school that is to launch in Nigeria next year, as well as our MCs will be introduced for today, which is Hussein Hamza, who is a special envoy to the ambassador of the African Diaspora Collective, North and South America, which is myself, and our embassy here in Ghana, as well as Tama Mundayari, who runs Great Mind Empire Foundation in Nigeria, will be our MCs today. I will do a presentation later in the day about the 1 hectare sustainable farm projects. We have an agenda as well. If you're on Facebook or you are watching this on YouTube, you do have access to post your questions. Your questions will come live on the screen. You'll have a chance to interact with all of our speakers, and this is live across all of our social media platforms. So if you are on Facebook, you can be watching this on Cooperative Executive Management Team Facebook page, or if you are on YouTube, you can check us out at Cooperative Executive Management Team, as well as my personal Facebook page, which is Devisha L. Johnson, as well as DL Johnson Consulting Agency Facebook page is where we are live streaming. We just completed at CMT a 5th annual HemTech conference 2 months ago that we're really excited about, that catapulted us into wanting to do this summit in Nigeria. So we're going to get started here and bring up our host, our co-host for today, which is Hussein Hamza. Hussein Hamza is the special envoy to my office here in Ghana, but he is located in Nigeria. He has been highly involved in agriculture and completing several programs also in Nigeria. So he is going to help host this program this morning, as well as Tama Mundayari, who is also in Nigeria, who will also help host this program. So if you are new to CEMT, CEMT stands for the Cooperative Executive Management Team. The Cooperative Executive Management Team is a farm management services company. We were established in 2019 in Atlanta, Georgia, which is the state that I'm now Goodwill Ambassador for. I started my political career there in the agriculture specialty crop industry. After spending several years in that space is when I decided to move and expand CEMT to Ghana to concentrate on specialty crops, but also just to get an understanding of the agriculture industry. So after being here for 3 years, realized that there's so much opportunity here that we need to explore. I wanted to make sure that we did that in such a way that was gradual, that went with the culture of the communities that we found ourselves in, and that also it involved as many farmers and many people along the agricultural value chain. We believe in the opportunity to help Black farmers first, because Black farmers need the most help. Being from America and having the opportunity to not only talk and work with Black farmers, but also coming from a Black farm family myself. My father's father was a sharecropper, and I'm a descendant of the formerly enslaved. So we have a connection to agriculture in a different type of way that we want to rebrand for the 22nd century. So a lot of people are talking about where we are now. We are talking about the future. What is farming, what is agriculture going to look like in the future? How can we be a part of what that infrastructure looks like now, and rebranding the Black farmer? And so youth, specifically in Africa, are more engaged with the agriculture industry, are trying to enter into the agriculture industry. They don't necessarily have to be on the farm, which I think is the long-term thinking of where agriculture is in the minds of Black people. So what I decided to do was change the face. Change the face in the sense that we need to rebrand what agriculture looks like to Black people. It's not about slavery. It's not about hard labor in the fields. It's not about just being in the hot sun. It's not about not being educated enough. It's not about not having the opportunities to go do something else abroad. Or it's about human survival. It's about controlling economies and controlling the world, because whoever owns the seed owns the world. No one can exist without food. A lot of people like to do landscaping and gardening and making things look pretty, but you need to eat. So agriculture, horticulture, permaculture, aquaponics, hydroponics, all those types of things are what we need to be focused on for the future generations, including the tech piece, but more importantly, going back to our roots and finding out what exactly is it that we were doing, or our parents or our ancestors were doing, that we can modernize in a gradual way, is the purpose of the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops. It is an opportunity to not only empower Nigerian farmers, but get us all ready for the 22nd century. So today you're going to hear opening remarks from the former regional minister here in Ghana. He was one of the first persons that I spoke to when I came to this country in 2019 in regards to specialty crops and what we were trying to do. I'm going to put him on stage after I introduce, or let's our co-host and MC introduce himself and what it is that he does. And then we'll have opening remarks from Honorable former regional minister, Mr. Frank Adongo, and then we will continue with our program. So I just want to wrap up by saying I appreciate everyone for being here this morning. We're going to have a long day of conversation. There'll be short little bits of 20, 30 minutes per person, but it'll be very impactful. All of their contact information will be listed after they speak. So if you want an opportunity to engage with them after they're spoken, you can do that as well. If you would like to engage with us or take any of our classes that I'll be talking about towards the end of the day, then you can always contact us on any of our Facebook or social media pages. And we will also be putting some comments and a little ticker at the bottom with the information that you need. So without further ado, I want to bring up Hussein Hamza on stage, our special envoy to the ambassador, who's going to lead us today as our MC. We have another MC as well that I think will be coming on this afternoon. Hussein, are you there?
Yes, Your Excellency, I'm around.
Good morning. How are you from
Good morning.
Nigeria? I'm in Ghana. How are you?
I'm good.
Perfect. So if you will just give a quick second and explain who it is that you are, what it is that you do, and we will continue our program. Thank you very much for being here.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Good evening, good morning, everyone. Good evening, everyone, depending on where you are joining from. Hussein Hamza from Nigeria. I'm the special envoy to the office of the ambassador at African Diaspora Collective, North and South America. I'm based here in Nigeria, and I also have been working with African diaspora since 2023, and it's my honor to work with you, Your Excellency, and also is a privilege for me to be making impact in Nigeria and also across the world. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Hussein. I want to congratulate you on all the work that you've been doing as well in Nigeria, as well as the work that you've been doing here at the African Diaspora Collective. I do want to give an opportunity for you to talk a little bit about your work in the agriculture space, some of the certification programs that you have completed, some of the opportunities that exist currently in Nigeria in the agriculture space, so we can kind of get used to where we're going to be going this afternoon in our conversation. So if you can touch on what you've done so far in some of your certification classes and some opportunities that currently exist in Nigeria, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. And it's an honor for me to be part of this summit because I've been looking for this kind of opportunity for me to leverage my potentials and leadership towards impacting much people and also to learn from the expert. I've been working into development space since 2009, also over a decade now, which I've been impacting people here in Nigeria, and also I've been working with several organizations here in Nigeria and also across Nigeria. And also I've acquired certification in development space. And for instance, in the few months, I also learned about diplomacy skills, in which I obtained from the African Diaspora Collective, North and South American, which also gave me more knowledge about how I can solve issues and also address some of the things and to using the diplomacy way. And also when I found myself in a very respective area in which I can address people and also talk about how diplomacy skills is very, very important, because learning about diplomacy skills is part of the things that make me joy, and also is part of the things that give me joy because it makes it to address issues and also bring out some of the solutions towards helping humanity and also towards making impact in our society and also across Africa. And also I've educated more people, especially the young people here in Nigeria, about climate change, what the importance of climate change is all about, and how we can prevent climate change in our environment, and also how so that when they have this knowledge of climate change, they will be able to solve the issue, and also they will be able to prevent climate change in their various environment. And also I've empowered people, I've empowered young people, especially how they can get something that they will be doing in term of the agricultural sector, in which they will be able to do one or two things for their, maybe to get some of the things that they need for their basic needs. And also I've worked with several NGOs like the United Nations, and also I've worked with the Federation of International and Human Rights, where we fight against the violation of human rights. I've worked with so many organizations, which makes me to come across with you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Davisho. And also it's my pleasure to be working under your office, because I've been learning a lot, and also I will continue learning from you based on what the leadership skill is all about. And also I'll use this opportunity to learn more from the expert that will be discussing on the agricultural sector, how we can impart more people towards agricultural sector for them to have something doing, and also for them to be empowered through the agricultural sector in Nigeria. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much as well, Hussein. I look forward to the opportunity for you to not only host this event as well, but for you to get acquainted with the experts. So we want to bring up our first speaker, who will give opening remarks to our audience. He is the former regional minister here in Ghana. He's the first person that I spoke with when I came to this country in 2019. He is a great supporter of the agriculture space. His part of the country is known for having links to the Sahel, which is another part of the conversation we're going to have about moving things from one part of Africa to another, logistics and so forth international trade is something that we'll be talking about this afternoon. But without further ado, I want to introduce Honorable Frank Adongo to give opening remarks here this morning for the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the wonderful organization. And I want to congratulate you and your team for this yeoman's work. I just want to excite you still because, just as you rightly mentioned, our first contact was in 2019 when you came to the Parliament of Ghana as premises. You came to my office and we had a lot of lengthy discussion about your vision for Africa, your vision for West Africa, vision for Ghana, and the like. Really very happy with you for not relenting in your efforts. You are doing a lot, and the government of Ghana appreciate what you are doing. And this one makes me all the time trying to see how I connect you to the Ministry of Agriculture in Ghana here. I've already had discussion about you to the presidency, and we're looking for the appropriate time that we, with all their busy schedule and preparation towards the 2024 election in Ghana to select a new president. I am praying that we'll be able to make strides still. We'll be able to leap beyond every bounds to see how we can actually make more impact and make your ministry a great one. When you told me about this very summit, I was so happy because food is medicine. Food is medicine. Actually, you go to the hospital when they want to give you some injection or medication. Sometimes they ask you whether you have eaten or not, because you cannot go on medication on empty stomach at least perpetually. It can cause more harm to you. So I'm very happy for this very summit that you involving me here as a stakeholder in the government of Ghana. Now, we're speaking about specialty crops. Yes, we have a lot of them in our system. Africa has actually been blessed so much. Africa has got a very great, land that has not yet been used for cultivation, and at least governments have been trying to see how we can make use of our arable land. And Ghana especially, and I know is very familiar and at least contingent with other African countries, especially West Africa, that the mainstay of the job that people are engaged in is agriculture. It's agriculture. In Ghana, you have a very great percentage. If I'm not exaggerating or making a mistake, I think in Ghana here about 85% of the people are into agriculture. And going into agriculture without knowledge, because you made mention of our ancestors, the way they were doing the agriculture was maybe different from what we are doing today. They did it perfectly, only in a smaller scale. The population has been increasing day by day now, and food security is very, very important that we look at seriously. Now, we should be able to know the method of agriculture that will be profitable for us in this contemporary world and today. And we should also know the don'ts and do's in agriculture so that as we eat the agricultural projects or products, we can have the nutritional benefit. This time, people or farmers or to be farmers now are going into certain habits, making our food inorganic. That is increasing our at least health, disabilities. The use of chemicals and other things are not actually helping us today, killing the land of their nutrients. You see, the lands now are getting very, very impotent because of sometimes the nature of the agricultural, maybe some inputs that have been brought into the system is making our lands getting weaker and weaker. And even when the crops germinate, what we spray on them by way of chemical application also affects the growth of the land, I mean, of the crops and even their produce. So we actually have to look at it seriously. We have to encourage the Ministry of Agriculture to educate the extension officers, agri extension officers, to see how they will go down to the farmer and educate him or her what to actually do so that we can get very, nutritious, meals through agricultural products. Now, when we talk about agricultural products, they are very numerous, and the few that I can mention about now, under the specialty crops, you have the fruits, whether they're orange, the mango, and the rest. The fruits. We have vegetables. Talk about vegetables. Vegetables are very numerous in their forms, and we have tree nuts. We have dry fruits. We have horticultural, a type of, products. I'm happy because of what our brother just spoke from Nigeria. That is called Hussein. It's almost my namesake. Climate change now is affecting a lot of things, and sometimes it is due to our habit and attitude. Our habit and attitude influences the effects of climate change this time. I was listening and watching a documentary where our sea and water bodies are contaminated by plastic and other materials that the fishes are even consuming. Our fishes are consuming now, and in a very tiny, in the form that unless under the microscope, you may not be able to detect. And this one, we also consume the fish. It goes to our body, and some of these unwanted foreign bodies that we eat from the fishes are even now disturbing our health and making us sick, affecting our liver, our intestines, our kidneys, and so on and so forth. These days, you see that the kidney diseases are on the rise. I don't know of other countries, but in Ghana, it has become a topical issue. How people are getting kidney failures, and it's very expensive to manage. You see, so we actually at this time that this seminar has been organized, very, very important and helpful and useful to humanity, especially in those in the field of agriculture. You see, so we have more the honey, the coffee, the ginger, the garlic, potato, and so on. You see, so actually, this summit will open our eyes to a lot of things to give us some kind of overview about what is happening in the system and how we can improve upon our farming practices. So this morning, I want to encourage everybody on this platform that be an advocate to how we can come out with food products that are beneficial to our health. And the other thing is here is that you come to see that Africa being a land, a country or a continent that contains countries that the mainstay of the people is agriculture. Now we have to look at the economic benefit also. We've looked at the health benefit. Let's look at the economic. See, it's hard time we in the global world now to try to connect. We try to connect with people outside. You see, outside our country, outside Africa, that we can now also learn how to export our food products so that it can boost us economically. You can boost it economically. You see, maybe through this seminar, we're able to, you know, plead and encourage and talk to policymakers how they can be able to also try to lessen certain burdens of taxes and so on, so that farmers also can also be able to export their products, so that they can also improve upon their economic status. So I want to encourage that everybody should pay very good attention because this is a very useful summit that can benefit us so much. So without much ado, even this morning I've been invited to be a speaker in a program in Accra, the capital of Ghana, and associated with what we are doing now. We talk much about climate change because climate change is biting so hard into our system, especially we those who are in the Sahel region. See, the drought is becoming too intensive. This year, there's going to be serious food insecurity in Ghana because the northern part of Ghana is affected. The rainfall pattern there is so erratic. Crops are dying. People are not able to plant. People are not able to farm. People are not able to sow their seeds. So it's going to be a big, big, big challenge this year in Ghana. So I pray that this summit will help us so that we would learn to prepare for other subsequent years. I will stand here and thank everybody for your attention, and may God bless everybody until the end of the summit. If I have the time after my program at the around the Jubilee House near to the presidency, I will join you again later in the day. So, Ambassador David Davisa, you are doing a lot and continue. We're behind you. God bless you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frank Adongo. I really appreciate that. That was very, very inspiring for where we are. It's obviously very real and very current, specifically about the drought and how we can fix that. So I wish you well and safe travels with your conference today in Accra. Please come back and join us this afternoon. We'll be here all day, and I look forward to speaking with you and having our meeting with the presidency and the government of Ghana. And I wish everyone good luck and a safe elections here in Ghana, as well as in the United States, in my home country. So we'll see you this afternoon, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. All the best.
Bye-bye. So that was Minister Frank Adongo, former regional minister here in Ghana in the upper northeast region here in Ghana. He is absolutely right. There is going to be, and there's not only talk about drought, but there's also talk about famine in 2030 on a global scale. So not only are specialty crops particularly those that are indigenous to the ECOWAS region here in Africa, but also things like industrialized hemp are also very important to think about as things that can grow from the ground, that you can have various levels of value added products to not only circulate within your local community, but also in your region, so that this becomes a regional and then national and then continental policy. And also a framework for how we're going to go into the 22nd century. What is agriculture going to look like if there is extreme drought? What will it look like if there is extreme famine? Is it going to be mostly GMO because there is no rain or there is no sun? So climate change is very, very important. The environment and how we treat Mother Earth is also very, very important. And that leads me into a great segue for the 1 hectare sustainable farm. It is a project that we're implementing in Nigeria. We are piloting that project currently now in Ghana. We are more than excited to have 9 different sites of people that have shown interest in this particular country for the 1 hectare sustainable farm. I'll be giving a presentation on that at the very end of the day. So if you are interested in learning more about the 1 hectare sustainable farm, you can email this information at the bottom of the screen. That's my personal WhatsApp number if you want to contact me as well. We do have our next speaker actually that is in South Africa that is looking for opportunities in this regard as well. So we want to not only plug and play this across the African continent, but it's a way for us to provide solutions to not only UN SDG goals, but also solutions to what is predicted to be drought and famine. We have a very robust system that can be utilized in confined spaces that doesn't need access to water, as long as there are people to be able to do the work. There's about 17 critical personnel that are needed in regards to the 1 hectare sustainable farm, but it's our solution and what we want to implement into Nigeria as well as other countries. So as we pilot and continue to progress in our efforts here in Ghana in our Shah Hill site, We will be taking pictures. We do site visits there every Thursday. So if you're in Ghana and you want a real live understanding of what the 1 hectare sustainable farm project is through the AIE Project Consortium and CEMT, you are more than welcome to contact us at the information below that will be here throughout the day. So I want to hand this over to our host that will get us into the program. I believe that we have our first speaker that's ready. I want to bring Hussein back up on stage. Hussein's going to be taking over the program for the morning, and then we will have another host for this afternoon, Mr. Tama Mundiare, which will more focus on the business aspect. We'll be hearing for some people from the African Policy Summit. We'll be hearing from some people from First Bank as a financial institution. We'll be hearing from a Chamber of Commerce in Delaware in the United States on how they are particularly working with Nigeria in getting dual citizenship for those of us that are descendants of slaves that find ourselves trying to find a way home. I have not done my DNA, but I know I'm African. So I started in Ghana because that's the door of no return. So now I'm exploring other opportunities in other countries across the ECOWAS and across the continent. We have 17 countries in Africa where we have boots on ground. Nigeria is my love. I love my Niger people, so I'm going there next. But I want to go ahead and bring up Hussein so that we can bring up our first speaker this morning and continue with our day. So welcome again to the inaugural International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops. My name is Ambassador Devisha L. Johnson. I am the president of the Cooperative Executive Management Team, which is a farm management services company that focuses on Black farmers first. We started in 2019 in Georgia. We've expanded to Ghana in 2021, and we're looking to expand into Nigeria in 2025. This is our launch event of what we will be offering the Nigerian market in regards to specialty crops. And so now I will turn it over to our MC, Hussein Hamza.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for this opportunity once again. And as we all know, this summit is going to impact so many people across the world entirely, not only in Nigeria, not only in Africa. It's going to impact everybody, across the world, because it's something that we really need, and it's something that the knowledge that we really need to learn from the expert, and also so that we can learn one or two things for us to start imparting other people within our society and also across our vicinity. And as we all know, this summit is something that we brings more people together to discuss on how we can keep looking for solution into empowering people across Africa and within Africa, for us to have much investors here in Africa to continue investing in Africa towards the Africa that we want. And without wasting much of our time, I would like to bring on the next speaker for us to enlighten us based on the expertise, and also to give us some of the recommendation and also some of the solution in which we can use to start investing in Africa. Without wasting our time, I would like to call in Toruma and Nedede for the for our next speaker, so that he can give us some of the clue and also some of the recommendation for us to start empowering people through agricultural sector. Mr. Toruma, the floor is yours.
A very good morning, Habari, Sanbonani. Greetings from South Africa. My name is Truman Hadebe, connecting from the Supply Chain Academy here in Johannesburg. I would like to greet firstly our Ambassador, Her Excellency Devisha Johnson, all the esteemed guests, the members of states, our ministers that might be in our midst, and all the delegates from all states within our dear continent of Africa. So mine is really not much. I'm just going to be talking about how do we get ready for the market. Some of the speakers have already indicated in terms of how important it is for Africa to unite, and I think it's for this very reason why I'm here. I'm very excited for the work that the ambassador D.L. Johnson has been doing over the years, and it is one of the reasons why I am this part of this great event. But not only that, I'm very much passionate about seeing Africa unite, seeing Africans, my fellow Africans, doing business, realizing that we've been sleeping for too long. We need to wake up from our slumber. We need to get back to our roots and focus on the things that really matter. We need to change this whole narrative of us importing pretty much everything that we consume in our households. But I'm not here to talk about, all the things that we should not be doing and what we should be doing. My focus today is really around how do we get ready to not only export outside the continent, but starting with ourselves within Africa, leveraging on things like the AfCFTA to trade amongst ourselves. We need to change that narrative. As the saying goes, charity begins at home. So we really need to look within first, make sure that in terms of the base, in terms of all the materials, all the crops, all the agricultural produce, from raw material to the finished goods, we are able to be self-sufficient as a country and procure all these materials from within before we go outside the continent. And of course, this is not to discourage globalization. This is not to say that we mustn't trade with other nations. We do need one another, but it really needs to start with what we have, what we don't have. We are able to then exchange those products, specifically agricultural products. And we can talk about other sectors, but today, really the focus is on the specialty crops. So mine, in terms of the supply chain academy, the work that we do with the entrepreneurs, with corporates, with individuals that are really passionate about changing the status quo. What we do is to basically equip you with the necessary skills, how to solidify your business, how to make sure. Confirm, I see the browser doing some funny things. I'm not sure if I'm still clear. Can everybody hear me? No, maybe let me do this for bandwidth issues, just in case. Can somebody confirm if you can hear me, Ambassador? Hello? Hello. Okay. Thank you, Ambassador. So yes, let me proceed. I just wanted to confirm because I seem to have lost audio there. Well, so as I was saying, so in terms of our contribution and the collaboration with the program, the current program around the specialty crops through Her Excellency Ambassador Johnson. It is really an honor to be part of this great movement, this great initiative that is going to make a huge dent in Africa. For those that are going to be part of this journey as we embark on the skills development, equipping ourselves with, education programs that are industry centric, very much practical, delivered by industry experts. By the way, I'm the one of the supply chain, professionals, coaches. I wouldn't really like to say, supply chain experts. I'm one person that, in the poultry industry, you name it, working with the states, various states within the market ready in terms of their businesses, but also tied with that, just to make sure as a leader of the business, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, that you understand the landscape, the space within which you operate. Because if that doesn't happen, yes, you may get opportunities, but you might find yourself between a rock and a hard place, wherein you might actually experience challenges, or you might actually find yourself, not doing things for that journey in whatever industry that you are in. So I'll give you an example. In South Africa, we've been working with various companies, various entrepreneurs, big and small, with big multinational corporations. But just to mention one business case, a company called Sibaya Foods, they're also attending this event. We've sort of, helped them right from the beginning in 2020. They are in the rabbit meat products that are revolutionizing, their perception, the industry. So we are going to really encourage everyone that you look at your business, look at some of the business cases that we are going to be highlighting along the journey, some of the businesses that we've assisted to not only establish themselves locally, but to be export ready, to actually leverage on international trade, to take their products in other countries within the continent, but also outside the continent, if there is a market that we've established in that particular region that might be outside of the borders of Africa, maybe in the US, Europe, in the Middle East, UAE, Asia. So that is just one element, international trade, but we can also talk about value chain analysis. How do you, as a business, in whatever that you do, how do you understand the value chain of your business? All the set of activities, the processes that you need to sort of, have a full understanding as to how they can help you grow your business once you understand how they are all interlinked and how you can leverage on partnerships, on other available initiatives by our governments to enable trade within the continent, but also, like I said, going beyond that, taking products outside the continent. And it is really an honor for us to be part of this journey that we're all going to be embarking on. And if there's one thing that I can also encourage everyone to do, is to really make sure that you stay connected, make sure that you are linked to the work that the ambassador is doing through the International Agriculture Academy of the specialty crops and other organizations that will be supporting their initiatives, like the Supply Chain Academy, SCA Global, a division of USCA, the University of Supply Chain in Africa. So with that said, maybe as part of my closing shot, my parting shot, I would really like to say we need to make sure, if there's one thing that we need to make sure, is to look at ourselves as Africans. Let us unite. Let us get on board in terms of all these kind of initiatives, new in the space, doing maybe you are in the poultry space, you are in cannabis, you are the goat farming business, rabbits, whatever it is, chicken, you name it. Let us make sure that we don't look at ourselves as South Africans, Nigerians, and Ghanaians, and Kenyans, but we look at ourselves as Africans and unite in one voice, but also making sure in terms of our supply chains, I'll talk about that some other time, that we leverage on our supply chains, we make sure that we take full ownership, we control the raw materials that we have been blessed with by the Lord Almighty. Africa is blessed. So if you are in the kind of land that is blessed, you can't afford to think and act like someone who is not blessed. You need to embrace that. You need to really make sure that in everything that you do, embrace the mindset of a wealthy person. It's not about the bank balance. It's about knowing the kind of wealth that you are sitting on, the kind of wealth that is inside you as a fellow African, and walking proud, doing your business proud, working the land proudly so, to ensure that your business is able to not only supply your customers, but to be a good foundation for your community to rely on, for the country to have hope that Africans are even now going as far as creating employment opportunities for their own communities, for Africa. So with that said, I would like to once again thank you all for your time. I'm not sure about the whether it's the platform or maybe there was something with me not understanding if there's audio, but I hope. But with that said, I would really like to end it all for now. And once again, thank you, Honorable Ambassador, for this great opportunity. And I'm really excited to see the fire burning in your spirit, wherever you are, all the things that you are doing, and most importantly, to all the delegates who are attending this great event. We are looking forward to engaging with you and doing business and making Africa great once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roma, for such a wonderful and insightful presentation that you just made. I believe our participants will be able to learn a lot from you on how we can invest within the African continent before we can move outside African continent. It's my pleasure hearing or learning a lot from you on how we can invest in Africa and also within the Africa in order for us to see the Africa that we want. Thank you very much for giving us an insightful and educative presentation. Without wasting of much of our time, we'd like to move on to the next speaker, which is going to give us more knowledge on how we can collaborate and how we can invest in African continent towards moving the African that we want and also towards imparting the African that we want to see in the nearest future. Without wasting of much of our time, I would like to call on the next speaker, which is the co-founder of Carrefour System, which is Mr. Komla Elikem. Sorry for pronouncing your name wrongly. Please, the floor is yours, and you can unmute yourself, and the audience can't wait to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Um, I want to go over system planning for specialized crop farming, as well as talk a little bit about intellectual property and the goals that it would take to protect your assets. So, like the MC said, my name is Komla Elikim. I have over 20 years of experience in ICT cybersecurity from the United States military. I work for the Department of Defense as well in the capacity of a cybersecurity engineer. My expertise is associated with network defense management. Of course, my years in leadership in the military have also concluded to a lot of the training that I put in place. From all that time that operated in the Department of Defense, moved here to Ghana with my family. Myself and my wife are co-founded Crawford Systems. We're a cybersecurity service provider, and one of our missions is to bring the cybersecurity infrastructure and know-how to this organization. To this continent. But right now, we're going to talk about sustainable farming, right? We understand that Ghana and other nations on this continent have a lot of agricultural, I would say, agricultural superiority, yet it's not utilized as it should. A lot of the information that we hear about when it comes to farmers is the lack of infrastructure and sustainability that comes with farming, which in turn creates a weakness in regards of protecting yourself or feeding yourself. One of the things that we talk about a lot, and when it comes to the military, is if you can't feed yourself, you can't defend yourself. And so I want that to be in the forefront of every farmer and every person that eats, to understand that if we can't sustain ourselves and feed ourselves, then we are subjecting ourselves to not being able to defend ourselves against threats. And that can be a variety of things. 1 second. So let me see if I can pull my presentation up real quick. Since I have no slides. 1 second. That's not working. Guess I'm having technical difficulties as well. Well, I'm going to walk through the slides anyway, and we're going to talk about, again, how farmers who have can create systems to protect themselves. So when it comes to understanding systems, one of the things that we must take into account is that systems are created by different components. There are different factors that you must take into account when it comes to putting together a proper system. So nothing survives without a system in place. Okay. So you have three components that make up a fully functioning system. That's your inputs, your processes, and your outputs. So your inputs are like the resources, material that you utilize, um, like data inputs into the actual system. Then there's a processing part, of series of actions, that transformation and operations that occur within the system to convert inputs into outputs. And so what does that mean? So from an agricultural standpoint, the inputs would be the farmers, would be the seeds, the soil, and things of that nature that the farmer puts into the soil. The process, of course, comes with them tilling the land or putting down the proper fertilizers and things of that nature to make sure that the soil is optimal for the development of the actual seed. And then the output would be the actual growth of the vegetation or the actual. So one of the things I want to take into account is that we have to understand the systems that we are currently in and how can we enhance those systems. One of the things that we've learned as a cybersecurity company, we've learned that a lot of farming and agriculture are now having to become more efficient, and that would be in the concept of adding IoT devices, for example, sensors, drones, automated equipment, and even using renewable energies. And so when we look at some of the farmers that we've gone here in Ghana, we've looked at some of the challenges that they've had with how to sustain themselves and be productive when it comes to farming. One of those is infrastructure. You notice that a lot in Ghana, a lot of the farmers can grow their crops, but they have a hard time getting it to the market. So there are a variety of things that must be addressed in order for that to work, right? And so, like we said before, when it comes to agriculture and it comes to systems, we have to put systems in place in order for things to work properly. One of those things is the infrastructure itself. If the farmer can't get the crop from the land to the market, then the crop stays on the land and it spoils or he can't make the money, right? And so one of the things that we try to talk about when it comes to putting infrastructure in place is laying down a proper foundation and creating a network of systems to make sure that the produce that are created from the farmer can make it to the market so that we can eat. And so some of these things are associated with the inefficiencies that we're currently dealing with the regular farmer. One being that he or she may not have the proper technology in place to make their farming more efficient. And we also have to deal with the cost that most farmers can afford a lot to move up in the industry when it comes to using advanced technology. And so the goal is now is to try to figure out um, how to create an ease of use with farmers when it comes to advancing their farm so that they can be more productive and more efficient without having to use GMO seeds or certain pesticides that kill the land and kill the crops outside of actually killing the insects. And so we've looked at working with IoT devices, small sensors that the farmers can use that are cost effective so that they can, and of course that comes with training to help them understand what's going on with their soil, to do atmospheric pressures to know when it's raining, to do automated irrigation, if they have the ability to do that. And these things help bring more efficiency to the farmers and help also reduce costs because they don't have to do as much work on the actual land itself. And so when it comes to farming in Africa, I think one of the problems that we also have is the data collection. No one's collecting real data on these farmers, because I don't think anybody knows that they should be collecting data on the farmers. And one of the things that we want to bring as Crawford Systems to the continent is to start putting together data centers so that we can collect the data for ourselves so that we can make more informed decisions as to how we should help the farmers and how we are feeding ourselves, right? I know a lot of the African leaders in the AU have a plan to eliminate poverty and hunger on the continent. And again, it's more of a political thing, but poverty exists because there's a system that creates it, right? It's not something it's usually man-made, is what I'm getting at. And so if you want to end poverty, you just create the system that would end poverty. To end poverty would mean the way to do that would be to increase the ability for the farmers to grow and make it more efficient for them to grow the food so they can bring it to market and also make it affordable so people can purchase it. So one of the things that we want to talk about is why is it so hard for the farmer to get these things that we currently see as a challenge for them? Is it the training? Is it the lack of awareness? Is it the non-motivation of the leaders of that country based on the fact that they may get more profits from importing a certain crop than they would trying to fix the actual agriculture in their own country? I can just say, just from Ghana, there's a lot of stuff that's imported in Ghana that can easily be made here, no problems. Like when I go to the grocery store and I see coconut charcoal from India, it really saddens me because I walked by like 15 people that get to the market that just had coconut shells sitting on the side from where there was allowing people to get coconut water, right? Why is that not an industry? Well, not a flourishing industry with the amount of coconuts that we have. What's the chokehold on that industry growing? And I think it's the same thing that's associated with our tomatoes and the variety of other problems that the farmers are having. A lot of that, I believe, can be fixed through policy regulations and things of that nature. Now, another issue that I wanted to bring up was the impact that we have when it regards to our intellectual property. So if you don't know what that is, it's something that we create, right? Whether it be a music, whether it's a book or a new system or a process, these things we do not properly protect those. Being here in Ghana has opened my eyes to a lot of the disadvantages that are created on purpose for the youth here, and those who are in the realm of inventing and creating things. I think it's mostly education based. That's what I believe. I think it's just that the lack of educational awareness that people can protect what they create. And this goes for agriculture as well. If you are a breeder and you're creating different types of genetic plants, then that's something that needs to be protected. You have to get that patent, or if you're writing a book on how you created a new system on farming, then you need to get a copyright for that, And so as Crawford Systems, outside of some of the services that we provide, which is ICT consulting, risk and vulnerability assessment, management, and education and training, we have kind of focused our attention towards agriculture, especially here on the continent, because we see that there are a lot of things that can be resolved just through proper training, education, and putting proper systems in place. I don't know if anybody's online or can hear me, but I would love to take questions. Is that a possibility? If anybody have any questions in regards to the effects that cybersecurity can have in agriculture, or if somebody wants to know more about cybersecurity, I would love to have a conversation with somebody if they are available. I know I talk pretty fast. Be a part of this. Felicia. Cool. Okay. So nobody in the audience? Hand raised. Okay. Um, is there ability that we could have someone come into the room? They want to talk more about the cybersecurity or agriculture? Is there present by where present? Okay, I'm trying to figure that out. How do I invite someone? Let me see. Hold on 1 second. I was able to get my screen up. Okay. Hope everybody can see my slides. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Let me see here. Well, in regards to, like I said, cybersecurity, we also have a online workshop that we are doing on September 7th, uh, called Hacking the Human Mind, which talks about cybersecurity awareness and to help protect you from the normal scams you get in your day to day with the WhatsApp scams, the Momo scams that people are coming across, where people are stealing their data and things of that nature. We are holding for the last time, a free online workshop to help those defend themselves against cyber attacks and for that nature. But in regards to agriculture, the biggest thing that I would like everyone to take away from this is that nothing survives without a system in place, and then that would incorporate you putting together components to make the system work: the inputs, the processes, and the output. Having those together and analyzing those will help you create a system that's efficient for those who are in the agricultural business trying to grow a crop or a specialty crop, the regulations that come with it, and putting everything in place so that you can take it and bring it to market. And so, if anybody looking to get any help on that, We also do land surveys for your for your plot or for whatever amount of hectares of land that you do have. Um, that we'll be doing with, of course, with drones and things of that nature. Um, Anybody else? Okay. I think I am out of time. Uh, Nobody. Let me see. I would love for somebody to come on and may have a question or two about cybersecurity and agriculture and how the two can be put together before I go off, if possible. How does cybersecurity affect agriculture? Okay. Well, in many ways, cybersecurity can affect agriculture. Right now, most of the farmers that I know here in Ghana are still doing the traditional route. And that is get the seed, get the fertilizer, go to the soil, put the seed in the ground, and go through that process. Well, if we start using cybersecurity as the focal point for putting things together, the first thing this would do with the farmer is he'll be able to know where the seed actually came from. Now, this also can help with when it comes to marketing. When people are looking for organic produce, a lot of the major corporations now are playing with that word when they say organic, and it's not really organic. For example, there's no such thing as an organic seedless anything, but yet you can go to a supermarket. You can go into a supermarket and have organic seedless grapes. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, what I'm getting at is cybersecurity brings efficiency, integrity, and um, efficiency to whatever system that is tied to. The three pillars of cybersecurity are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are the three pillars that cybersecurity uses to create security systems for whatever asset is trying to protect. When it comes to the farmer, his asset is going to be his crop, his or her crop, right? Would also be any devices that they're using to maintain and manage that crop, whether it be a tractor, whether it be a drone, whether it be some type of sensor that tells them the temperature of the environment around the plant, whether it be the type of processes that they use to cultivate the plant, the crop, and also to keep it from being damaged by wildlife or insects and or disease and things of that nature. And so accountability also is associated with cybersecurity, as well as data collection. So if you have all these devices in place, you can actually look at from a data perspective as to how much this plot of land has yielded crops for you. Using cybersecurity would help create a layer of defense or multi layers of defense. If you are one of the major agricultural companies that are out, they have a lot of hectares of land they have to cover. There's a lot of data that comes with that. So with that data collection, you have to protect that data, right? And so where cybersecurity comes in, it's create that layer of protection to protect the data that you're collecting for your crop, and also protecting your supply chain as well as your customer list who's associated with your supply chain. And so we've had a couple of supply chain attacks that have happened in recent years, where major agricultural companies were putting together or trying during their normal operations in some form or fashion have been attacked, whether it be an attack on their servers directly, whether it be attack on their supply chain, where someone would go in and manipulate the data where one thing will get shipped to a different location than another. So there's a variety of different ways that cybersecurity can come in and create what we call a layered defense approach to protecting you and your operations in agriculture. I hope that answered your question. And you can also associate it with the protection of your intellectual property. Like I said before, if you're a person who breeds crop or breeds or a breeder, then that's something that you're creating and therefore it needs to be protected so that no one steals that information from you. If you're a farmer and you have a specific way that you do something, what we consider a trade secret, that is also associated with intellectual property rights. And again, seek out a professional. Every country should have one. I know Nigeria does. I know Nigeria has a few. I know you have an office for copyrights. You have an office for what is the other one? Not trade secrets. You have an office for copyrights, and you have an office for patents. I do know that. So if you have any of those two things, make sure you get whatever intellectual property that you have created protected so that others do not utilize it without your authorization. Is
Good morning. Can you hear me?
you can okay to answer your question, Emmanuel, that can be done. But the first thing is you have to create value. Um, right now, just for me being here for 3 years, there's not much value given to the farmer. I mean, you have Farmers Day, which is nice, but when you look at, I would say, in the city, oh, okay. When you look at it in the city, there isn't much of a maybe it's a marketing thing where people will prefer to get an import product even though they have the same product here in Ghana. Ghana grows rice, but nobody likes the local rice. Well, I don't want to say nobody likes local rice. It's not as fashionable as someone grabbing some rice from that's being imported from um, India or being imported from um, what is that? I can't remember the other country, Thailand or whatever. So we have to create a value system, recreate the value system for the farmer. Because like I said before, if you can't feed yourself, you can't defend yourself. If you're importing the majority of, and this is just coming from this is coming from a military perspective. If your resources are controlled by somebody else, then you're controlled by them. It's just plain and simple. So if you can't grow your own food, if you can't protect your waterways, if you can't protect your population growth, or you can't control your population growth, then you can't really defend yourself. And so one of the basic components when it comes to protecting yourself is being able to grow your own food. That's key. And controlling the seeds that you grow them with. So even though we're importing seeds from God knows where, what regulations are being utilized to say that this seed is safe to grow in Ghana? You understand what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of genetically modified seeds that are out there that are supposed to prevent this and prevent that, but where's the real data on that? You understand what I'm saying? Because we didn't do it, so we have to go off of what someone else is telling us. And history and pattern recognition will tell you that the majority of people that send stuff into the continent of Africa, it's usually their leftovers, or is it usually something they want to test out and nobody else really wants to do? So I'll be very cautious about accepting any imports from anybody, especially if I'm able to create or produce it myself. And so we have to have a real sit down with ourselves and say, do we really want to be a sovereign nation? Again, I'm gonna drill it in. If you cannot feed yourself, you cannot defend yourself. When it comes to the levels of need, food is a priority, even over shelter. And so, as I haven't navigated up north, but the little time I've spent in Accra and gone around the central region and up in Volta, there's not much support for the farmer, not from the government. So, what I would recommend is to come up with a system to where the farmers can, or somebody can, or organization can work with the farmers to help them with their packaging, help them with marketing, and then run a campaign to our people here to say, hey, look, you got to buy local, you got to do this, you got to do that, because if we don't do these things, then we lose these things, right? Just like we have to drink bottled water. And we can't drink water from the river. We can't drink water from other than getting it from a well or a borehole. These are things that we have to be able to control. Because if we're not, then we run the risk of putting ourselves in a lot more. We can start creating more challenges. I'll just put it like that. Not to get too into the politics. We're just going to end up creating more challenges. But that is something that we all need to take into account. And that's why we at Crawford Systems are kind of putting our eye and focus on agriculture. Because like I said, with our background, we understand the importance of protecting a nation, and food is going to be the pillar of part of that protecting of your nation. Just think about it. If all your food is being imported and then all of a sudden Ghana says, well, we don't want to do this specific thing that the West wants us to do, then they can say, okay, cool. They'll stop sending food in. It's part of the sanction. Now what? Now our people can't eat. And then we are at the whim of someone else's control and someone else's ideology. And so, not to get into this is not what this is about, but that's the importance of making sure we are in control of what we eat and what we grow. Very important. And tracking those types of things and collecting that type of data is also very important. We got to realize that the farmers are the lifesavers of your nation. It's not your leaders. It's the people that feed you. They are the most important people you ever need in any community, any city, any state, any nation. And it's that simple. Well, okay. Well, in regards to so you have a lot share. Smallholder farmers may locally would be more interested in IoT applications, poultry farming, such applications is affordable. Yeah, they can be affordable because you actually have the youth inventing these things. The problem is no one's supporting the youth. There's no one's investing into these young men that are creating, young men and women who are creating ways to help their village. Like I went to the Katanka Expo and I met a bunch of young entrepreneurial people who are creating automated irrigation system using small IoT devices, and it was very cost effective. And I thought that was ingenious, except that one of the biggest things is funding. And so we're back to us not taking value in ourselves. If you can judge a country by how it treats its children, how it treats its men, and how it treats its women. If they don't treat their children with the value that they should, then you know that nation has no future. If they treat their men like they're less than, do you know that country can't defend itself, and that they treat their women like they're less than, then you know that country doesn't have any empathy for its people. Now, I'm not saying that's Ghana. That's just the reality worldwide. So, but we have to understand that we have no future if we do not put value back into our youth. Everyone here is either trying to figure out how to get out of the country or how they can better their lives. And one of the biggest complaints that they have is that the elders don't support them, their parents don't support them, and that's your future. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. But we have to bring value back to ourselves. We have to bring value back to being being a farmer. Everyone should be doing it. Everyone should be growing something. You know, have a little small garden for yourself. At least grow your own herbs so you can heal yourself. Right? Ghana has a lot of herbs here. I see weeds on the side of the road that I can use for headaches. I can use a variety of things that I think needs to be put into place. But I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I'm very thankful for a lot of the things that we have done thus far here in Ghana. We plan to do more. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Turomot. It's nice seeing you on the stage, and also we really appreciate you a lot from your analysis and also from your discussion based on how we can expand our farmland through all these IT devices such as the drove, and also you made mention of some of the process in which the farmers can also aggregate their farmland in order for them to have much land in farming activities. I believe our participants have already learned a lot from your expertise towards how they can be more involved in farm activities, and also how they can expand their farmland in order for them to invest more in agricultural sector. Thank you very much for being on stage. It's really meaningful expertise, and we really appreciate. Also, we really honor you for being here, and also share more light on the uh, aspect of the agricultural sector in which we can move our agricultural sector in Africa, and also within the African also across Africa. Thank you very much for having you. And also, we like to move on because based on our time, we like to call on the next speaker to be on stage, which is Mr. Perry Daniel, which is part of the Daniel Education Group, Louisiana in USA. Please, if you are on stage, please you can unmute yourself, and the floor is yours. Thank you for honoring our invitation. Mr. Daniel, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Daniel, you can unmute yourself, and the audience can wait to hear from your expertise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hussein. I just wanted to jump in before Mr. Daniel comes on and say congratulations to Kamala Elikim with Crafo Systems. That was an excellent presentation. I'm so thankful and grateful that Crafo Systems is here with me in Ghana, that we are working together on not only the 1 hectare sustainable farm, but also the AIE project, as well as the 1 hectare sustainable farm, not only in Shy Hills, but the other locations. They are a critical piece in developing systems for any farm. And like he said, if you can't feed yourself, you cannot defend yourself. There are several people that were online that had questions. I'm sure that Crafo Systems will be available to provide you services or answer any of your other follow-up questions. We will put their information here on the screen so that you can engage with them after the fact, or you can also engage with them live here on YouTube and on Facebook. So if you are watching on YouTube or Facebook and you want to engage with Crafo Systems, you can do that as well. We're waiting on our next speaker, Mr. Perry Daniels, to come on, but I do want to again thank Kamala. I do want to also talk about the services that we provide, the land assessment services with CEMT. CRAFO systems is also a very critical part in what that looks like, because they have taken on board the drone operation side, as well as the risk assessment side, as well as the security side of land assessment. So we go out to people's land, no matter if you have 1 hectare, 1 plot, or 10,000 acres. We take a drone out to your property, do a very thorough aerial view of not just your property, but the surrounding area. So if you're developing, if you're looking for a water system, if you're looking for animals that may be hazardous to what farm you're trying to create, that can all be seen from aerial footage. You cannot see 50,000 hectares or 500 hectares with your naked eye. You need something up in the sky to be able to see what that looks like. And that's what CRAFO Systems also provides as well. So I want to not only mention that, but also let you all know that we really encourage and appreciate your comments. So if you have any other further comments or questions, go ahead and keep posting them live on YouTube. Go ahead and keep posting them in the chat so that we can make sure we can continue our program. So while we wait on Mr. Daniels, I want to also talk quickly about the 1 hectare sustainable farm that we'll be discussing later on today in full detail. There'll be a presentation this afternoon, and also go through a couple quick housekeeping tips. So if you are here with us live now, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate the opportunity to have you here. The International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops is an initiative of CEMT through the AIE project. The AIE project, I'm going to put down here at the bottom of the screen, is part of the African Cannabis University and the Cannabis Research Institute. We started, myself and my business partner, Godfred Aboje, started the African Cannabis Institute after realizing that there needed to be a roadmap, a system, the same system that CRAFO Systems just talked about that needs to be implemented. We built that system, and it's called the AIE project. The AIE project is a roadmap on how to build specialty farm industries in African countries specifically. We understand that there is a need that's greater than most can see in regards to what's on ground here in Africa and how we need to go about finding solutions. So the AIE project is a solution for have an opportunity for all of you to understand what the AIE project is. So that is the link for the AIE project. It is a complete roadmap of what the industry may look like in your particular country. It goes over specialty crops in a way that breaks it down per global impact. You heard CRAFO Systems talk about impact. It's very important to talk about the things that we're doing here on the continent, but how is it impacting the local economy? How is it impacting local people, local farmers? For the youth, there are multiple opportunities for the youth to get involved in agriculture. We want to encourage everyone that's not only listening to this, that will be listening to this at some other point in time. We're back. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties in Africa is how we've learned to continue to move on. As you heard this morning from Honorable Frank Adongo, the former regional minister here in Ghana, I'm relentless when it comes to agriculture here in Africa. So whether we have lights on or not, or whether we have internet or not, we're still continuing to move forward and building this global supply chain of Black excellence. So we have two more speakers this morning before we take our lunch break, and then go on into a really hearty afternoon from hearing from not only chambers of commerce, but a financial institution, all of our business folks that are looking into how can we make specialty crops a real business in our African countries? How do we add value to our farm products? And then how do we build those systems, and how do we build that supply chain in order for us to be successful is a major part of this afternoon. So if you are just joining us, welcome. Thank you for coming to the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops Summit. My name is Ambassador Davisha L. Johnson. I'm the president of the Cooperative Executive Management Team. I'm also the founder of the African Diaspora Collective Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm also the Goodwill Ambassador for the state of Georgia. And we try and focus on Black farmers first globally. So no matter where you are, if you're of African descent, we want to support you. We do that because we need help the most. We are the most behind when it comes to technology, which is why we had Crafo Systems up this morning. We are the most taken advantage of in regards to opportunities that are given to us in order to be able to be successful. We're also the least likely to be successful in these systems that Crafo Systems, you heard, are created to in those markets. So our next speaker that's coming up, I will give over to Hussein Hamza to introduce. But before he does, I just want to say the opportunities in the specialty crop industry are global. There are several people that I know personally that are not only exporting ginger and non-perishable rooted vegetables from Ghana in metric tons at a time that are sending them into America. So we need to be connecting with our farmers on both sides of the Atlantic. So our next speaker is one of those farmers. He's also a good personal friend of mine. We're going to bring him on. I believe it's 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. where he is, which is farmer hours, because we get up at the crack of dawn. So I want to introduce Mr. Handy Kennedy. He has one of the oldest Black farms in the state of Georgia. I'm very excited to hear from him. So I'll go ahead and leave it over to our MC, Mr. Hussein Hamza, to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Handy Kennedy. Hussein, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Davisha L. Johnson. I'm so honored to be part of this discussion, and also the founder of a cooperative executive management team, which is a CEMT. And it's good for us to know more knowledge, to have more knowledge on the specialties crops, in which we can have more hands towards working together to make these things remarkable to the African Black farmers here in Africa and also across Africa. Without wasting of my time, I would like to call on our next speaker, which is Mr. Perry Daniel, which is also part of the Daniel Education Group, Louisiana, USA. Please, sir, if you are on the stage, kindly unmute yourself, and the audience can wait to learn from your expertise. Thank you very much for being here.
Sorry, we're going to go to Mr. Handy Kennedy first. I'm going to go ahead before Perry Daniels comes up. So, Mr. Handy Kennedy, welcome to the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crop Summit. This morning, we are live here in Ghana, in West Africa, and in Nigeria, here in West Africa. Thank you for joining us all the way from Georgia. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing? Glad to be here. As Delisha said, I'm Handy Kennedy. I'm a fourth generation farmer here in the great Georgia. My family farm has been in the family since 1869. Great-great-grandfather right after slavery to a little town in Georgia and was able to purchase 75 acres. And then my great-grandfather was able to grow that farm from 75 acres to, and then my father took the farm over, and he was able to increase that a substantial amount. So at this present time, we're, like I say, we're up to the sixth generation of farming, and we're basically still farming. We raised different commodities here in Georgia, whether it's peanuts, cotton, cattle, and also we have in the last 5 to 6 years we have ventured into hemp. We originally started growing it in the space of for cannabis. Hemp, and now we preparing to venture into for industrial hemp, which is going to give us an opportunity to basically keep the next generation involved in farming. As you know, the industrial hemp is really basically provides a lot of opportunity for a lot of farmers to participate in farming. So basically what we have endured in the last couple of years where most of the industry, when it comes to cotton, peanut, those supply chains have been basically built by people who doesn't have our best interest at heart, to just keep it mildly. So this industrial hemp is giving us an opportunity to get down on the ground level and be able to build our own supply chains and help us vertically integrate, which we can basically have the opportunity to sell directly to our customers and cut out some of the middleman. So what we struggle with here in the United States is that sometimes we put our blood, sweat, and tears in growing some crops, and sometimes we're not able to take advantage of the opportunity because of some of the middleman. So when it comes to industrial hemp, it's exciting times. Everybody know there's so many different things that you can do with hemp that will allow you to really participate in the growing economy around things that hemp is used for. So it's an exciting time to be a hemp farmer. I mean, it's unlimited what we are able to do in that space with hemp. And so I'm really excited for the farmers and the individuals that really want to engage in this thriving market. We get calls every day from individuals who want to be able to purchase industrial hemp to be able to put it in a myriad of different type of products that hemp could be used for. So really looking forward to this industry, and exciting time, and being involved and being able to help and participate in some of the supply chain, and being able to participate in some of the processes to be able to process this hemp into different industries. So I would like to be able to take questions. If anybody have questions, I'd like for it to be interactive. If it's something specifically Mr. Johnson would like me to speak upon about this industry, I would like to engage in that manner. So, Delisha, is there anything particular that you want me to emphasize in this growing emerging markets when it comes to industrial hemp? I would love to take questions and just be engaged in that manner. I think that way I could answer people questions directly, because I really am looking forward to being part of this emerging market when it comes to industrial hemp, because I think this is going to be able to breathe some life into a lot of individual farms and with this new commodity. And basically, it's just great. It's a great opportunity. It's a great market. So I want to help as many people as I can to get into this market as soon as possible before they can take advantage of some of the profits in the early stages of this growing market. So do you have any specific question that want like for me to discuss and with the farmers and the individuals that you have on?
Yes. Thank you for introducing yourself and the great work that you have been doing over the years. What I really would like for you to talk about is the real life situation on the farm and what it's been like for you to enter into the hemp industry, from the way the legislation was written and how you were able to work through some challenges, if you found any challenges to entering into the market, if you found any challenges in the education around how do you explain to a farmer that this particular specialty crop is okay for them to farm? How do you explain to a farmer that hemp can be utilized for fiber to do these? And how do you encourage Black farmers to get into this industry that may not know it exists?
Yes. As we talk about America, yeah, there's, as I said before, there's some challenges that we are facing here in farmers. I tell farmers sometimes that the system wasn't built by us, so it wasn't built for us. And so a lot of the supply chains, to basically take these raw material from these different commodities and have it in a form that is ready for the customer or the consumer was not built like I said, by us, so it wasn't built for us. So basically, the struggle we have is that um, we were not able to vertically integrate. So we grow a product, put our blood, sweat, and tears into a product, and then the same people devalue that product, and then they turn right back around once they become owners of that product, and they build generational wealth for their families after they basically had devalued it and give us, just enough to continue to keep farming, where we really not in a position to build generational wealth. So what we're trying to do is basically get a coalition of farmers is to basically vertically integrate, where we can basically be in a position where we can take that product from our farm. We can basically have the capability, the infrastructure to be able to do what I call create added value, which means that if we take the raw material of hemp, and we'll be able to process it and make it into a particular type of product that we can sell directly to customers and different individuals, and we can create that generational wealth from our family by vertically integrating. So that's what the struggle have been for a lot of farmers recently. We not able to vertically integrate. We grow it, put our blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then we turn it over to somebody else, and then they basically take that product and really be able to create generational wealth for their families. And we're left just basically with pennies on the dollars and just enough to kind of keep planning, but never in a position where we can pass that wealth back to our family and back to our farms and basically keep these farms sustainable and profitable. So I talk a lot about vertically integrating to be able to, if you grow peaches, be able to not only sell the peaches, but be able to sell the jam, be able to sell the grape, the different products off of it. And so that's what we are focusing on, is putting those infrastructures in place to be able to create those added value products from that raw material, but we can make sure that we're able to get multiple screens off of a particular commodity rather than just that raw material. So yeah, farming, is challenging, but it's definitely rewarding. When my great grandfather started farming and my father, they was basically vertically integrated because, it wasn't nothing for them to save their seeds. And I remember my daddy's getting corn, so they put the corn away, getting sweet potatoes, putting it away, buried them, and different things. And next year we got those seeds off of that, and we put it back in the ground. And so they was, and then we would basically be able to go directly sit on the corner into our neighborhoods and sell those watermelons, those sweet potatoes directly to the consumer. And then we got away from that, where somebody comes and said, well, you ain't got time to be doing all of your marketing. You ain't got time to be doing it. You just need to stay in the field and grow it. Give that to me, and we'll take care of all the marketing. We'll take care of that for us. But we don't want you to, spend your time marketing. So we'll take care of that. So we got in this situation where we as farmers thought it was better to let somebody else handle that. And what we didn't realize was that, you go up there and you go to them now, these what I call middleman, and they go to them and they say, well, Mr. Kennedy, well, you see, you got a blemish on this sweet potato. This sweet potato don't look this good here, but I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and give you $1 for it. And then he turned right around, the next day, and what he paid $1 for it, he turned around the next day and sold for $5 or $6, didn't do nothing to it. And so, so we kind of got away from that vertical integration and being able to sell directly to the consumer and directly to the stores. So we need to really, we've been bamboozled by people that took advantage of us and did it. So we're trying to take advantage, not allow that anymore, and teach these farmers, you can sell directly to the consumer. You can sell directly to the retail store. And that way you can keep more money in your pocket. You can teach your kids about, about marketing, about branding your products directly from the farm. And that way you're able to help build that generational wealth for your farm and your family. And one thing I like about the hemp industry is that, it's just like the car industry. And what happened in the car industry, where you had basically a manufacturer that used to basically sell cars. And what we teach in the hemp space is that you may not have a farm to grow hemp, but you can create a business that supply goods to that hemp farmer, to sustain your business. Like, for example, you may not have the car, but basically what they did was we got a family member that basically make the tires. We got a family member that makes the airbag. We got a family member that makes the radio. And so we can do the same thing in this new emerging market when it comes to hemp. So you may not have the farm to grow it, but you can basically create a business that supplies a service to that farmer or to the customer for that particular product. So there's a myriad of opportunities in this industry that if we strategize correctly, we will be able to basically supply the goods for the farmer, supply whatever is needed for this industry to help multiple people in the community take advantage of this market. Because I know a lot of people that worked in the car industry or even in the farming industry where they didn't farm, but they basically provided different services. Where this, I can service your tractor. I can become a mechanic and I can service your tractor. I can service your equipment. Or you could have somebody say, well, I can provide the seeds for you. You grow. I can basically take some seeds for you, and I can basically prepare them, and I can sell those seeds to you next year. So we have to think in the frame of basically controlling this whole industry from the seed all the way to the retail store, whether it's putting it into cars or, I know Porsche, BMW, Volkswagen are using industrial hemp in all parts of their vehicles. Boeing is using it in some of their planes. Everybody uses it in boats. So you can create a business to supply certain services to these companies when it comes to the hemp industry. So we just got to, think big and just think that it's doable. It's a new emerging market, but it's going to take us to really focus on the whole industry, all the way from, like I say, from planting that seed all the way until you see that piece of fiber inside of a car, or whether it's inside of a car, whether it's for rope or whatever. For houses, that's real big. Now we're really understanding the industrial hemp when it comes to building houses. I have some friends now are basically using it to build houses, you know, with hemp. And so, and we ask people to say, okay, we want this farmer to grow it. We want this farmer here to be able to take that fiber from that hemp, be able to break it down, process it, and make it into a usable product for someone can build houses. And so, but we want our people to have those businesses. We want, especially our younger generation, to get involved. And so I'm real strong and big on how do we get the next generation involved into this industry at an early age. You know, I want them to create businesses, you know, thinking technology. What can you do in technology to basically create more ways to use this hemp? How can you basically get in this market and say, okay, I could take this portion of this hemp product and I can basically build me a business around that, supplying different different services in order to be able to help support this industry. And we can do it because new generation like technology. And so we have to, with the new technology day in farming, I mean, that's how we get the next generation engaged into this market, bring them in with new technology. I know that far as with me on our farm in the cattle space, you know, we do cattle also. You know, I'm very engaged in the latest technology when it comes to AI, artificial intelligence, artificial insemination. We're doing ET, where we're doing embryo transfer with cattle. I mean, for drones being able to fly over fields and be able to take assessment of basically what's going on in that field, you know, to monitor different type of insects, different type of growth, bring that information back and help the farmer become better at farming with less intervention with him. And so when it comes to the hemp space, there's a lot of opportunity, but we got to get in on the ground level. We got to bring the youth in with a new, innovative, savvy way of using technology. So it's unlimited what we can do in this space if we can work together and just build our own supply chains, build our own processing facilities, and definitely engage the youth in getting them involved in the early stages of this. So I'm really excited about it. As I think about it, I think this is going to be the crop that's going to really help bring the youth and give the youth the opportunity to build services to support this emerging crop. I know so did I answer your question, at least some of it, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, you did. And I appreciate you coming on this morning. I find it very, very, very interesting for you to mention the vertical integration and how that's where we were. And then we got away from it. And now we're trying to get back to it, because here in Ghana, we're still there. People are growing tomatoes and onions on their farm, and they're literally setting up a table in front of their house and selling it. That's how people sell food here. So I like to call us African Americans as time travelers. So we can go back into the past and say, okay, what was working during our grandfather's time, our great grandfather's time? How were we vertically integrating our farms? Teaching people how to bury food, I think, was glossed over, and people didn't even understand what you said. But that is a method or a system that's utilized for preservation that is way, way, way back before any of us were even thought about, that I also think we need to bring back. In this particular market, because Africa is 20 years ago, I wouldn't say behind, I would just say they're 20 years ago. So that gives us a 20-year head start, if you ask me, in my opinion. As Black farmers working together and collaborating, we have a great opportunity to mix the old with the new and integrate technology so that the students and the youth can also get involved. So I have one final question for you that came from the comment section. And it says Emmanuel Maxwell Donso Akwe from Ghana says, what are the challenges?
I think I lost you, Ms. Johnson.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. There was one question from Emmanuel Maxwell Donso Akwe that says, what are the challenges as a commercial farmer you have faced over the period of growth in the industry? And what are the best ways to sustain your farm? I think you somewhat answered that, but if you want to take a quick stab at it before we go, you're welcome.
Yes, I think the biggest challenge that we have sometimes is that when we try to sell directly to large retail stores, what they basically tell us that we like your product, but you don't have enough volume. So I would encourage volume. And what I would encourage people is to work together. Because sometimes, some retail store, they like larger amounts of the commodity. And so what we have done is basically put a coalition of farmers together where we grow together. We basically count on each other to be able to help with the volume that some of these retail stores work with. It's hard to do it by yourself. You need a network of people working together. You need farmers with like mind, the same vision, pulling together. And if you want to be able to make a large impact into the farming community, because sometimes like with farming, equipment is very expensive. And sometimes the economy of scale does not allow you to go out and I'm here to buy 100,000 pieces of equipment, $100,000 worth of piece of equipment. But if I get maybe 10 or 5 farmers together and say, okay, you put a portion in, I put a portion in, and then basically we can have this equipment, we can share it amongst ourselves, cooperative, basically working together. That's going to be the key, because you can learn, because one farmer, you can learn from each other, and you don't have to basically step on the same landmine. This farmer learned some information. He said, hey, I found out that this didn't work, and you can pass that on to another farmer that would save you money, time, and resources, and experiencing the same problem. So working together as a coalition is extremely important. And so those are the things that I will look at doing, is to basically, you may not have to have 10 farmers. You may just say the 3 of us, we're going to work together as a collective group. And we're going to be able to learn from each other. We're going to be able to educate each other. We're going to be able to share technology. We're going to even sometimes be able to share some workforce together, because there's times when I go out on other people's farm and I help them say, okay, you need to do this to your crop. Well, let me bring my tractor over and let me help you, and so that's important in the industry. And I find out our counterparts, that's what they do. They work together as a collective group to take advantage of the market. And so working together is the key in the farming community, is get you somebody you can count on, somebody you can rely on to help with resources, as a collective group, and move together as a collective group. That would be one advice that I would give to anybody. And don't be afraid to adopt new technologies, because new technologies are very important, can really help you manage your resources properly, and also can really help you increase your profitability with technology. So if there's new technology out there that's feasible for financial, please take advantage of the new technology, because it can help you with resources management.
Wow. I just want to say, wow. I've learned so much in this short, brief time that we've had with each other. I think there's going to be a lot of people that want to contact you. So if you want to leave your contact information, or if you want me to post an email address or website or something in regards to being part of your cooperative farm, this is streamed live around the world. So there may be some farmers in Georgia that would like to join your cooperative and help your efforts there. I know that CEMT is going to be working with you for the livestock side in another program, but in regards to hemp specifically in the specialty crop industry, I'm sure there'll be a lot of farmers, not only in Ghana, but in the ECOWAS region in general, that will be very interested in hearing not only about the vertical integration, but how you are working together in order to basically get a foothold or foundation in this particular industry because of the big players that are coming into all of these markets. And like you say, are taking over the vertically integrated part and just buying your raw materials and then middlemaning the situation. So I appreciate you coming on this morning. I appreciate you giving us your knowledge. Let me check and see if there's any other questions. There's one final question that we can take if you have time quickly.
Yes, please.
So Emmanuel Maxwell Danso Akwe from Ghana is asking, in the process of selling, what do you consider? Do you have a cost regulatory system that determines at what cost you can sell your produce?
Yeah, well, the first thing I do, as I tell anybody if they're getting into the market, first thing you have to do is basically determine who your customer. When it comes to market, determine who your customer is. And once you determine who your customer, you got to create a demand for your product. Then once you create a demand for your product, then you can go and say, okay, basically, then you start looking at the economic and the financial portion of it. Say, okay, based upon this particular commodity, my customers want this type of product, this type of quality, this type of consumer. And then you sit down and you say, okay, economically, can I do it? You know, what we call enterprise budgeting. And you make sure that you can basically, based upon here in America, for, you know, we have USDA, and they basically have a standard say this is what this product should basically, you should be able to get on the market for your product. And so then you can determine, you know, based upon, like, say, what the customer want, what it's going to take you to grow it. And then basically at that point, you could sit down and put pen to paper and say, okay, can I make money off of this product? So you're able to compare what this product is basically profit-wise, what you would be able to make off the product once you have all your costs associated with it. Some of the biggest challenges that farmers get into when they start doing, you know, can they make a money? They forget to put their time in it and their labor. And so they say, well, okay, I can sell this product for $10. You know, this is what my seed going to cost. This is what it's going to take to grow it. And, you know, but they never put in their labor. And that's the biggest problem because we pay ourselves very little. And so when we start saying, you know, what is your time truly worth? And then the big problem with that is that just say something happened to you. Now you got to hire somebody to do it. Now you didn't put that cost because you thought you were going to be driving the tractor. You thought you were going to be plowing it. You thought you were going to be doing all the cut. You're going to be doing the harvest, and something happens, and then all of a sudden you can't do it. So you have to make sure you set out what we call enterprise budgeting. And there's what we have in the state for every commodity, it will give you what it should cost to grow. Just say an acre of corn or acre of okra or whatever, what it should cost you. And then you have to sit back and put, you know, and look at it and see what it's going to cost you to grow that. And so, yeah, so that's important. Before you even put a seed in the ground, you almost, you know, what we tell our farmer, before you put a seed in the ground, you want it sold. And then you have to basically say, this is what it's going to cost me to grow this, and put pen to paper and basically determine, are you going to be able to make a profit based upon what you have on paper? If you can't make it work on paper, you're not going to make it work in real life. So make sure that you sit down and do your homework and make sure as you're creating that demand for your product that the customer is going to pay you enough to be able to make a profit, and you understand all the costs that's involved in growing that particular commodity. There's ways to do it. Then you can look at technology. How can technology help you reduce some of your costs? There's ways that you can use technology to reduce some of your costs, but it is possible. But just sit down and do those things first. Just make sure you know who you're trying to sell to, and make sure that when you create that product that it has a place to be sold. And at the end of the day, it's going to provide you with enough money to could start building that generational wealth for your family. But yeah, if you feel free, feel free to get my information.
Get
If anybody
off
got
of there is what I said to you.
I'm sorry. Hello. I'm sorry, Ms. John. I'm just saying, but yeah, feel free to put my contact information, my email into the chat. And if anybody want to reach out to me and have questions, I welcome that. I love sharing everything that I know about, what I have learned and what I have experienced with other farmers. I want to make sure, like I say, people don't make the same mistakes I made. And if I can help anyone, I'm more than willing to do that. So yeah, feel free to have them give me just email me, call me, whatever, and love to have that conversation.
Great. I thank you so much and appreciate your time early this morning. I know you have a lot to do. Today is Friday. It's a long weekend. Happy Labor Day to you in America. I will see you at some point when I come with this delegation of farmers to come to live to your ranch in Georgia. And I really appreciate the knowledge that you've given us this morning, specifically around how we can get back to our roots and what it is that we did a long time ago from our great-great-grandfathers and our grandmothers and our ancestors, and how we can move forward for the future. So I really appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity. Y'all have a blessed day. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye. So that was Handy Kennedy with HK Farms. Very enlightening. I'm so excited about the afternoon and what we have left to come up with today. We have one final speaker for this morning that I think is a great way to wrap up the first half of our day. I'm going to leave it over to Hussein Hamza also while our speaker tries to come into the stream backstage. His name is Perry Daniels. But before we get to Mr. Daniel, I'm going to upload Handy Kennedy's email address to our list that registered online, but I will also put it here in a live stream so that you all can contact him if you have specific questions about cattle ranching, if you have specific questions about the hemp industry, which is what we are calling a specialty crop because that's how the USDA classifies it. So if you have interest in any specialty crop, as we heard from former regional minister Frank Adongo, that could be ginger, that could be fruits, nuts. The USDA has about a 7-page list. The USDA has about a 7-page list of opportunities for you to understand what specialty crops are. So if you come on board to CEMT and go to our website, I will make sure after this conference that the list of specialty crops from the USDA perspective is listed. I want you all to take the time to compare that list with the list that's currently available or the things that you can currently grow in your own country. If you can find items on the USDA list and on the country list for your country, there's a huge opportunity for what Mr. Kennedy just said in regards to creating cooperative farming opportunities for you to sell to big retail stores. If you can get with 10 farmers and come up with a way for you to produce 10 metric tons of maize, then you can, or 10 metric tons of ginger, then you could potentially be selling to grocery stores and major retail markets in America. That's going to put you into a conversation with Truman, which we went over this morning with the Supply Chain Academy. That's also going to put you in a conversation with Crafo Systems on how do you protect your intellectual property if you have a method of growing ginger that produces a higher yield or allows you to be able to transport or harvest early enough where it doesn't spoil by the time it gets there. There's all types of methods or systems that you will be creating as part of your cooperative that also need to be protected. And then going back around to what Mr. Kennedy just said in regards to working together, his Agri-Unity initiative is not only laudable, but it's something that I think we should model after as well. So we're going to get our final speaker into our summits. Then we're going to take a 30-minute break and come back with the afternoon speakers. We're right on time. It is 11:40 Nigerian time. So this last 20 minutes will be Mr. Perry Daniel with Daniel Education Group. I will let Mr. Hussein get him or introduce him while I get him in the stream. Mr. Hussein, are you there? Let me put you back.
Yes, Your Excellency, I'm there.
Great. So let's talk about Handy Kennedy really quickly. And what did you think about the presentation? How do you, being in Nigeria and being a Nigerian, how do you think we can implement some of the things that Mr. Kennedy just talked about?
I think Mr. Kennedy presentation is so insightful, and also I also learned from his expertise, because if we can use his experience, and if we can reflect on the stories, we'll be able to implement some of the projects here in Nigeria for Nigerian citizens to learn. And also, if we can use some of the strategies to creating opportunity, and also to partnering with some organization here in Nigeria, we'll be able to impart people here in Nigeria, and also we'll be able to invest here in Nigeria towards more investors coming to Nigeria. I believe with his expertise, and also with the idea that he shares, we'll be able to learn from that particular expertise, and also we'll be able to learn from that particular skills for us to implement here in Nigeria. And I believe is part of the great scholars, and also great personnel that have been doing good things within the Georgia, and also across the Georgia. I believe if we can use some of the strategies here in Nigeria, we'll be able to implement some of the things that we want here in Nigeria, and also to get more people involved through the agricultural unity. Based on what he said, I believe we'll be able to impart more people here in Nigeria and also across Nigeria.
Great. So can you kind of talk about being in Nigeria? What is the opportunity for cooperative farming? Do you find that a lot of farmers are working together? Do you find that there's some challenges in having farmers work together, whether it be instability in the region from peace and security, or it's tribal issues, or whatever stereotypes other people may think? Could you give us the real reality in Nigeria of how easy or difficult it may be to work with other farmers?
I believe there are several challenges there that the farmer that normally face in Nigeria. The first one is what? Insecurity, because a lot of farmers were not able to go to their farmland based on the insecurity that is happening in the part of the communities, and also lack of the policy implementation that will make some people to have access to what they need towards seeking funding, or also towards having these industrialization machines, so that they will be able to use it to harvest some of their things they need in the farm. And also lack of the knowledge, because a lot of farmers here in Nigeria doesn't have much knowledge on how they can improve their skills, and also in enhancing the easier way through technology in which they can use in their farmland in terms of these IT drops, sort like in terms of these IT skills, just like the drop that being mentioned by the earlier speakers. When we try to educate our black farmers in terms of the IT skills, we'll be able to have much people getting involved in farming activities here in Nigeria. And also lack of, we have lack of transportation in terms of having enough facilities for them to transport their goods from one particular place and to other, based on the expenses of the petroleum that we are experiencing now. And if we were able to make the government intervention to make this easier to farmers in the Nigeria, we'll be able to have more people going to their farm easily, without any scared, without any fearing of all these farmers. And also, if the government can also take proper challenges based on these insecurity that has happened, so that they can prevent insecurity in the country, we'll be able to have much people, and also people would be able to the farmers will be able to come together towards moving the agricultural sector in Nigeria. And also they will be able to go to their farm freely, in order for them to work together as a team, and also in order to create more jobs opportunity here in Nigeria.
I appreciate that commentary. I'm excited about joining you in Nigeria. I think our final guest for this morning is also here. So I'll go ahead and let you have the floor and introduce Mr. Perry Daniel. Thank you very much, Hussein, for joining us this morning as our MC from Nigeria as a special envoy for the Embassy of the African Diaspora Collective, North and South America.
It's my pleasure, Ambassador. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Perry Daniel. It's good to see you, and also we are so honored for honoring our invitation. And I would like to call on Mr. Perry Daniel, which is part of the Daniel Education Group, Louisiana, here in USA. And it's good to have you. And also, I'm so glad for me to learn from your expertise and also to learn from your experience what we have, what impact that you have made into the agricultural sector, and also the participant will be able to learn much from your analysis and also learn from your discussion. It's good to having you. If you are online, please, we can unmute yourself and the floor is yours. Thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning. Hussein, can you hear me okay? Can you all hear me okay? Well, we'll go ahead and share. I can't see getting any feedback, but my name is Perry Daniel. I am glad to be here at the conference on specialty crops. I'll start specifically by saying simply that my role and desire of coming is strictly in the area of education and strategizing and being able to wanting to help to build coalitions uh, and work with different organizations to help strengthen and make their vision a reality. So I'm a traditional educator, a native of Griffin, Georgia. I was glad to see the representative from Georgia, the farmer from Georgia represented here. A native of Georgia, like I said, and a graduate of Dillard University, which is a historically Black college located in New Orleans, Louisiana. I've spent my career working with and trying to be innovative with students and teachers, as well as with other leaders in the field of education. And for the past 12 years, working and growing leaders in the corporate space, as working with a company that provides virtual schooling around the world. But I've also taken the time to establish my own consultancy firm that specifically works on strengthening partnerships, developing and improving organizational culture, as well as mentoring and coaching leaders. One of the things that I think I would like to bring to the table or have conversations with some of the farmers and growers as they are attempting to navigate this space is to talk about the importance of networking. And I think the farmer that came to that spoke before me from Georgia, I think Candy, I think his last name, Kennedy. He talked about a couple of things. He talked about collaboration, and he spoke specifically about how farmers can collaborate to help support one another. One of the things I think that starts with is you have to have a strategy for that. And where I think the benefit of sometimes working outside of the space of farming or growing and agriculture and partnering with people outside of it is you look at it from an taking an asset-based approach. And as Kennedy said that, what are the things what skill set do you have that can benefit me? What skill set do I have that can benefit you? Or not only skill set, but what resources? And that is, I think, is key in this space of trying to grow and improve productivity. You want to be as effective as possible. And some of that comes down to looking at what are your assets? What are the things that you already are able to do and building upon that? And I think that is something that I would definitely want to, in conversations with farmers and others in the agricultural industry, and looking at how they can advance not only their own productivity but the work of those in their communities, is being able to take the time to reflect, do some strategy, building a strategy for the next 5 to 10 years. The other part about this is, as we're talking about the use of technology and the many aspects of how the farming industry is changing with the influx of new technology, as was mentioned with drones, as well as with AI, is by having those things in place, you have a better use of your time, but you're also able to get a better sense of the data that you can pull, whether it's looking at the productivity of certain crops, or as he mentioned with cattle, what's working best in those areas, artificial insemination, and things of that nature. You have the opportunity to get better data. And as a educator, one of the things I think that I've learned to do very well is do data analysis and to build a program or build plans off of the information that you have. So the last piece that I would like to speak to specifically is the thought of how do we continue this work for generations to come? Not only the work, but the wealth. And I think that as farmers or growers, we have to think about, how do I make sure that we're able to do this for not only for the generation that we have right now, but for future generations. And that is the thought of succession and succession planning. And how do we put together the right plan that it can be transferred or transitioned to the next generation, or in thinking of succession planning, to the next person to carry the torch. And I think that all falls in line as what I mentioned about the strategy of thinking about, how does this work and how do we continue to do this work? First of all, we have new the specialty crops that are being mentioned, and particularly hemp and cannabis. We've got to find a way to, first of all, set the strategy, identify what are we doing well right now, what's working right now, but also how is the technology being used to get us the best data to make the best decisions, and then how do we collaborate? How do we collaborate with the right organizations who have resources that complement what we're trying to do? So my work as a consultant or strategist is to help farmers, growers, those in the agriculture industry to lead or support them in growing their leadership. They start to grow, and the organizations that they work with are just on your farm, or you're growing into a market that you may not be familiar with as much, or even for our farmers in Africa, how or what things need to be put in place so that we can export some of those goods to other places around the world. So that is what I like to bring to the table, and support of what's happening with the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops and the work that you all are doing. And Ambassador Johnson, I'll pause right here to see if there are any questions, or if you would like to ask any guiding questions to make sure that I'm addressing any questions or concerns that may be out there from the group.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. I appreciate you coming on this morning live from, I'm assuming you're in Louisiana, Georgia,
Yes.
or Louisiana? Okay, great. So for people that don't know, Georgia is on the East Coast. Louisiana is the South. We're going to call that the South. So Louisiana has a very special connection, I would say personally, with not only the slave trade, but also food, the way in which we communally participate in the agriculture sector. Also, from religion to culture, Louisiana has a lot of comparison to Africa. Not only Africa, but West Africa specifically. And then also because my daddy's from Louisiana, from a very small town in Louisiana. Louisiana 2024 in some places looks like some places in Ghana in the rural community. So can you talk about your personal experiences being in a place where you may not have had or grown up with the infrastructure? There may not have been on farms in Louisiana, technology. There may not be any now in Louisiana. How can we express as African Americans in America to farmers in Africa that this is not the land of milk and honey? Like, it's not as sexy as you may think it is, because in places in Louisiana, there's no running water. In places in Louisiana and places in Michigan, there's no clean water now in 2025. So can you talk about the dynamics of what it looks like on ground in America, and how you can help, and your services and your company can help educate African farmers on what the actual realities are, and how much comparison we can make with each other, and how alike we actually are?
Well, I think the first thing is to really know that there's no one set way. You're going to find a variety of environments, as I'm sure you'll find in Africa. Some of the rural areas who may have not been able to advance as fast as some of the others are still struggling with old equipment. Not only old equipment, just overall old resources. So they're using outdated techniques. And that is what's causing, in some cases, I'm sure causing some of our farmers to struggle. Now, what that means in regards to a more advanced or a set of farms or farmers with more resources, that means that you're producing less than your counterparts. So when there are opportunities to get to some of the larger companies where it's like the farmer mentioned earlier, where they want you to have a larger volume of products, you're unable to produce. So what does that mean? You're unable to compete. And if there are, if we're not able to collaborate, and help, it's almost like lifting as you climb. As someone else is able to improve their network or improve their productivity on their farm, they have to be willing to say, hey, let me reach back and help my neighbor who may be struggling, so that we can both improve our livelihood. And what it comes down to is improve the productivity. I understand. I'm looking at the question here. Innovation can be challenging. Change can be challenging. So what you have to be is it has to be a healthy balance. We've got to be able to show, what I always think about is that you have to show the facts, and then you have to touch the emotions. Like, hey, here are the facts. This is the data. And that's what I was saying about the data analysis. You've got to be able to show people productivity. You got to be able to show the data around using certain resources or certain strategies, so that people understand why it works. But then you also got to be able to talk to them in their heart about how this impacts their next generation, how this impacts the people that they're trying to serve, so that you are not only touching, like I said, the quantitative piece around these are the numbers, but you've got to talk about the qualitative piece about how do we make this last? How do we make this work for our people? And so the farms and opportunities in the states vary. In the South, like I said, some Black farmers are struggling. If they hadn't had that hadn't had that one good season, it's
Right.
tough. Or if they haven't been able to benefit from something like, I'll give you an example. In northern Louisiana, probably about 10 to 12 years ago, a lot of the farmers in that area benefited from being able to sell or get money or receive funds for the mineral rights, for their mineral rights. Didn't have to sell them, but they were able to get paid for leasing their mineral rights. Okay. And this with natural gas. So they found natural gas in the area. So that boosted the economy and the productivity for farmers, because now we got new equipment. Because I'm able to get money for my mineral rights on my property, I can get new tractors. I can upgrade. So those type of things, if you hadn't had something like that and you're in a rural area, you're still struggling. So that's the difference. And I think those types of things, I think the from our standpoint, a collaboration among Black farmers or farmers in general, to just know what's available, identify where there are multiple struggles, but also look at what are the opportunities for us to collaborate to take our farming in the industry to a different level. Johnson, the other thing I would like to add is in Georgia, but also here in Louisiana and in several southern states across the U.S., they have what's called land grant institutions. And in Louisiana, one of our flagships, the two flagships are LSU, which is Louisiana State University, and Southern University, Agricultural and Mechanical University. And these institutions are great partnerships because they have extension services where they are able to connect with farmers. They are able to connect with and offer programs like 4-H. I think the farmer mentioned about how do we get students and get children involved early. You have to create programs for them. And I know that those programs take money, but what they have here is a program called 4-H, and where it allows students to engage in not only the growing and breeding of animals, but it also allows them to interact with the extension services from the different institutions that could provide early on insight into agriculture for young potential farmers.
Great. That I think that's important to mention is the youth piece and the fact that there's programs for the youth. I think that's what we're missing here on the continent, is that the people know that the youth are here, but there's not any specific programs directly for them. We do have one final comment. I'm not sure if you want to take this on, but Emmanuel Maxwell Donso Akwe from Ghana is asking, has language barrier ever become a great challenge in helping farmers understand new technologies, and how would you go about that?
I think that first of all, I don't think it's I don't know if I would call it language barrier, a language barrier. I think the biggest piece is just trying to figure out what is the common technology, what's the common piece. And in this case, it's about productivity. It's about being able to produce. And So I wouldn't call it. I don't think there's been a language barrier from my experience in the States. Now I could see where there are multiple languages in different countries where yes, this can be an issue, and that could create some barriers for change. And I think about it in our case here in the States. Everyone's really pretty much on mostly. You have a few people who have migrated or moved to the U.S. where there are some language barriers, but in farming, it has not. I think as far as technology, I can't say that I've seen a language barrier as far as introducing and implementing technology. I can't speak to it any more than that, Ambassador Johnson.
Well, I think a good idea to kind of think about it is exactly what you said. That's the solution, is technology. I think, and it's going to be so off topic, but I think 90 Day Fiance is like a reality TV show, but they use Google Translate to talk to each other, right? So if you're on the farm, I would assume everybody has a smartphone, so you would use Google Translate as long as that particular language is on Google Translate would be a solution. Would you not say?
And I was gonna say Chat GBT. I was gonna something with AI.
Right.
The one thing I will add though is, and this is just because of what I do and what I know, I think the key is going to be education and collaboration. I think in all the work that you all are doing, I think it's about educating people about this is what's here, not what's coming. This is what's here. And it may not be here in Nigeria, it may not be here in Ghana, but it's here around the world. Someone has access to it. So we need to wrap our mind around everything that's in this space as much as we can. I know it's an elephant, so you have to bite small bites. But education is education is the key. And then now that we have this knowledge, how do we collaborate to make the best, ecosystem for this work that we're trying to do? So that's where I think the relationships matter, even in agriculture. We've got to find a way how we can get the most knowledge, and then in getting the most knowledge is not something that you keep to yourself and you hover it and you take it back and put it in. We're not going to bury the knowledge as you were talking about burying the food as a form of preservation. I think that in this case, we share the knowledge as a form of preservation, because if we can get the knowledge out, we can do more. We can help the future generations. So that's if there was a way to end, I think that would be my thoughts. Is unlike the practice of burying food to preserve it, as we gain more knowledge, we share it to strengthen us all. And that's where I think the knowledge and collaboration is so key. And I'd love to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. That is a good wrap up. I think this was very engaged. We have a lot of people online on YouTube and Facebook making comments. Wofa Samuel says absolutely engaging. Emmanuel Maxwell Donso Aquay says, wow, I'm enjoying this. Wonderful. Thank you. So we really appreciate you coming on. If you want to send me the information that you would like me to share as we go into our break this afternoon, we're going to be posting information here for those that would like to engage with you, or if you want to leave it for them now. This is live, so if someone's watching this later, they can also get your contact information.
I'll send it to you. Okay. What I'll do more than anything, I'm going to leave an email address. Is that okay? Email address in the chat? Is that appropriate?
Yes, please. We will take your email.
And that will be the easiest way.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Daniel with the Daniel Education Group. We really appreciate you coming on this morning to talk about your services and what you provide not only in the United States, but globally. We look forward to working with you. If any of our farmers need opportunities to have not only engagement with historically Black colleges and universities, you are the person that will be liaising that on the U.S. side. You're my person anyways, that will be liaising the HBCU side on the state. So I will be talking to you definitely coming up here shortly. And I know that there are others that will also be willing to come on board and provide or get services from your company. So I really appreciate you. Again, we'll go ahead and put your email address up for people to chat with you. And we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so that was Mr. Perry Daniels from Daniel Education Group. Wow, this has been very engaging this morning. I'm super excited about what is to come this afternoon. We are just right on schedule for 12 o'clock. We have a short little intermission to make sure that all of our afternoon speakers are here and ready. I see some of them already backstage, ready to come on and give their presentations and their knowledge. This morning has been not only above my expectations for how we would start this engagement and entry into the Nigerian market, but also with the collaborative effort of all these beautiful Black faces. Like, I'm just so humbled to know that people have stuck with me for all the crazy ideas that I've had, or what seem like crazy ideas, and why is she going to Africa, and why is she doing this, and what is she doing now, and she's doing too much, and all of these things were said. But people know the passion that I have for agriculture. People understand the passion that I have for my people specifically. Not that I don't care about other people. I just care about my people first. That's all. And I think my people deserve to be cared about. And so when I build systems, as Crafo Systems talks about, it's specifically with Black people, because I believe we can do this with each other. I believe in Pan-Africanism. I believe in Ubuntu. I believe in the spirit of Sankofa, which is why we talked about going back in our past and bringing that into the 22nd century for rebranding, as you can see behind me, rebranding the Black farmer. This is our major goal here at CEMT of what we want to do, is make sure that we have a different mindset. It's about changing the mindset of how we think about agriculture. It's not what I was talking to someone the other day, and they were saying, when I thought about agriculture, I thought about, well, wow, what happened? Did you not go to school? Did you not have enough money? Did your parents not care about you? Like, how did you end up being a farmer? Is what someone said to me, until they went to the farm recently in Ghana and saw how much money farmers were making. The farmers in the rural areas in Ghana told him that we make the real money on the farm. Then we come blow our money at the club and popping bottles. That's the real money. The Accra money, your city money, is not real money. Do you know why that farmer said that? Because they're moving metric tons of tomatoes, metric tons of maize, metric tons of garlic. They have 100 acres, they have 50 acres, they have 20 acres, and they're moving tonnage. There are dump trucks, 18-wheelers loading up at their farm to offtake from them. That's real economic empowerment. That's real understanding of how to collaboratively we work together. But can you imagine if those metric tons of maize was made into cornmeal? And how many bags, individual retail branded bags from your cooperative, could be sold to Walmart? Instead of selling those metric tons of maize as it is to the middleman, having them market it for you, giving you their price, and then going wholesaling it somewhere else. I think this is the gap, right? When we talk about filling gaps, I think this is the gap that needs to be filled. It's the, what are we doing now? What are we doing now in Africa? What did we do in the past in America? How can we combine those two? for the 22nd century, for the youth? How do we get the youth back in farming? We get the youth in our own families into doing the marketing for us. We don't have to hire, no, they just need the training. And that's what we provide. That's what Daniel Education Group provides, is the education and training on how do we move our youth back into what is not only the breadbasket of the world, but what is going to be the future of everyone's future, which is food. Food security is the #1 priority outside of climate change, because we need the sun in order to grow the food. So without the proper climate, we can't grow the food. Even if we have indoor systems, we're talking about solar power because we want clean energy. And if there's no sun, if there's too many rain clouds, if there's no way for photosynthesis to happen, then we don't have food. So we need to have a very clear understanding of what is our purpose, what is our goal. And I think CEMT and the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops, that is being hosted by me today for our entry into the Nigerian market, is the start. I think our morning speakers have not only come on board to allow us to have a better understanding of what the possibilities are, but also for collaborative efforts. So I'm going to put, let me see if I can copy this. So I'm going to put Perry Daniels' information here because someone has asked for it. Hello, Teresa Hardy from Georgia. My Georgia people are checking in. I really appreciate you coming on board. Teresa Hardy is a go-getter, part of all types of organizations in the state of Georgia. I'm really happy to see you here. Please tell everyone I said hello from Ghana. I'm going to go ahead and post here our information for Perry Daniels here at the bottom of the screen so that you can see it as part of Daniel Education Group. If there's anyone else that comes on that you would like their information and you have not seen it in the chat, we will repost it throughout the day as well, so that you can have opportunities to check that out also. So Perry Daniels' information with the Daniel Education Group, we're going to scroll down here at the bottom. If you are interested in the 1 hectare sustainable farm, which we will talk about this afternoon, you can go ahead and email davisha@aieproject.com. We will go ahead and post that as well. But for right now, we're going to take a 15-minute break to make sure that all of our speakers are ready to go for this afternoon. We have a very packed afternoon with business folks. So Teresa, you came right on time. If you're looking for information from the business sector, from the private sector, that's where we are going to be. The Daniel Education Group information is here. We are going to be back. It is 12:18 Nigerian time. So we will pick up at 12:30 and continue our afternoon with all of our impactful speakers. Like I said, more focused on the business side and how are we going to make money with specialty crops? What are we going to be able to do for value-added products, not just in Nigeria, specifically in Nigeria for these purposes, but how are we going to be able to collaborate with our brothers and sisters on the other side of the Atlantic? How are we going to be able to build systems and coalitions for ourselves? And how are we going to be able to bring the youth back into the future? And how are we going to be able to build the private sector around policy? We're going to hear from some elected official, as well as several people from the private sector. So we really look forward to having you this afternoon. We will be back in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Stay here, stick around, and we'll be right back. We are back. We are back. Welcome back to the second half of today for the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops Summit with myself, your ambassador. afternoon. We're back. Sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties as we find challenges sometimes in Africa, but we overcome them as we spoke about this morning. So we will have a seamless afternoon, hopefully, continuing on with our program. Welcome to the 2024 inaugural International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops Summit. It is the IAASC school will open in Nigeria in August of 2025. It is our way here at CEMT of rebranding the Black farmer and what that looks like for the 22nd century that we're going to find ourselves in. Hopefully living in Africa, I'll make it to more than 100 years old and I can see the 2100th century come in, just like I saw the year 2000 come in as well. So we are very excited about all of the wonderful speakers we've had this morning, from Truman with the Supply Chain Academy to Perry Daniels with the Daniel Education Group, Handy Kennedy with HKJ Ranch in Georgia, and the Honorable former regional minister here in Ghana, Frank Adongo, opened us up this morning. So I want to thank our host, our co-host, Hussein Hamza, who I'm going to bring back up here on the stage with me quickly. I just want to make sure that he is also recognized for his work, especially for the work that he does with us at the African Diaspora Collective. So I just want to say thank you to Hussein Hamza, who has been our MC for this morning, who will also be with us in all of our farm projects and be leading us in Nigeria. So Hussein is in Nigeria. He is also part of the ADC network. He is the special envoy to the African Diaspora Collective North and South America, which is my office here in Ghana, but he represents me wherever I am not. He also represents the work that we're going to be doing in Nigeria. So I just want to say thank you to Hussein Hamza for emceeing this morning while we go on to our afternoon speakers. So do you have any final words for our audience this morning, Hussein?
Thank you very much. It's been an honor for me to be part of this great event, because I really learned a lot from the event, because it opens my mind towards the agricultural sector. And also I would like to appreciate our speakers for their wonderful presentation they made, because I really learned a lot from them, because it's also exposed me to new ideas and carry my project here in Nigeria. And also I would like to thank the participants for always following the aims and objective of the African Diaspora Collective. And it's been a wonderful place for me to be part of this initiative. And also I will keep in touch, and also I will be present to learn from other participants, from other speakers too, towards implementing in my project here in Nigeria, towards moving the initiative forward, and also towards imparting more people here in Nigeria to the organization, and also to the cultural sector, and also bring on the government interventions to making the citizens of Nigeria meaningful. And also thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this great IAASC summit in Nigeria. It's been a pleasure to be part of this summit. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Hussein. I'm not sure if Ambassador Carlos is here. Would have been a good time to come up with the youth, but I really do appreciate Hussein Hamza for coming on board this morning to be our host. So we're going to get right into this afternoon. We might have to bring up Ambassador Carlos. I do believe he's also in another part of Africa at another conference. So if we have an opportunity, and I do see them backstage, we will go ahead and have our next presenter after Ambassador Carlos, who will likely be our upcoming partnership that we will have upcoming in Nigeria as well, because we're looking to take on as many partners as possible. But I want to bring up Bisha Organic Farms to talk about going organic. I think it's really important through the speakers that we heard this morning. to really understand the difference between GMO and organic farming and how that's going to affect us as Black people. Our internal systems don't work the same. We're all human beings, but it's not the same. There's different foods that my system, with the different DNA that's made up genetically of my particular bloodline, of my particular family, reacts certain ways to certain types of food, react certain ways to certain types of chemicals. There are certain people that have what's called alopecia, where they don't grow hair. There are certain people that have vitiligo, where they don't have the proper pigmentation in their skin. So there's several things that can happen genetically, and most of those things start with our food. So we really try and focus at the Cannabis, African Cannabis University, as well as at the Cooperative Executive Management Team, and all throughout the ADC networks, is to push organic. 100% organic, so that you know that whatever's naturally you're putting inside of you, it's also going to be healthy for you. So I want to give the opportunity for the segue into our first speaker this afternoon, because I don't believe Ambassador Carlos is with us. But our first speaker this afternoon is going to be Bisha Organic Farms. If you are here, Miss Samira, let me add you to the stage. Are you with us? Are you with us, Samira? Hey, hello, how are you?
Yes. Hi, Excellency.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you
good.
for
It's good to
coming on.
see you once again.
It's good to see you as
Yeah,
well. So I'm very excited
yeah.
about having this conversation, or having you present about organic farming, specifically because you are in Nigeria. You are a Nigerian expert on this subject. You already teach classes for individuals on organic farming, how to get into organic farming, know what that looks like in Nigeria, which is where we are trying to enter our program. So I'm very excited to listen to your presentation. So if you can just introduce yourself, and you have the next 20 minutes to present to us Bisha Organic Farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Samira Farouk. I'm the founder and CEO of Bishe Organic Farms. We're based in Kano, Nigeria, and everything about us is about organics. Actually, we started as a conventional farmer, and mostly in poultry and livestock. But we found that even with the medication that's been given to the farm animals and the vaccination, we found out that they were still having mortalities. And being a farmer's daughter, I grew up working on the farm, on my father's farm. I was able to go back to his books, because he had books where he was writing experimentations he was doing on the poultry and the goats and sheep and all of that. And so that was how Bishe was born. I started off in my backyard with about 10 goats and 15 chickens, and today has grown to a big commercial farm of over 5,000 poultry, as well as over 20 goats and sheep. What I want to say to the audience today is that it is very, very important that we are what we eat, and we are very specific about what we are going to eat, ingest into our systems. Like Her Excellency earlier mentioned, everybody's DNA is different, even amongst twins, everybody is different. So it is very, very important that we know and understand what we eat. And this also goes for the farmers that we have, be you in crop production or in animal production and all of that. It is an all-encompassing factor. So it is important that we go organics. Part of what we are doing in Bichi Organic Farms is we do trainings for both crop producers as well as livestock producers, which is poultry, goats, and cattle. And we found out that we've had success stories. We've trained over 500 persons, women and youths in rural communities, how to take care of their animals, as well as how to grow their crops. So we have success stories on our social media handles and also on our website. You can meet with us if you want to know more. We actually have trainings coming on, and I am glad to say that I am in partnership with Her Excellency, Davisha, in this school knowledge in terms of the school that we want to do. So it's important that we understand. And one secret I need everybody to know: if you're a farmer in Nigeria or in Ghana or anywhere in the world, there's something that happens in every day of the life of a chicken. An organic farmer is very, very important that you understand this, because don't go giving them herbs and medications when you don't know what exactly is wrong with the animal. So this is all part of the benefits. If you come onto our school, the trainings we're going to do together with Davisha, and understand that, yes, it is important that we know this. In terms of crop production, most of the crops that we plant, we're hoping to do replanting. And so there are methods and steps at which you can have this done at any time that you want. It's a whole value chain of how getting the seeds into the ground, of how to cultivate them, when you're going to harvest them, how you can preserve them using natural substance. So I tell you that if you are a student and you want to learn more about sustainable organic production, come to us at Bishe Organic Farms, and we're also going to be together in collaboration with Her Excellency. So it's very, very important you understand this, because two things you're going to have benefit on it. Number one, we're going to establish a food system whereby people get to do organic farming and they are sure of what they're eating. That's number one. We're going to find this summit is here to let you know that we are part of the program to stop food insecurity all over, not only Nigeria, but Africa itself. So this summit has come at a very, very crucial period. And it is very, very important that we understand that, yes, this is important for our growth as Africans. So we are rebranding the Black farmer now. We're mixing the old with the new technology, so that you do not get, you are not overwhelmed by new terminologies we're coming up with, and how you're going to take care of your animals, or how you're going to ensure you have a good yield in your crops, and in terms of preservations of your processed food products, in terms of not having waste when the time you do harvest, in terms of tomato or maize and beans and all of that. So it's a whole total package, and which I know you would be able to benefit from it. So these are basically what Bishe does. And also we're coming into collaboration with Her Excellency Davisha. And so you have a wide opportunity of having a mix of both the old and the new technology, as well as crop production, and also in animal husbandry. And one of the things that's where benefits you're going to get from being on this summit, you would have, after the summit is over, you'd have information of how you can be amongst us and learn on being a good farmer. That's one. Or being a student in our academy. So these are just the few of what I need to talk about Bishe. We're located in Kano. We have our YouTube page that you can, YouTube channel that you can check out all what we have done. We've gone into partnerships with other organizations all across Nigeria and outside Nigeria as well. You can give us, you can do a hello on our WhatsApp number. It's It's there on the screen, or send us an email on global@gmail.com. It takes a lot with all the barriers we have in terms of coming out, but I'm proud and I'm glad to say that I'm representing the northern Nigerian women farmers. And so part of what we're doing in terms of impact, in terms of wealth creation, our focus is on women and youths, because those are the target beneficiaries we're looking at. And so come and partner with us, just like how we've partnered with Her Excellency Davisha, and we hope to make great slides in Nigeria and the whole of Africa by 2025. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for listening to us. And we hope that if you have any questions, you can please write it out and it will be responded to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samir, can you tell us about the classes that you have upcoming? When is the next class, and how the class, is it a 2-week class? Is it a 6-week class? Can you talk a little bit about the organic farming class that you do?
Okay. What we have on ground right now is the Masterclass 101. This is specifically targeted to farmers that already have started their businesses in terms of animal husbandry, poultry, and livestock. So it's coming up on the 15th of September, which is next month, in some 2 weeks' time. And it's an online class. We used to do physical as well, but we found out that a lot of people, we get people coming in from outside Kano asking that they would want to be part of the program. So we turned it into online. So it's an 8-week program every Saturday for the next 8 weeks. And so it is open to everybody. You don't necessarily have to be in Nigeria or in Kano. Anywhere you are in the world, you can do the program. The models we're going to look at, we're looking at, like as I mentioned earlier on in my presentation, we're going to look at everyday life and what is required for traceability techniques and all of that, to be able to ensure that what you're producing at the end of the day is good for consumption. So this is what we are in on pipeline. This is the training we have coming up September 15th. Like as I said, my WhatsApp number is there, so you can do me a hello, and the link will be sent to you so that you can subscribe. It's at a very paltry amount, so don't be too bothered about the amount we are going to charge you, because the value you're going to get is far greater than what is being charged. I can tell you that, because we're going to teach you about feed formulation, as that's why I said it's all encompassing. We're going to teach you about feed formulation and how to make your herbal remedies. So just give us a hello on our WhatsApp handle, and then we can take it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samir. I think you saw the question. There was one question. I think you answered it as you were talking. Wolfe Samuel from Facebook says, thank you. Do your services extend out of northern Nigerian states? And I think you said, yes, it's online. It starts September 15th.
Yes, it does. It's online. It's online. It's only yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's online. Like as I said, we have different training schedules. We have the ones for startups, we have the ones for existing farmers, we have for the ones that want to convert from being conventional farmers to being purely organic. So it depends. We have a bouquet of training schedules, but the one that we have right now is coming up on the 15th of September 2024, and it's going to last for 8 weeks, every Saturday for the next 8 weeks from the 15th of September. So that's just, so anywhere you are in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, anywhere in the world, you can subscribe to our program.
This is why I'm so excited to partner with you. And I thank you for coming on our summit today and explaining to us what it is that you do at Bishe Farms, because we have an agricultural program as well. It's called the ADC NSA IOF program. It's for international organic farming through the USDA. But when I saw your program, I knew that I had to partner with you because you do way more than what we offer. And then you also do it in person in northern Nigeria. And I believe northern Nigeria and northern Ghana have a lot of comparisons. I've been to Kaduna myself when I went to Nigeria in 2021. So I understand what that looks like because Minister Frank Adongo is also from northern Ghana. So I've also been to his constituency as well. And I saw a lot of the same comparisons with farming, how people farm, the weather is different, all those types of things. So I appreciate Bishe Farms for coming on today. This is going to be a great afternoon already. That was a great start. I want to thank Bishe Farms. If you want to contact her and start this class on September 15th, her WhatsApp number is there. We have been posting Facebook pages, and Instagram is also there. She also has a YouTube that you can also see here. You can take screenshots of that if you would like to do that as well. And she is located in northern Ghana. As she said, we will be partnering together coming up here really soon to be able to continue the work of organic farming and what that looks like going forward into the 22nd century. So I want to stay on time and stay on task. So we are going to move on to our next speaker. I believe they are already queued up in the back. As I said previously, this afternoon is a heavy focus on business, as well as the opportunities for how we can change our raw materials into value-added products. We're going to have one of my favorite opportunities for collaboration and learning from the Center for Plant Research Medicine, which I think the medical industry is a major part of where farmers, we're just not connecting. And I think that is the connectivity, because your food is your health. And if you're not eating healthy or eating organic or trying to understand how to eat healthier, then you're going to have health concerns that are going to require medicines. Most of those medicines are produced from some type of herbal something that grows from the ground, something that's produced by the Lord Jesus Christ. So I want to make sure that we as Black farmers understand the connectivity of what we grow is not just connected to food, it's connected to our health. So making value-added products that might not necessarily be consumable for eating purposes, but for health purposes. Those could be sprays, they could be topicals, they could be pills, all of those types of things. We can also utilize for health benefits. That's why industrialized hemp is so important to look at as an agricultural commodity, because not only the economic value, but the health benefits. So I want to take this time to segue into our next speaker, who is going to talk to us about one of my favorite subjects, which is women. In the African Diaspora Collective North and South America, we have three main focuses. One is agriculture, obviously. One is youth job creation, because I'm still considered a youth. And then one is women and girls. So I was approached a while ago from the global head of this organization in order to have some room for collaboration, which was a referral to me from the U.S. Embassy. So these next couple of speakers that we're going to have this morning are not only experts in their craft and in their fields, but they represent organizations that are much bigger than what we may think or what we may perceive in regards to the impact that they have on the global food system. I want you to pay attention to our next couple of speakers and what they talk about specifically and what it is that their organizations do, and how you as a farmer, if you're watching now or later, can not only join their organizations, but also partner and sponsor and support them in their efforts for food security, and then also for assisting us in business with our Black farmers. So I want to bring up next IAASC Nigeria Director, Ms. Blessing. She is with IAASC Nigeria. IAASC is the Organization of Women in Trade. It's very important that we started out this morning and talking about how we're going to enter the industry, the old things that we've done. Now we're talking about value-added products and how we collaborate and get into retail markets. And so our first speaker this afternoon to talk about the business end, after we've learned about organic farming, is the Organization of Women in Trade. So welcome to the IAASC Summit this afternoon, Madam Blessing. I really appreciate your top is gorgeous, your whole swag. I'm loving it. I like the glasses and all of that. You're looking very nice. So I want to make sure I have that. Let me take a screenshot so I can have that. Thank you. So I will give you the floor, Madam, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency Johnson. This is a rare privilege for me to be speaking in this summit. This initiative wouldn't have come in a better time other than this, where the whole world is looking at food security, and you have the impact of climate change that is disturbing in the whole world. I'll just quickly dive into the topic this afternoon, but I'll just briefly talk about my organization. The Organization of Women in International Trade, OWIT, is a global organization. It started in the US in 1989 with a group of women who wanted to see that trade is working for women. They came together and OWIT was born. And I became a member of the Organization of Women in International Trade in 2017, where I went to the US. I did a presentation for women economic development, and the OWIT president as at then, who is a lawyer in the US, saw the need for OWIT to be part of, to come into Nigeria. And then I started off the registration. Since then that OWIT came into Nigeria, OWIT has really done a whole lot in terms of redefining the trade space for women that are going into international trade in Nigeria. I can boldly say here, when we came in 2018, you weren't having a good number of women who were exporting from Nigeria as at that time. We did our need analysis, and we found that women were not even understanding the basic trade laws, protocols, or agreements, not just the law itself, but the law that gives you the access for market entry, which you need to understand so that when you take in products, your products are not impounded. This helps you to know what you are supposed to export to a particular country and what you are not supposed to export. How do they package these things? What are the standards that are required? We found out all those, so we started working with with women in trade, and then we found that along the way there were some policies that were not gender neutral. We started engaging our government, and today I can tell you that OWIT is a member of the National Trade Facilitation Committee. OWIT was part of the was in the committee for AFCFTA Women and Youth Protocol in Nigeria. We are part of the policy reform that took place. We contributed to make sure that women are being carried along and women are being mainstreamed into every document that has to do with international trade. Like the topic itself says, first let me talk about the theme. The theme is really, for me, is an interesting theme, and it is timely, empowering Nigerian farmers through the specialty crop industry for the implementation of self-sustaining education to job creation model for rebranding the Black farmer for the 22nd century. empowering Nigerian farmer and creating a model for rebranding. Specialty crop represents a golden opportunities to our farmers, especially our women, to enter and excel in international trade. Whether these crops are high valued fruit, vegetable, or medicinal, these crops are very important. They demand strategic cultivation, marketing approach. By focusing on this crop, we can differentiate our agricultural export, ensuring that Nigerian product stands out. The inclusion of women in this industry is critical. Women brings unique perspective, resilience, innovation to agriculture. However, we must move beyond traditional role, enable women to lead, strategize, innovate in the specialty crop industry. This is how we ensure that our farmers are not just partakers, but women are key drivers of the economy. I was happy when my sister from Kano talked about her organic farming. I have lived in Kano. I have a lot of women in Kano, and Kano is a second home to me. I like the initiative she is bringing, looking at the organic farming, the animal farming, and she has even gone a step further to see how she can incorporate trainings that are online. And I'll please appeal to her. It is not just for the northern farmers. Like I said before, that this sector holds a potential for driving economic growth, food security, and sustainability. But there are challenges that we need to address and look at. Women have limited access to resources. They often lack critical resources such as land, credit, and technology, which is necessary for scaling their operation and entering the international market. If this project is going to work, we should look at how do we support women to upskill? How do we support women to imbibe the new technology that are coming? Doing subsistence farming or using the old method of farming will still not address the issue at hand. The world is running around. I loved when Her Excellency said there is a pilot project and OWIT is ready to collaborate with you. We have women who are exporting, but we need the right products to export. And it starts from the farm. If you don't get the right cropping when you are planting, you don't follow the basics during your agriculture, at the end of the day, it's going to give the production, which is the process product, a problem. If you notice recently, Nigerian products, a lot has been rejected just because the chemicals were found in them. And this initiative would truly support our women farmers. They will support those that are going into international market. Because when you work with the farmers right from the crop to the processing, we're able to support those that are going into international market to meet the standard requirement, know the kind of standard that is required, know the kind of certification that they will need to enter into the international market. Another issue we need to address is the gender bias. Women have limited role in decision-making process, both at the farm level and in trade negotiation. If women can get this tool, we are able to on their own to negotiate trade, to know the value that their crops hold for them. So, like I said, I can't overemphasize that this summit is an eye-opener. It's coming at the right time to support the African woman in terms of redefining the Black farmer. Women lack we have the issues of capacity building and training. Women lack the necessary skill that is needed for them to excel in agriculture. And I know that through this program, through the different collaboration, women will be able to get those trainings and skill that is required of them, and it will boost them internationally. And we're able to help them, like I said, to understand the trade regulations and standards that is required. We're looking at there is an inadequate policy support. If you look at most of the existing laws, it is not just in Africa, it is all over the world. WTO, as I speak right now, I am not trying to indict. WTO has a standing committee to see how to support women in trade. ITC is doing a whole lot because we are collaborating with them to do some basic training. But what I'm saying, these trainings are meant for just the elites, because when you move trainings online, those women at the rural level, those women that they don't have internet connectivity, which is an issue, they cannot benefit from it. So what do? We still need to create some trainings that are physical, and this training should be tailored to the African setting. Yes, there are a whole lot of technology is working in Europe, but all of them will not work in Nigeria. Will not work in Nigeria, they will not work in Africa. So we need to look at some of this technology that will work and drive this crop specialty for the Black farmer. And also look at those existing policies that often fail to address the specific challenges faced by women in agriculture, which is leading to systematic disadvantage for those women. If we're able to address most of these issues, we are able to support women in terms of trade. When it comes to international trade, what do women need is to have the right standard. Have the right standard. They are being trained to understand the market they are entering into. They are being trained in terms of how to negotiate for their pricing. They are being trained in terms of how do you package your product. For different countries, different packaging is required. So it's not something you are going to learn in one day. You have to learn how this packaging will suit the regulations of this country. If you look at the EU now, EU have just come up with some policies with climate change. They want to know how your company is adapting to climate change and what structures are they putting together. You have the Child Labor Act. During your production, are you using underage children to produce? They are expecting you to put all this document. They're expecting you to put all this document when you are going to export into Europe. There is a whole lot of opportunities when you are entering the US market. You have the AGUA, but still a lot of African countries, even Nigeria, is not able to leverage those opportunities that are banned in AGUA. Why? They don't understand the basic that is needed so that they too can benefit. AGUA is supposed to aid you as having, it's a free trade area for you to enter into the US market. But there are standards, there are principles, there are protocols you need to understand that governs this thing. You cannot just pick a product and you are sending to America under AGUA because they said it's a free trade. So for us today in Africa, we already have the African Continental Free Trade Area, which enable us as Africa to trade up to 90% duty free. Are women able to access this? No. We already have the protocol for women and youth in trade. If you ask here, how many women have seen that document? How many women knows about that document? You will see that a fewer number of women don't even know that such document exists. So this is when our excellency is trying to build this. These are some of the things you will need to partner with some organizations that are on ground to help put, because at every stage we need different organization, different collaboration that will support this initiative. It is a laudable initiative in Africa. It is something that will revolutionize the agricultural sector in Africa, but a lot needs to be done. I would prefer that a need assessment is done to see how the specialty agriculture and the rebranding model will support women, to know those policies that will not support the growth of this program, so that we can all stick together, set up a body that will work on it. Because it is one thing to have a new initiative, it is another thing to implementation. In Africa, we are struggling with implementation. I don't want to use the word that we lack implementation, but we are struggling with implementation. And if all these things are being put together, we will really have a beautiful agricultural specialty crop in place, and we're able to feed the world. Nigeria has a vast land, but what do we need to do in terms of this program that is coming up? We'll look at it at innovative education to job creation models. So this education is a cornerstone for sustainable growth. We have to reimagine education as a continuous adaptive process that not only impact knowledge, but also foster entrepreneurship and global competitiveness. It will integrate modern agricultural techniques, business management, and digital literacy programs into the agricultural sector. One of the major goals that I will place in front of Her Excellency is to create a pipeline where education leads directly to job creation and business ownership by aligning education with market needs and global trends. How do you align education with market needs? It is no longer business as usual. Today, you look at what is the customer's preference. What does the customer want? How does my product benefits these customers? What are those benefits? We should start looking at that. And for us to rebrand the Black farmer for this 21st century, it is not just a market effort, it is a movement. We must challenge the dated perception and present a new image of the Nigerian farmer, tech enabled. Like I said, the issue of embedding technology into things that we do, because the world is moving to technology. How do we use technology to drive agriculture? I'm not talking about the GMO, but you can be in America and the farms you are working with that are organic farm, you can see it from your Google map, and you are able to even see if these farmers are doing the right thing. So it's a kind of a global entrepreneur awareness. The rebranding involves innovation. It's from perceptive farming to blockchain supply chain management, ensuring that our farmers are not at the cutting edge of global agriculture. The vision required a concrete effort from all of us, government, private sector, civil society, to create an ecosystem that supports and nurtures this new identity. Together, we can build a sustainable, profit and inclusive agricultural sector that position Nigerian women farmers as leaders in the world stage, and they are able to export. In my conclusion, I will put it like this: the path to women economic inclusion in international trade within the agricultural sector, it is clear. Through strategic empowerment in specialty crop industry, innovative education model, rebranding of the Black farmer, we can create a resilience and a prosperous future for all. Let's move with boldness, innovation, and a shared commitment to transforming agriculture in Nigeria and beyond. This is me. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions that will come from anyone. You can join OWIT as an organization. Is open for women who are going into international market. We are here. We'll be able to support you to understand the A to Z of international trade. Thank you.
Wow. 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 That was amazing. Wow, that was amazing. I'm very excited. I'm very excited about all the things that you said, from AGOA to AFCFTA to UN SDG goals, to the way we can rebrand the Black farmer, how we need to rethink about how we're including women, and how women are a critical piece of the infrastructure of everything that we do, but specifically, what does that look like in Nigeria? Because it's not the same as what it looks like in the EU or what it looks like in the US, and Northern Nigeria doesn't look like Southern Nigeria. So no. It's very important, and I'm so thankful that you came on, and so humble that you have so much information to share with us. I do want to make sure that people can contact you. They can join IAASC Nigeria. So if you want to leave your contact information, how they can join your organization in the chat, I will make sure that I put that on the live screen. Someone is making comments here. I'm going to put them up on the screen as you put it in the chat. We want to thank the IAASC presidents, the Organization of Women in Trade, Women in International Trade, Nigeria. We will be looking forward. I did take notes on what you would like me to look at as far as market analysis and what the customer actually needs in Nigeria. I also did make note of the international trade parts specifically, and mention of the chemicals that are used and why that's a reason that it's rejected from getting into the international market. And I believe the previous speaker talking about organic farming can alleviate some of those challenges of why we can't move Nigerian products into other markets. We just need to farm differently. It's not that we don't know how to farm, it's some of the techniques that we're using are just outdated. And I think technology is important for bringing in the youth, but you said so much, and there's so much to unpack that I just want to make sure people have opportunity. So this is a comment from Facebook. Great presentation, blessings from Wofe Samuel. Is IAASC currently partnering with any trade initiatives or organizations in Nigeria to drive business services?
Yes, always is partnering. We're working with ITC in terms of driving trade and creating different training programs. We're working with UNECA. We're working with the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment to see that people get this benefit on ground. And then currently we're working with a Frexin Bank, the Mansa platform, to onboard businesses for visibility, and also for people to see that these companies have been verified by a Frexin Bank and they can do business with them from Nigeria. There is a whole lot of programs that we are putting together, which I will be discussing with you personally, Her Excellency, because which will be coming to to New York, the UN Assembly. We're going to be having a presentation, but I will not come because I am running a program. But the OWIT Ghana president will be representing the OWIT African chapters. OWIT is in different countries in Africa. Currently, we are in 12 to 13 countries, and we have more countries to onboard. At an international level, we have up to 27 countries that where OWIT is. We could create access to market and help them to understand what they need to enter the international market itself.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So I think we have I have another final question. So yes, we will also be at the UN General Assembly. So I'll be looking for the IAASC Ghana president to meet with in person. I'll make sure I take a picture and post it here. But also I'd be very interested to find out your website so that people that are in other parts of the world that may be able to join another IAASC chapter. You said you had 17, I think, in Africa. So if there's other places outside of Africa, there's a huge diaspora network that we have in the African Diaspora Collective that definitely would want to take advantage of all of the partnerships that you have with Afrexim Bank and the opportunities for financing for their projects.
Yeah, we have, can check OWIT, www.owitnigeria.org.
Okay. So I will
and also, and also they can check out the international platform, which is www.owit.org. For each country, you have to add the country to the website.
Okay, so I've put your email address here. So if anybody has any questions, they can contact Ms. Blessings. This is her email address. We also have her WhatsApp number. She also will give us the website. So I will also post that as well. If you are just joining us now, you have missed the most phenomenal presentation from the IAASC Nigeria director. I want to thank you for coming on this afternoon. I really appreciate it. I will ask you to come back for another session that we have when we actually physically come to Nigeria at the beginning of next year. I would love to meet you in person and kind of break down what the African Diaspora Collective, specifically as an organization, can do in partnership, but also CEMT and our Black farmers and how we can work together to fulfill those large orders. And maybe they're growing turmeric or something, garlic, or ginger in Nigeria, and there's a farmer in Georgia that has a 20 metric ton order that they can't fulfill, they could be utilizing your organization. You can help them with the trade, you can help them with the finances and all that. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you so much. We're open and we'll be happy to. OWIT Nigeria will be very happy to work with you. Not just OWIT Nigeria, OWIT Ghana and OWIT other African chapter, even up to the diaspora. You live in the US, OWIT has a lot of chapters in the US, and we'll be happy to introduce you as one of our partners that OWIT is working with, and we could have that conversation ongoing after this. And also, OWIT Nigeria, our women were one of the first women to make the AFCFTA list from Nigeria that just exported under the AFCFTA by the person of Avila. She is into agriculture. So we are ready. We are open to work with you and every other partner to make sure that this initiative works for women and women are able to benefit from the so many opportunities I can see with what you are bringing to the table, Her Excellency. I'm grateful for this opportunity given.
Thank you. And I live in Ghana, so I'm not that far. I don't live in America anymore, so I can come see you. I can come see you. I'm
Sure,
here.
definitely.
I'm on ground. I will
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Thank you.
Bye. So, wow, that was an amazing presentation from Ms. Blessings. I wasn't prepared for that, honestly. I thought she was going to come up and kind of just talk about the organization and what it is that they do, but she went in. She went into a deep dive into all of the opportunities that they have at IAASC, not just in Nigeria, but across the world. So her WhatsApp number is here on screen. There is an email address as well that I'm going to put up here while we bring on our next speaker. This is her email address. I believe the website is just the same. It's iwitnigeria.com. And then also, when she gives me the other information, I will make sure that we post that in the comment section of this live stream. So if you are joining us this afternoon, welcome. This is the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crop Summit. We are introducing our organization and companies into the Nigerian market in regards to things that we have piloted here in Ghana on ground for rebranding the Black farmer. What does that look like in the 22nd century? So for hopefully, praise Jesus, I make it to year 2100. I'll be like 90 something years old. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I grow healthy food and I do organic eating and all of that good stuff. So I think I'll make it. Let's hope I make it. So if I make it to the year 2100, what is that going to look like? What is food going to look like? Is it going to be all GMO and things we just put a peel in the microwave or something and it turns into a steak? Like what version of our food is going to be possible? But also we have to think about, is it necessary? Technology doesn't always have to lead every conversation. Some things we just need to leave alone. We don't need to figure out how to genetically modify tomatoes, people. We just need to grow tomatoes. And I would like to just have some regular rice and stew. Nigerian rice and stew is nice. I like it. It's nice. So I don't want to have to think about how my tomatoes were produced or if there was chemicals on them. And then 30 minutes after eating, I'm vomiting everywhere because whatever was sprayed on those chemicals is not for human consumption. Like some of these things we just really have to think about, and not only for ourselves, but as Ms. Blessing says, these are barriers to trade. So the way in which that we grow, the things on which that we spray or put into our soil, the trash, the rubbish that we burn here in Ghana, those chemicals, those fumes, they go into the air. It rains. That rain then goes into the ground. That dirty water, that dirty rain from the dirty air that was generated from you burning trash goes into the soil that grows your tomatoes. So all of it is a cycle that we need to think about more deeply when we think about agriculture. Ms. Blessings also mentioned blockchain, and I believe it was Bisha Farms that mentioned traceability techniques. We have to be able to trace where the seed came from and how it was grown and what chemicals was grown on it and how that's going to affect someone in Nigeria compared to how that's going to affect someone's ecosystem as well as their bodies in South Africa compared to Asia, because we may be shipping our produce, and most likely we are shipping most raw materials to all foreign countries, because Africa is the breadbasket and the motherland of feeding the entire world. That's just a fact. So as we continue with this summit, I want you all to pay real close attention to agriculture in a different type of way. We're not just talking about food. I don't really think we've talked about food really during this entire summit. And that's really the point, is that how do we think about other things along the supply chain, other things along the value chain when it comes to agriculture that may not have anything to do with farming? Like Handy Kennedy said at HKJ Ranch in Georgia earlier this morning, there are businesses that can be created that support farmers. So you may be a mechanic that can fix a tractor. There are lots of needs of those services here in Ghana. I can't speak about Nigeria, but I know there's a lack of maintenance here in Ghana. So if there's a piece of farm equipment, if there's a building, it might look nice and it might work initially, but there's no one to maintain it because you've gotten a foreign product from somewhere else that you have to fly in an expert to change a tractor, when it's just a process of building a system, as Craftful Systems said earlier, of education and training on how to fix the tractor for the local people. That is a skill set and a business that can be, and education that can be implemented, because Ms. Blessing says it's an implementation challenge. Those things can be implemented to provide solutions for our farmers globally. So I just wanted to add that because I'm still on high from Ms. Blessings, but I want to continue on with our afternoon and bring back up one of our speakers we were supposed to have this morning to speak quickly for the youth, because I think this is a good opportunity to bring him in. Ambassador Carlos with the African Youth Forum International. He is currently on site, I believe, in Kenya for another event and has graced this stage with his presence. He's a powerful speaker. I met him. He works directly with the UN, works directly with the AU, has a powerful organization of which I'm also on the board. So I want to give Ambassador Carlos the floor. Be prepared for a phenomenal presentation and speech from Ambassador Carlos on how we engage the youth and how we can create policies around youth inclusion in agriculture. So Ambassador Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you well. Go ahead.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. I'm currently still in Ghana due to one or two things. I couldn't go to Kenya. So I'm currently still in Ghana working on one or two stuff. However, we are all preparing for the UN General Assembly. So I'll be in New York on the 22nd. Definitely, I'll be in New York. And for the United Nations General Assembly, as well as the UN Global Compact, and which is also organized by the African Union and the United Nations, to see how businesses can get funding and support on the continent. There is a high-level event which brings heads of states from the continent and the global investors together to deliberate on business opportunities and investment, and how they can channel these investments onto the continent to make a productive impact. Right. So as Ambassador Johnson rightly said, our work is to help the youth and help them become more inclusive into governance and leadership. Right. Globally, I don't know if any work globally, there are 50% of the global populations are young people, yet only 2.8% of these young people are represented in any parliamentary affairs or any governance, which is a little bit problematic if you look at it on the global stage. because the young people are the majority. So if the majority are only 2.8%, then there is a problem in regarding governance and inclusion. There is a need for us to see how as a state and leaders can include youth in any policies. And mind you, this is even on the global stage. On the continental level with Africa is even worse. Like the young people are 70% of the population of the continent. Not even 0.1 are represented in parliamentary affairs. So there is a need for us to see how we can also break the gap. I was very fortunate this year to be part of the African Union mid-year meeting. And out of the mid-year meeting, there were almost over 250 delegation across the continent and the diasporas who represented. Could you believe out of these 250 plus, only 16 people were youth in that room? And out of the 16 people, there were only three that were from the continent of Africa. Meanwhile, these are dialogues we are having on Africa regarding the youth and inclusion. So there, when it comes to UN, AU, governance, and national parliamentaries and governance system, youth are underrepresented. And according to the United Nations, these 2.8%, meaning that if we were to give a whole year of people's voice to be heard, the youth voice will be only heard for just 10 days out of the whole year. Meanwhile, the youth are the majority of the road. The youth runs it. The youth are the majority of Africa, the global road. The youth are the majority. So there is a need to build a system, an organization that can actually fix this problem. And that is where Africa Youth Forum International was born, purposely to break the gap between leadership and the people at the bottom, as well as the young people. So our work over the years over the years we have been organizing virtual seminars. We invited the CARICOM chairman, His Excellency Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, who also joined us in some of our virtual event, and also we invited a lot of African Union leaders to also come on board to also see how we can break the gap. There's more opportunities. Lo and behold, these leaders are listening to us. And about for the first time, the African Union is going to accredited youth organizations. I think they said after September they're going to open their ECOSOC section to allow youth organizations that are legally registered to be part of the African Union accreditation system, which is a good stand because way back 2014 we advocate for the United Nations to set up ECOSOC Youth Forum, which I think 2 years ago the UN actually adapted having ECOSOC Youth Forum, which was a very breakthrough for young people globally to come together and have one voice for their voice to be heard into governance and leadership. So the United Nations Secretary General set up the ECOSOC Youth Forum specifically for young people. Now, one interesting fact is that Africa have the majority of youth, yet there is no platform globally or within the continent that brings young people together for them to meet these heads of state and other stuff. Africa Youth Forum International is breaking the gap, and our call to the African Union is to have the same structure we told the United Nations to also adapt the same principles by bringing in ECOSOC Youth Section, where young people will be able to come on board, share their ideas with the world leaders that are ruling the world, and also so that they can adapt these policies. Like the youth in agriculture, your voice needs to be heard, right? So if there is a platform like that, you can come on board, speak to these world leaders, and then they have to implement anything or listen to your concepts. That is how we came on board to make sure that our impact is being heard and our collective. The good news is that just last week I had a meeting with the presiding officer of ECOSOC to see how we can actually make this thing realistic. And they have agreed that for the first time, they are going to let us champion the youth section within the ECOSOC, which is a good breakthrough for us. And currently, we are also speaking with the Grenada Prime Minister and as well as CARICOM and other heads of state to see how we can also see how they can also be of help bringing the diaspora and youth together and we that are on the continent together to make sure that we have a collective voice. So as a youth entrepreneur that wants to go into agriculture, it is more advisable that you listen to people that are already in the field. You listen to experts that understand it. You join forums, you join platforms that advocate your vision and your mission. So we as a youth body, our goal is to make sure that the voice of the young people are represented in these rooms, the rooms that they don't allow young people. Fun fact, I think earlier of this year, the Ghana president organized the SDG summit. And in the SDG summit, there was doing our last section, which was talking about youth. It was very interesting to get to know that even our leaders, most of our leaders, are afraid of how we, the youth, conduct ourselves, how we, the youth, are going to take over. Could you believe a whole SDG summit? One of the things that we were talking about was how
Here we are. Well, sorry about that. Again, we had some technical difficulties. Ambassador Carlos, are you still with us? I'm not sure that we had sound for him. So I'm going to give Ambassador Carlos some time at the end of the program so that we can stay on task because it is time for our next speaker. I do want to emphasize, however, the need for us to really think about the youth and how we're classifying what youth is. I'm considered youth in Africa because I'm under 45. However, let's be honest, I don't move the same way I did when I was 20. So being youthful, particularly when it comes to the agriculture industry and what some of the tasks are that we're going to need to do, is going to take some people that are extremely younger than what we consider youth right now. So we need to also rethink or rebrand how we talk about youth. We also need to rebrand how we think about women and what role they have or we have in the agriculture value chain. And it's not just women should just be doing this, which I think Ms. Blessings made a beautiful presentation on all the things that we can do in regards to inclusion of women and access to women, particularly when it comes to land and land rights. I think that's something that we also need to rebrand and rethink about. So as we talk about rebranding, rethinking, all of those types of things, Ambassador Carlos has left his email address and his contact information for follow-up. So I will go ahead and put that in the chat as well. And then we are going to, if he would like to have some more time, because I know how internet is in Ghana. If you'd like to come back with us, we will allow him this afternoon, but we want to go ahead and continue with our program and get to our next speaker that's coming up this afternoon, which is a good segue. Children, I swear, which is a good segue Hello, welcome back. This is the second half of the afternoon. I just had to get real black mama on one of my children because, you know, that's how we have to do sometimes. Because one thing that we won't do as a culture is continue bad behavior. So we are not going to do that in the agriculture industry as well. And it has to be addressed immediately. And I think one of the things that we also need to address immediately is the conversation around policy that we create that not only excludes some of our Black farmers, but also just builds systems and barriers that we are always going to struggle getting over. We can't, in America, we call it getting our 40 acres and a mule. That was a fallacy for most farmers. That didn't happen. There's just been a ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court to give, I think it was maybe $1 billion or 100 million, a very large amount of money to numerous Black farmers from around the United States that were supposed to get their form of reparations, I would call it, since we're going to have a reparations conversation later on this afternoon. So I think it's a good opportunity to bring up our next speaker, who is not only going to talk to us about business, but the policies that need to be created around business and what that looks like in regards to Africa in general, but the private sector, and how we as a community can not only advocate, like Ambassador Carlos was saying, he advocates for the youth in political spaces. You heard him say all types of organizations that he's involved with all types of access that he has been able to get for the youth with the UN and the AU and all of these different entities around the world. He is also fully engaged in the reparations conversation with the AU, as we've heard him say They are going to give him access and allow him to lead certain sections of what the youth are talking about. And Ambassador Carlos is not 40 or 30 for that matter. So we really need to think about how we're going to think about farming in the 22nd century. And that starts with policy. One of my favorite things is politics. So I would like to bring up next our next speaker, Fortunate, which I think it's fortunate that he's here today. I know he's probably heard a bunch of those corny jokes before, but I just couldn't help myself. So he is with the African Policy Summit. I do want to preface this by saying not only do I appreciate Ambassador Carlos for coming on, but I also want us to really try to engage him. So that's why I'm leaving his email address here. Please join the organization. If you can find some other youth that are interested, or even if they're not interested, being in the political space when you're very young is how we're going to change the narrative of the leadership that we find ourselves struggling with in Africa. If we have to wait until people turn 60 or 70 in order to run for office, what were they doing in their 20s, 30s, and 40s? It's very important. So if we can help groom these young people in their very early stages to be in political spaces and not only have a voice, but help mold them into good leaders, then we can change the face of Africa for the 22nd century. So while we're working with the youth and Ambassador Carlos, I want to bring up Technical Director for APSS, Mr. Fortunate. I do want to give you full opportunity and your time. So I would like to give the floor over to you with APSS for you to introduce yourself, your organization, what is it you do, and why it's important that we look at policy. There's some information that I'll be sharing. So you may not see him on the screen, but as he's talking, I want to make sure you get the information that he's going to share. So, Mr. Fortunate, thank you for coming this afternoon. I appreciate your time, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I want to believe that you can hear me from where you are. Greetings to all our listeners and viewers. Greetings from Uganda, East Africa. And greetings from the Africa Private Sector Summit team. Africa Private Sector Summit, where I serve as Director Technical, was conceptualized in the year 2020 and incorporated in the September 2021. And the Africa Private Sector Summit basically is here to complement the FCFTA, the REX, and every other entity building towards the Africa we want. And it's governed by a 14-member advisory and executive board that is coming from the 5+1 regions of Africa. And when we say 5+1, we mean the North, the East, the West, the South, and then the diaspora. So again, it's a very powerful team. But at the summit office, we do have a very lean team led by CEO and other directors that work with her, for which I'm one of them. So APSS stands to push for an enabling environment for the private sector. And to do that, we have looked at a number of protocols that have been existent, and we have said, wait a minute, these protocols have been here for quite some time. Governments are signing these protocols, and these protocols are staying on the desks and the shelves. So we have reviewed them and come up with a private sector Bill of Rights, which again picked from these protocols, 24 suggested rights. And I do believe that a survey will pass around for anybody to vet this, validate this, and see how they support the private sector in Africa. And coming to the key issue of our discussion this afternoon, I'm speaking on the policy versus practice, choosing impactful policies for creating a thriving and self-sustaining model for the private sector in the specialty crops industry. First for Nigeria, but also for Africa at large. And that mentioned, I just want to give a brief overview of at least what is recorded in literature on the enormous potential that Nigeria as a country has. Nigeria has over 70.8 million hectares that are arable, an opportunity of agricultural land available. And in there, we do have quite a very huge composition of smallholder farmers making more than 80% of that composition, and again, over 70% of Nigerians engaged in agriculture. And we do have Nigeria standing tall on the African continent with some interesting statistics. One of them being that, they're producing over 60 million metric tons of cassava, valued at about $6.2 billion, doing more than 50 million metric tons of yam, again valued at about $13.6 billion. And all that mentioned, we still see Nigeria relying heavily on food import to cover the shortfalls, with an annual spend of about $10 billion. That's quite significant. But what is important here is that specialty crops have an opportunity to cover this demand and that gap through definitely producing to do the import substitution at that level. It is important that I speak about some of the issues that are, critical for market access in the world we live in today. It's important for us to understand a few things. We do appreciate that global trade, for starters, is evolving, and this in a way influences our domestic markets. Therefore, there are new trade challenges, and these new trade challenges mean that governments must rethink policies. As we have been hearing from speakers this morning, if you can't control your food, if somebody else is giving you the food, then they will control you. So thinking of rebranding agriculture in the next century, what kind of policies do we ought to have? What kind of policy environment do we need to create? These are all lines of thought, and I'm going to talk about them a little bit deeper as we go ahead. We are again beginning to see an increased role of services in trade and market access. This morning, we had an opportunity to hear from a specialist in that area. We are starting to see e-commerce taking over, and we are again being encouraged by HK again that you don't have to be a farmer, you could be a service provider. So this again is becoming a very critical and important part. We are starting to see emergence of several regional and bilateral trade agreements, with the AfCFTA being a huge opportunity for intra-African trade. We see REX already existing, ECOWAS for that matter in West Africa, CENSAD, for the middle part of North Africa, and so many in our region, IAASC, COMESA, and so forth. And these create opportunities, but also provide frameworks that must be navigated and understood for them to be part. We still see the element of logistics in Africa, interconnectedness being a key issue. Being able to move things around Africa is not easy, and it's becoming a high cost and a barrier to markets and trade. We can't talk policy, and we are not talking about that. And so at this point in time, it is critical that farmers, private sector players, and the government and the CSOs coming into a policy discussion to try and reshape, rebrand, and look to the next agriculture enabling environment that we want for Africa, and in this case for Nigeria, for that matter. And Nigeria has had quite a journey from the 1946 Plan for Development and Welfare all the way through independence, when the creation of the Federal Ministry of Culture happened in the 1965s. And fast forward to the 70s, we've seen the Agriculture Development Plan. Again, the restructuring happened. It never happened in Nigeria alone. We've seen this happen across Africa. In the early 2000s, the National Economic Development Strategy, commonly known as NEEDS, happening in Nigeria. The transformation agenda followed on, and so forth. And here today, we are looking at the National Agricultural Technology Innovation Policy, trying to shape and shape the policy environment for Nigeria. That mentioned, we need to look at some key things that Nigeria as a nation is vowing to and aiming at through the Vision 2050 to do. Part of it is definitely increasing crop yield, and the aim, the baseline 5 years back was about a ton and a half per hectare, and it's in the interest of government to support the agricultural close to 3 tons per hectare. There is intention from the government side to try and improve the quality of fertilizer, at least improve the quality to a better index, to try and reduce, the doing business elements in terms of, for example, days to get your tractor registered and so forth. So all these are efforts aimed at making agriculture work, and the NATIP itself is having some specific crop-related key interventions that farmers need to exploit at the country level of Nigeria, particularly the mechanization element, where at least the ratio of tractors to farmers needs to be at least 27 per 100, which would be beautiful. Looking at extension services being available, agronomists being able to reach and help the farmers that are putting in a lot of effort and time, and then looking at the entire value chain, not just on the end of the market, but from production route to market, as well as the value addition itself. Focusing on market development, we are looking at global trade, but who needs what in what area of the world? The government institutions to be in position to support the farmers to know and understand what is needed where, and definitely the question of land security becomes critical for agriculture to actually happen. This morning, there was a mention, and if I may quote, Your Excellency, you mentioned whoever owns the seed owns the world. And what is happening in Africa today? In some countries, we are increasingly, sadly, becoming seed importers, net importers, actually, for that matter. And if there's anything that the COVID has taught us, is that you must have your own backup. So we need seed banks. We need a vibrant seed sector, for the industry to grow. And just putting again Nigeria into context, definitely there is a framework for that. The Agricultural Seeds Council is up and running. But even that, you find that the demand for this certified seed is not met. The KIT Research Journal in 2020 cited that out of the demanded 35,000 metric tons of certified seed, only 14,000 was available. So there's both an opportunity and a challenge for that matter, because it means that then you must import to meet the demand. And there's an opportunity also for the crops that we are talking about to not just think about the food chain alone, but also to think about the seed opportunity, the seed multiplication. And this also ties into policies around seed research. We need strong policies around seed research. Who is taking the patents? Is there clear IP procedures in regard to that? Or is the research being done on local farmers in Africa, and the patents are going to companies outside, and they are controlling the seed chain? It's critical that we look at that seed sector. And definitely, we are speaking organic, we are speaking all forms of agriculture, but we can't run away from fertilizer. And fertilizer is critical. But when we look into so many countries, fertilizer is still a challenge. We are still dependent on Russia, Ukraine, and we know, the conflict that is happening, which is sad, and this is also affecting the logistics in regard to fertilizer. But also, what efforts are we putting on the development of organic fertilizer, certification of such fertilizers, and making sure that these fertilizers can be branded and availed on the shelves for farmers to use? This is a big challenge in Africa, and we still see that there's a lot that the government needs to do on the fertilizer side. In fact, the Innovation Lab for Policy Leadership in Agriculture and Food Security in Nigeria, as of last month, was still discussing issues grappling with, fertilizer adulteration. Again, farmers need to be protected because sometimes you apply the input and you don't get the result because someone is not doing their job in terms of quality of agro inputs coming in. And there's also need for local production. Absolutely, the shortfall is quite huge. And being able, to align, the fertilizer roadmaps with the national agriculture policy. And in fact, for our crops to get to the market, it is critical that we think about the infrastructure that is required. And I guess in the case of Nigeria, the government has provided the customs service for that matter. We have the NAFDAC, that looks to the Food and Drug Administration, and we have the port and logistics and so forth. It is critical that for any government to facilitate its farmers to find their route to market, the right institutions have to be in place. And governments have gone ahead over and above major initiatives to address the market, to enter into so many trade agreements. And for this matter, we see the AfCFTA as one of the key ones. And for Nigeria's sake, we see MOUs signed with the United States in this year, in July this year, for commercial investment ties. We see the ATIP with the United Kingdom that has also been in place this year. By the way back, we still see the TIFA, which is the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement with the United States, way in 2000, and several others, including definitely the Economic Community of West Africa. All these are trying to open markets for us to take our products, including farm products, fresh farm products, and many more where value is added. But what is critical in terms of policy space is also on the phytosanitary issues that have to do with crops. We are putting in a lot of effort, and then our products are getting rejected because of the lack of adherence to phytosanitary measures and the compliance associated. In fact, for Nigeria in 2021, according to NAFDAC, 76% of Nigeria's agricultural commodities suffered rejection from the EU. That's a very huge number. And in fact, to put the lamentation in court, our very own WTO Director Ngozi mentioned that Nigeria produces probably over a third of Japan's sesame products, but the maximum residue levels that could be tolerated, what was found in the products from Nigeria between 2019 and 2021 were almost double, which is quite an issue, and it's a policy concern on the regulation, on the monitoring, on the testing. All these are critical. And to put value to that, the Cargolax Airline CEO at one point put it that Nigeria loses 1 billion annually to non-certification of agri-produce for export. So we need to work on the phytosanitary elements so that our efforts as we rebrand and make agriculture work for everyone, for the youth and for the women, to make sure that we don't lose on the market and the opportunities. And we see several governments putting effort to this. So it's not just Nigeria right now that is promoting local processing, for example, of cashew nuts. It is offering tax breaks to processing plants and so forth, and subsidies. We see Ghana doing the cocoa initiatives, including value addition, the price stabilization, the fertilizer subsidies, and so forth. It should be intentional from government. We see Kenya entering into economic partnership agreements with the EU for preferential market access. It is trying to do the best for their farmers, take their products abroad. We see Ethiopia focusing on branding coffee and ensuring that the Ethiopia Fine Coffee Destination Program works. We see Rwanda putting a lot of emphasis on PPPs in agriculture and also focusing on coffee and tea. Zambia is also doing a lot in farmer training, and Tanzania is doing the same on ginger yields. So it's this all components within the policy environment has to be intentional from government to make sure that farmers have the right environment to do what they need to do, an enabling environment. And as farmers and as traders and practitioners, we have to demand for that environment to happen. So again, connecting the topic on education for job creation, I thought it is important from a policy perspective to look into our policies and understand if these policies are focused on promoting the education that will lead to people being, employable, not on that part, also being employers. So it is important to use incentives for skills development to help address some of the mismatches that are between the demand and the supply of these skills. And Nigeria, for that matter, has so many agriculture institutions and agriculture colleges, and it is imperative that there is a link between the private sector, the kind of skill set demand they want, to be linked to the kind of curriculum that is covered. It should be tailored, it should be evolving, it shouldn't be fixed, because the needs keep changing. The models of farming are continuously changing. We are now talking of water-based farming, no soil at all. So we need to think through our courses and say, look into policy and say, what we have today, does it serve for the market now and the demand ahead? We need to focus on job creation efforts from a policy perspective, looking at the entire value chain. For most governments, it is usually running to the value addition component, but the pre and the production phase is usually not given enough attention. It is also important from a policy perspective to target smaller enterprises, because these smaller enterprises play a critical role in job creation. So as governments, as policies, what are they doing to enable small enterprises, these small organic farmers, to be able to create job opportunities for the youth, but also to be able to increase productivity. For productivity to grow, the support must target intentionally the smallholder farmers. It is important also from a policy perspective to look at joint enterprises between the government and the private sector. For example, in areas of irrigation, it becomes absolutely very costly, for one to invest. But where government is intentional, such policies should provide opportunities where government and private sector work together to be able to make agriculture work for everyone. And definitely without forgetting the element of finance. It should be intentional, from a policy perspective, definitely to improve access to credit. Access to credit, and in this case, affordable credit, is critical for the farmers, and this goes along with agriculture insurance, which most governments don't put a lot of attention to. And we know that the commercial sector shies away from agriculture for obvious reasons. So it is critical in this case that a policy looks at covering agriculture. And the policies also must focus on youth employability, and female labor participation, because when it comes to agriculture, elements of spraying and so forth, for some people it is culture, for some people it is some certain values that keep them away from such activities. And yet, for others, it has been so much masculine promoted that probably you find our able sisters, wives and daughters shying away, from enterprises in agriculture, service provision in agriculture. So it is important that these policies, both looking at youth employability, but also focusing on female labor participation, because then that is the heart of unemployment. If you look in Africa today, it is the youth who make a significant share of Africa's unemployed. And definitely the public sector objectives, government priorities should match the private sector priorities, because private sector is the engine of the economy. So, and this is reflected in many ways, how governments budget and where they put their priorities and where they allocate their money. It is important that the two are aligned. And agriculture and education remain a key focus for job creation across Africa. So focusing our policy in interventions to improve agriculture education is directly equal to creating a lot of employment opportunities, both in the production and the value addition sides of agriculture. So it goes without mention that agriculture still offers immense potential, in form of these informal and artisanal activities. And there could be tailored courses that help people pick up from where they are. In one of the studies I undertook some time back, I was amazed at what was happening in Kenya, especially on the automotive side. That, if you have a skill, we do have people who are mechanics. They start from just observing. They have not gone to school. They observe what is happening at a car garage, but they are able to break down parts and put them back together, fix a new component into a car. And what the government is doing is saying, okay, you may not have gone to school, but we want to pick you up from where we found you. We want to see the skill you have and make a tailored course in a vocational institution that helps you to be a better person and probably an employer along the way, or an employee in an automotive industry. And we need to do the same for agriculture. So from an education perspective, agriculture remains critical for the employment of Africa. I want to conclude my presentation, Your Excellency, by mentioning that in APSS, we are cognizant of the role of education in job creation. And in fact, part of the 24 rights that we are promoting is right number 13, that states the right to a functional education system to meet skill set demands by business and industry. And it's a whole lot set of objectives, rights. For those who have clicked on the survey, you should be able to have seen the set of the 24. And as a sister agency to the Africa Private Sector Summit is the Africa Education Trust Fund, an entity that is trying to raise $10 billion over 5 years to be able to target TVET education and efforts around TVET in Africa. We do believe that private sector remains the engine of growth in Africa, and the right policy environment is critical, to produce the products we want from an education perspective, but also for the application of the same. You can scan the code displayed on the screen and be part of the survey. With that submission and discussion, I want to come back to the studio, to you, Your Excellency, to hear from our listeners and their views that complement and add to what I've submitted. I want to say thank you for the opportunity from APSS and team to be part of this discussion and the great drive towards the Specialty Crop Summit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation, Mr. Fortunate. That was the QR code. I will put the QR code back. You mentioned something about psychosanitary standards. We actually just implemented a course on psychosanitary standards from the USDA as part of our International Organic Farming course, as well as the vegetable produce safety. Because I think that it's important for us to, as one of our previous speakers said, understand how these things are also barriers to trade and how that looks like in regards to what policies need to be created, because people are creating policies to find solutions to problems. So if there is an issue with the amount of loss or the potential gains that are lost by not having these systems in place, in places like Nigeria, I think you mentioned it was 90 billion or something in losses or potential gains that could have come from Nigeria by just not having the proper regulations in place. I think these are things that we can provide solutions for. I think the farmers that are listening today to your presentation and throughout the day have now other things to look at as we rebrand what we're talking about and how we can be advocates in our own right in talking about this private sector. So there are a lot of different comments, but I want to give an opportunity for you to, if possible, if you can just talk about or even name the 24 rights so people can understand what those are? Because I think it's really important for people to know this is what not only we're talking about, but maybe there are things that they can do in their own personal capacities or they're already doing that would help support what APSS is trying to do.
Thank you again, Your Excellency. Just to give again another background to this, so like I mentioned earlier, these are not new. So these were already existing in the different protocols of the different regs for which our dear government, states and nations have already signed and agreed to put to use. So we simply picked these from a number of protocols. Secondly, I want to mention that we do notice that across Africa, we do suffer more or less the same non-tariff barriers when it comes to trade. In the case of the country I come from, in Uganda, there was a scenario where on a border crossing, the people decided to slow down the clearance process, and so many hundreds of metric tons of maize under the tarpaulin and the trailers got spoiled. Now, where will such a trader go for compensation? What law will this farmer use to seek compensation from government? In fact, the process took so long to get a compensation from government. Farmers' companies made lots of losses. So these laws, when they are enacted and approved in the next presidential round sitting in 2025 for the AUC, then it gives a legal basis for farmers and traders to challenge governments. It is my right to free movement of labor, to do this. And it also allows us a framework, just like the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, to measure how governments and nations are doing their best to provide an enabling environment for private sector in Africa. So very quickly, these are rights that relate to peace and security, for that matter, rights that relate to transparent public sector governance, rights that relate to functional legal systems and guarantees for contracts. We know contracts is a big issue. Even contract interpretation is still an issue in Africa. Rights to fair tax rules and avoiding multiple taxation, and we know we struggle with this across Africa. Equal treatment and equal opportunity for market competition. We are proposing the right to efficient access to capital. We are proposing the right to exceptions and subsidies for small and medium enterprises. And we are proposing the right to property and its protection, including intellectual property and traditional knowledge. We are looking at the right to support innovation, including, of course, the creative industry. And we are looking at the right to reliable, efficient process documentation and clearing for imports and exports. We are looking at right to adequate infrastructure to propel trade and investment. We are looking at the right to a functioning education system, as I mentioned before, the right to free movement of people in Africa, the right to stable and fairly valued currencies for Africa, and then a harmonized continental quality assurance standards, the right to protection from unlawful expropriation of investments and adequate compensation, for that matter, right to consultation of private sector on policies and laws, and broad consultative relationships, right to participatory ownership and co-ownership of development and value-added transformation of natural resources in Africa. Right now, we seem to see it being, one-sided. If not, governments are being cheated of what they could actually gain in this. The right to participate in trade-related cross-border dispute resolution, in the context of the AfCFTA. The right to a one-stop process for banking and financial transfers, and we see already here entities like AfriExim providing solutions in this space. African payment systems also being one of them. We are talking of a right to adapt labor intellectual property laws, and we're talking of a right to open access to data. You can't do trade without data. And we need local data banks for African businesses. And lastly, we look at the right to conduct business activities INREX and FCTA member states without engaging into the struggles that we face today, bravery and so forth. So again, click onto that link and see if these rights that we have gotten out of the provided protocols make sense for your business. Give us suggestions. I'll share my email, and we consider your input as part of the virtual validation of these rights, and it goes a long way to be evidence that we shall present at the Presidential Summit that African enterprises, small and big, have participated in the validation of these proposed rights. We already have the endorsement of the AFCFTA. We presented at the IATA in Cairo last November, and we did a side event with the FCFTA, which was had a lot of Nigerian private sector participation, as well as Ghana and all countries. So it was beautiful, and we had 100% agreement. But we want to hear from you as well, as an individual enterprise owner, that these rights make sense for you, especially thinking about the intra-Africa trade that facilitates the future we want for Africa. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, if you can hear me, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fortunate. That was excellent. I'm very appreciative of your time this afternoon and breaking down and explaining to us, not only is this not new, but this is something that we have the right to advocate for. These lists of things that were chosen by APSS are not only important, but they're the way that we can hold our elected officials accountable, and also how we can start to change or rebrand how we think about how we do business across borders and how Africa can unite at the end of the day. So I want to appreciate and thank you for your time today. The survey, if you would like to take the survey, is up in the upper hand corner. The QR code is there. If you would like to take the survey, that would be helpful for APSS efforts. I want to thank you again, Mr. Fortunate, for coming on this afternoon.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Bye-bye. So next, we're going to jump right into our next speaker. We want to thank APSS for coming on board this afternoon. Next, I think it's more business, but it's a good segue into how we're going to end out our afternoon for this summit. I think we've had a very impactful time. I think we have mitigated most of our technical challenges, but I'm very excited to get to our last couple of speakers this afternoon, and then really dive into what this is going to look like after this, and how we're going to move forward as we go physically into Nigeria. So we've been piloting our program here in Ghana for the last, I would say 5 years since I got here, really, from some of the things that we were doing in the States. And then I moved here to Ghana in 2021 to continue the Cooperative Executive Management Team. And then over the last 3 years, we built several other entities and gotten a bunch of different partnerships. And so now we have gotten a pretty good stable holding on how we're going to build models that are not only sustainable, focused on Black farmers, food security, the Agenda 2063, and then our own goals here at ADCCI, the AIE project, and all of our partners and affiliates, and how we want to unify and create this global Black supply chain. So I'm very excited for you all to be here. Also to introduce our next speaker, who is going to be talking about something very important to me, which is SMEs. I am an SME, as most farmers are. There are plenty of industrialized farmers, commercial farmers, but most of, just like everywhere else in the world, politics is local, the middle class builds countries, and so does SMEs. So SME support and what that looks like in regards to the agriculture sector is going to be the main focus of our next speaker with assets. So Mr. Peter, I want to bring Peter Adetor, I want to add to our program, who is the team lead of assets, the Africa AFCFTA SME and Trade Advisory Secretariat. I believe he's walking right now because we can see his shirt, but I can't hear you. Mr. Peter, are you with us? Are you trying to find somewhere to sit to come with us? We can't hear you. So you have to unmute yourself. Aha, he's getting prepared. I must have caught him on a bathroom break. How are you? Oh, okay. So we'll give him a second to get himself settled. But Peter is the team lead with assets, which is the Africa/AFCFTA SME and Trade Advisory Secretariat. I recently spoke at his program, and I think what he is doing is amazing, which is why I asked him to come speak at our program and how we can enter into the Nigerian market. So we are right on time. And so without further ado, because I do want to make sure we give you ample time to explain who you are, what it is that you do, and how you fit along our supply chain in the agriculture specialty crop industry. And so I welcome you to the IAASC Summit, Mr. Peter Adetor with Assets. The floor is yours. All right, so you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, good. All right, thank you, Ambassador, Your Excellency, and I'm happy to join the summit this afternoon or morning, wherever you're joining us from. As Ambassador rightly said, my name is Peter Adetor. I'm the team lead for the African Startups and SMEs in Export and Trade Secretariat, as well as an AFCFTA SME and Trade Advisor. And there's a lot of things that we do, but basically, what we have seen over the years is the global market share for African startups and SMEs. So we've seen that the export-import industry presents an untapped opportunity for growth and expansion, especially considering that Africa's share in the global trade industry remains under 3%, despite the vast resources and potential that Africa possesses. So at the Secretariat, we are basically in the business of building or helping to bridge the gap, let me put it that way, by finding key insights and strategies whereby startups and SMEs can navigate international trade, and particularly through initiatives such as the AFCFTA and even AGOA. AGOA is the African Growth Opportunity Initiative that enables selected African businesses and businesses in selected African countries to export products to the American market at no tariff at all. So basically, this is what we do. And we've also seen that Africa has the potential. I mean, if you look at the resources, look at the arable lands, we have about 60% of the world's arable land, untapped, uncultivated arable lands, can be found in Africa. And so when we are mainly talking about agri today, and so it presents a big opportunity for us to grow that particular industry, especially within the agri sector and the whole value chain that is presented by it. We've also seen that when it comes to intra-regional trade, Africa is at 14%, whilst Europe is at 69%, Asia is at 52%, and North America is at 50%. So which means we trade more with outsiders, that is in Africa, than we trade amongst ourselves. And this is one of the reasons why the AFCFTA has even been established, to bridge that gap, to increase intra-regional trade, and also to increase our percentage when it comes to the intra-regional trade index. And basically, so this is just a short presentation of what assets we do. We have a number of programs we run in the course of the year. We have our annual summit, which is coming on next week, Saturday. We have a number of training programs, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with Your Excellency on some of the training programs as well. And also, I mean, whilst we enter into the Nigerian market today, we are launching the Nigerian market, where we also look forward to also partnering with other institutions. And we believe that by so doing, we would continue to create an inclusive, prosperous Africa for generations even on board. Sorry. Yeah, so Your Excellency, this is just a brief presentation. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Your Excellency. Okay, so I'd also like to talk about some of the challenges that we've seen when it comes to some of the challenges that we've seen when it comes to the startups and SMEs landscape. It also interests you to know that when we talk about the AFCFTA, a report was released recently, and under 80% of startups and SMEs are prepared for the market, the African market, or the AFCFTA opportunity. And so we realize that there's the need for constant education, constant capacity building, constant sensitization, so that because people can't take advantage of an opportunity if they have no idea what the opportunity is in the first place. So it's like a gold mine, and we are just sitting on top of it, and we are just building on it. We are just farming on it, but we don't know that there's gold beneath it. Same applies to the AFCFTA opportunity. And I think Ambassador is also doing an amazing job, even with this summit, creating the awareness, mobilizing people, bringing people together, connecting with partners. And I think we need to give the ADCCI, I mean, a round of applause for the amazing job they are doing. It's really, really great, connecting different people from different parts of the world. So let me just run through some of the challenges that we've observed. Number one is key infrastructure or inadequate infrastructure. So even in Nigeria, we've seen our businesses face a lot of difficulties with power outages and unreliable road networks. And according to the World Bank, poor infrastructure adds about 40% to the cost of goods in Africa. So imagine if infrastructure was improved upon, it means that 40% cost that is added onto goods would be reduced and also increase our global competitiveness. We also look at even in intra-Africa trade. In East Africa, they have the lack of efficient cross-border transport and trade infrastructure, which normally delays the implementation of regional trade agreements, such as the East African community, which impacts smooth movement of goods, and even people, because goods don't move by themselves; they move with people. There's also the limited limited access to financing. For instance, in Ghana, startups and SMEs or small SMEs, they struggle to access financing, for international trade operations. So even the ADB, Agri Development Bank, shared that 87% of trade in Africa is concentrated in large firms, whilst the SMEs, which represents about 90% of businesses, are severely underserved by financial institutions. So you see that mismatch. The SMEs that are quite large in number, they have limited access to financing, whilst the big corporations, the multinationals, the global conglomerates, they have a large or a wide, area of financing, available to them. And so this becomes a big challenge, because if we have 90% of all businesses, within the SME, block, then we should have financial institutions creating certain solutions, creating certain products or services to ease the burden, the financial startups and SMEs. And we've also seen lack of market information deficiency. So in Zambia, farmers continue to report, farmers who are exporting raw copper and agricultural products like maize, they often lack access to market information, which usually prevents them from fully optimizing opportunities in the global value chains. ITC also highlighted the fact that many exporters do not have the knowledge of international market regulations, which causes missed opportunities. So we had one of our faculty, at our Exim Academy, who exported, palm oil, to the United States of America, and we know that under the AGOA anyway, we know that one of the key things that AGOA frowns on is that your product should be devoid of certain chemicals which may be harmful, for human consumption, and at the blind side of him, he exported it without, looking at these various standards and regulations that he needs to adhere or kowtow to. And so, exported a 40-foot container, and then all was rejected because they found that substance that was part of the things that should not be found in the palm oil. And so the knowledge of these things would help, businesses, especially I'm for the startups, I'm for the SMEs, because I believe that they have big potential, and they don't even need to remain small forever. I believe that startups and SMEs have the potential to become big corporations, global conglomerates, as well as so on and so forth. And so it is important that we have access to this market information so that we don't fall victim to some of these regulations and become deficient to them. And then also, last but definitely not the least, non-tariff barriers. We've seen that in West Africa, non-tariff barriers like arbitrary customs charges, and the lengthy documentation requirements, continue to hamper trade. Borderless Alliance, they conducted a study recently in Benin, and they revealed that traders experience up to 15 checkpoints between Benin and Togo. So this leads to an increase in unofficial opium, because at every checkpoint, they are going to take some money, which is not going through the books. And so these goes a long way to discourage people from, entering into international trade. I'm a small business. I'm exporting my cocoa. I'm exporting my palm oil. I'm exporting my, cassava or pineapple. Why should I incur this number of payments or costs just because I want to export, to other neighboring countries? Whilst I can keep that, export product in my country and still make money. So we need to look at how these non-tariff barriers, there are two barriers to trade. There's a tariff barrier and there's a non-tariff barrier. The tariff barriers are the monetary expectations that have been placed on the exporters when they want to export products across borders or transport products across borders onto different jurisdictions. So these are monetary. The non-monetary, so these are the tariffs, the quotas, and what have you. And then we have the non-tariff barriers. So these are barriers that are not monetary, but they pose an impediment to the smooth conduct of trade across borders. So, and we've seen exporters of agricultural products like yam and cassava, they report facing health certification challenges from the European markets due to stringent sanitary and phytosanitary standards, which prevents many SMEs from entering, those markets. So these standards, it's like when it comes to export within, I quickly mentioned, I mentioned the figures when it comes to intra-regional trade, where Europe is around 69%. And so, for instance, in Europe, you could have the standard raised at an average, but when it comes to an African trying to export, you realize that the standard has been lifted higher. And so that becomes an impediment for our African colleagues, our African businesses who are trying to enter into those markets. And so when we come together, beginning this conversation, deliberating on how we can help each other, I believe that we would go a long way through education, through standardization. I believe and hope that with the AFCA, we will have a one standard whereby you face the same standard. So let's say, for instance, when you go to Europe, if I produce, how do you call it? If I produce anything, a can of beans in let's say France, the standard that is used for that production is accepted everywhere in Europe, but it is not the same in Africa. The standard that you have in Ghana is different from that in South Africa, is different from that in Togo, is different from that in Kenya, and so there is imbalance when it comes to, or let me say, standard fluctuations. Let me put it that way. And so when someone wants to export products, they are meeting with the challenge of they have to meet different standards for different markets, and that becomes a challenge. And so I'm hoping one of the things we are advocating is a uniform standardization for various products under the AFCFTA. And so that once I produce in Ghana, once I produce in Nigeria, the product is accepted everywhere in Africa under the AFCFTA. And I think that would go a long way for all of us. So thank you very much, His Excellency, for giving me this opportunity to present to the audience at the summit. And I believe that we would go a long way to be partners in our fight to bring about consolidation in the prosperity of Africa for generations unborn. So my name is Peter. Once again, I represent the African Startups and SMEs and Export and Trade Secretariat Assets. And I'm also an AFCFTA SME and Trade Advisor. I can share my contacts as well in the chat, I think.
Yes, please. Thank you, Peter. I do have a question.
Do that quickly.
I have a question while you're doing that and a comment, particularly in regards to cross-border trade and how we look at how we classify SMEs and the standardization that you're calling for in regards to trade itself. So do you think that we meaning organizations, civil society, businesses, associations, do you think we should be providing the standardized training, or do you think that that is a government's initiative that needs to be enacted, that needs to be implemented by third-party actors?
So thank you. That's a very interesting question. I think we can't always wait for governments, and we can't always wait for the big, even the AFCA, we can't even wait for them because they have a lot on their table, on their desk. So for them to come out and be offering these trainings, it's a huge thing. And so I believe that private sector, we can start offering training, when it comes to standardization. Let people know that these are the standards that are expected of you when you are exporting this product. These are the standards that are expected of you when you are exporting this product. So once they have that, they can freely, confidently, engage in cross-border trade. Because once you miss, it's very sad to get to the border and because of you miss one or two things, you are retained. Because you don't meet certain requirements, you are retained. It's very sad because you spend a lot, you invest a lot, only for your goods to be retained. It's quite painful. And so it is important that we, educate these businesses, these startups and SMEs especially. The global guys, they have money to, give trainings, to sponsor trainings for their businesses, for their workers. But startups and SMEs, they don't have, the luxury of money or funding on their side. So it's important that organizations such as yourself, your organizations can pick that up. We can also collaborate. I have a number of good facilitators when it comes to standards. They are very good in experts who are even in the European Union, and so that would go a long way to help us, to capture and take our place in the global marketplace. We need to take our place. As Africans, we really need to take our place. The Black community, we need to take our place because we've been on the sidelines for too long. I believe that it is now time for us to take our rightful place in the global marketplace. Yeah.
I believe that's true as well. And I thank you for your presentation. I did put your phone number, WhatsApp number and your email address here. Can you briefly, in closing, before we get to our next presenter, talk about any current opportunities that you have, any upcoming seminars, conferences, workshops, something that we can understand more about what Assets Africa is doing?
Absolutely, absolutely. So just next week, Saturday, the 7th of September, we are hosting the African Startups and SMEs in Export and Trade Summit. This is going to mobilize, we are gathering about 500 businesses in the heart of Accra at the Ghana Shippers Authority. And what we are basically looking at is how we can mobilize for Africa's prosperity through the AFCFTA. So we are looking at the trade facilitation, we are looking at how to access finance, we're looking at how we can take advantage of our various chamber of commerces, and there's various services that they offer, and a whole lot. So I mean, if you are in Ghana, you can take advantage of it. You can register and be part in person. If you're not in Ghana, you can join us virtually as well. And so you can join virtually. We'll be live on Facebook throughout the whole session. And so you wouldn't miss out. So wherever you are, whether you're in Ghana, you're in Africa, you're in US, UK, Europe, wherever you are, you can join us either in person or virtually. And so once you send me a WhatsApp or a message, or you can just visit the website. You may find a registration link there as well. Yeah, we also have a number of training programs. We have the EXIM program, which is the Executive Certificate in Export and Import, which basically looks at 3 thematic areas: export readiness, investor readiness, and business sustainability. So these are captured under those training programs. They are for 4 weekends, Saturday, Sundays only. And after you are done, there are other additional, opportunities that are also attached, such as helping you with getting your export license, taking you for field visits to the ports, to the certification areas as well. And so, yeah, all of these things are added to the programs that we offer. We also have a number of webinars, and I believe that, as Ambassador said, she's been on one of our programs. I think that was the AU Day program, or MSME, one of them. Yeah, the AU Day, which she delivered the keynote, and we're so honored to have her, on our program. So it's always a delight to, to be called upon by, His Excellency to be part of anything at all. So thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to the audience as well for listening.
I appreciate you as well, Peter. I will be here in Ghana on the 7th. I did post your website here at the bottom. We will have all of the information that you have given us in private. We will post it to our WhatsApp group. We will have a community. We already have a community on WhatsApp. So we'll make sure all of your information and contacts gets there. I will see you probably on the 7th in Accra. I'm very interested to bring over opportunities from our Chamber of Commerce as well, which is a really good segue into our next guest, which I think you should also stick around for, because she also leads the Chamber of Commerce in America. So I think it's a really good opportunity for us to collaborate as Black people all around the world. So we're going to connect her in now. And I want to appreciate you again and say thank you for coming on this afternoon to the IAASC Summit Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Mr. Peter Adetor with Assets. We will see him next week here in Ghana, and that's a really good segue into our next speaker. Our next speaker is Miss Ayana Khan. She is the president of the fastest growing Black Chamber of Commerce in the entire United States of America. I met this young lady online. A lot of people I've never physically met in person, but that's the connectivity of the universe bringing us together for this global work that we need to do. So I will not take up a lot of time, because I really want her to have the full opportunity to talk about what's probably most affects me, being diaspora or a person of African descent or a descendant of a formerly enslaved person, in the work that she has been able to do with the Nigerian government in the country. This is the IAASC Summit Nigeria. So we wanted to make sure we connect not only people in Nigeria, but those that are working with Nigerians all over the world. This half of our summit is mostly focused on the business sector, so she encapsulates all of that. So without further ado, I want to bring on stage Ms. Ayana Khan, who is the president of the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce. We thank you, ma'am, for coming on this morning from the U.S.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here. Super excited. That was a great introduction. And I agree wholeheartedly with you. So I wanted to share with you all a pilot program for dual citizenship that we're partnering with here at the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce and CARICOM. We're partnering with a Nigerian organization named AFRIDU and NICOM in launching an innovative pilot program, which is going to provide dual citizenship opportunities for African American business members. So we've recognized that, our African countries and our African brothers and sisters did have a part to play in the transatlantic slave trade. So this program and this pilot program with this dual citizenship option is a way of sort of like a reparations plan, right? To bring individuals back home to do business without barriers and without borders. So this initiative is designed to foster international business growth, cultural exchange, and the biggest thing, really the meat and potatoes of what a Chamber of Commerce is about, and that is economic empowerment. And this is economic empowerment because it's allowing African American entrepreneurs and business owners to establish legal ties with African nations. So we're super excited about that. I traveled to Nigeria a few weeks ago, last month actually, and we met with the Secretary of State and some other elected officials, and they were super receptive. The president did announce that he would do an executive order and a bill to really show that he's supporting this initiative, and we are welcome to come back home for dual citizenship. So the objectives is really economic empowerment. It's going to seek to empower African American business owners by providing them with dual citizenship. And we believe that this will open up new markets, new investment opportunities, and the ability to engage in business ventures across the borders. We're starting with Nigeria, but we want to broaden this pilot program across all African countries. There's also that cultural connection, right? We're encouraging business members to connect with their ancestral roots. So part of this initiative really is to provide your ancestry, proof that you have ancestry in Nigeria. And this is promoting a deeper understanding because a lot of us don't know where we come from, right? So it's promoting deeper understanding and appreciation for our African culture and our African heritage. And then there's going to be an easier access, we believe, to African markets, allowing participants to expand their business and operations internationally. And that's going to include benefits such as reducing trade barriers, tax incentives, and access to local resources. It's also going to help strengthen our global partnership. So by fostering these ties between African American communities and African nations, we hope this program will build out a stronger mutual beneficial relationship for everyone. And that can lead to more collaborations and more projects and more economic development. So again, you have to be eligible. You have to be eligible for this pilot program with proof of your ancestry and a bio and what investments you will be bringing to Africa, what investments you'll be bringing to Nigeria. And it's open to African American businesses, members of the Chamber, the Delaware Black Chamber, in partnership with the Illinois Black Chamber. Delaware is also super unique, right? We're a unique state. We're truly a gem because we have a port. We have one of the greatest port in the Northeast, the Port of Wilmington. And it's a vital asset for trade and commerce. However, our port here in Wilmington remains significantly underutilized by diverse businesses, particularly those of minority and African-led enterprises. So at the Delaware Black Chamber, we want to change that. So despite our strategic location and the capacity for handling wide range of goods and services, diverse businesses have not been leveraging this resource to expand their operations and reach new markets. And we're encouraging our members that you are not just limited to the state of Delaware. You can do business in other markets. You can do business internationally. So the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce recognizes that this is untapped. There's potential for the Port of Wilmington, and we're going to be actively working with the officials here to change this dynamic. And in partnership with African countries, we want to develop initiatives that will better leverage diverse businesses into the port, both for import and export. And this can enhance access to all international markets, facilitate trade opportunities, promote economic growth for Black businesses and for African businesses. So really by fostering these partnerships, we believe that we're creating a pathway for better engagement with the port, with the Delaware Black Chamber, with African countries, and we seek to empower our businesses here to support global expansion and just drive economic development in the region. And that's the key point. Do you guys have any questions or concerns?
I want to thank you first for spending your time. I believe it's morning there, to explain to us the opportunities that you've created with collaboration with the Illinois Black Chamber in regards to giving people access to African markets. I think it's important. Being on ground and living here in Africa, it's very difficult, if not highly unnecessary, of the red tape and bureaucracy that we have to go through because we're not naturalized citizens in order to do business. There's a lot of requests for foreign direct investment, but I don't have to be a foreign direct investor if I'm a citizen of your country. That doesn't make me a foreigner, nor are any Black people, in my opinion, foreigners to Africa in the first place. We're just distant relatives that I'm coming home and I'm expecting my, blanket for my couch or something, or wherever it is that you're putting me, whatever space there is for me to fit into. I think it's our job to not only educate those of us that are of African descent on the opportunities that are in these African countries, but facilitating the roadmap on how we get there. Because there's a huge problem with implementation in some of these things. Being in Ghana, being around for the year of return, being around for the diaspora engagement policy, being around for now coming up on a citizenship ceremony that we're having here in this next month. I've seen the dynamics play out on ground that could be have the potential to be so much successful if there was more communication with the business community. As Asset said, more communication with SMEs, what you do in regards to chambers of commerce and the business community, because the middle class and the business sector is going to drive the African economy. So my question to you is, how does the Delaware Black Chamber engage with those that are in Nigeria that want to be in partnership with some of the businesses that you're going to be bringing through your pilot program? How does that work?
Yes, that is a great question. So last year we formed a mutual beneficial partnership with the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. So they're a great partner, and we've actually partnered on our quarterly minority supply diversity initiative, where we bring in diverse businesses and other organizations on how to do business with them. So we're super excited about that. They just appointed a new president to the Nigerian chamber. We're also been in conversations about getting, I believe it's an EB-5 visa. Don't quote me on that. But so we've had conversations, and I've had conversations with our Senator Coon's office here on how we can get those African businesses here with their visas without the barriers and the challenges as well. So it's a two-way street to do business. Our Senator Coons is a great champion of doing business in Africa. He said Africa is the future. It is the continent of the future. And he's encouraging, those import-export opportunities. So hopefully working with the Department of Commerce here and just with other elected officials, our World Trade Center, which I'm a board member of, we can break down these barriers and just be in a comfortable space to do business seamlessly with each other. We're always open to more collaborations as well. So if you're on this call, reach out to me. We're open to all collaborations to do business with everyone, like across the globe.
Perfect. So I do want to read some comments we have from social media, some questions. So one question is from Facebook from Wolfe Samuel. She says, thank you for all you do, Ayana Khan. Are there any plans co-hosting programs live, like I think they're supposed to say like capacity development workshops, training, and other networking engagements with Nigerian entities?
Yes, so that is one of our great partners there at the Nigerian Chamber. So thank you for that question. Yes, we want to build out a program on specifically for diverse businesses on how to do business, right? We've done a couple of webinars in the past, but we're working on building out a program, working with our Department of State. We had a meeting last week, but unfortunately life happened. We didn't meet, but we're planning to meet soon on engaging diverse businesses on, how to do business, import and export. So that's coming soon. Stay tuned for that. And because you're one of our amazing partners, you'll definitely get that information. If you have any other innovative thoughts, ideas on what or how we should do this as well, please let us know. I'm always open, to new ideas and new ways to do things, and not really reinventing the wheel and making things difficult, right? But making it effective.
That's true. So I want to read this comment also from Wolfe Samuel from Facebook. You have the platform for diversity minority sessions where we get to interact and learn about a lot about small and minority businesses in Delaware. My aim and mission moving forward is to have us from the Nigerian side engage more with you and your businesses. I'm very particular about programs as a short-term quick win. So I think we have a good collaboration with us three Black women. I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there and talk about what that is in reality. There's a connectivity that Black women have just from the source that I think we also need to tap more into, because we've been told that we can't work together. I think is an opportunity to, again, rebrand what that looks like and an opportunity to do it on a global scale like we've never had before. So I want to thank you for coming this afternoon. If you want to leave your contact information or anything that you want to share with the public in the chat, I will make sure that I put that on the screen. We have a WhatsApp group that we will also add all the information to. And if you want to close out and talk to us about your fundraiser tomorrow, I believe that's tomorrow, correct? Or is it today?
That is on September 12th.
Oh, okay.
Yep, we're having our 4th annual gala fundraiser at Deerfield Country Club from 6 to 10 p.m. It's our largest fundraiser of the year, and we have typically over 200 people. We've sold out in the past 3 years, and we come together for networking opportunities and just celebrating each other, right? So we have an amazing keynote, Michelle Gee, who's the former CEO of Ebony and Jet magazine and a former BET executive. She will be delivering a dynamic speech. We have an amazing Black opera singer that will be opening us up with Lift Every Voice and Sing, our own national anthem. And it's dinner, it's dancing, it's awards recognizing our members of the year, our champion of the year, our supporter of the year, our funder of the year, and our veteran business of the year. So we highlight these businesses and give them their flowers, right? And acknowledge the great work that they're doing, because it's not easy.
No, it's not easy at all. And I really appreciate the work that you do. I do want to commend you for finding a way to enter into one of the largest markets in the African continent outside of South Africa, and having that opportunity. There's a lot of room for growth in Nigeria, which is why we want to venture our pilot programs here in the agriculture sector, because we believe food security is the most important, because we can't survive if we can't eat. So I want to thank you and everything that you do. If you have any opportunities for anything going on in Nigeria, please go ahead and post that also in our group chat. If anyone wants to contact the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce, or if you are in the United States for especially UN General Assembly, if you're around for CBC, Delaware is not far from DC. You can jump up there and go to the fundraiser. If you give me a link to donate, I will also post that in our WhatsApp group chat and on our social media as well, since it is a fundraiser. Fundraiser means give her some money, people. That's what that means. So we want to encourage circulating the Black dollar, because we talk about that a lot and we don't do it enough. So I want to encourage everyone to support the Delaware Black Chamber. So thank you, Madam Ayana Khan, the president of the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce, for joining us at the IAASC Summit Nigeria.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful rest of your day and a wonderful rest of the summit.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that was Ms. Ayana Khan with the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce. I'm so glad she had an opportunity to come on and talk about the opportunities for my people meaning those that don't really know where we come from and are looking for access points. Where are the access points into these different African countries that we can engage? Where is it the Black women are not only becoming the most educated in the United States, but we are on the rise of the top business owners and owning the most businesses. So in the same fashion of how that looks like in African culture, with most of your women in the market being market women, most of your farmers, especially in the rural communities, are women as well. So we need to have a very high level focus, which is why we had Awit Nigeria on earlier, to talk about how we rebrand the role of women in the future of what not only the specialty crop industry looks like, but as well as what this looks like in general for the future of farming. So we want to bring up our next speaker this afternoon. We have had a very impactful day thus far, with starting out with Honorable Frank Adongo, who did our opening remarks and gave a beautiful introduction of what we were going to be speaking about today, and the work that I've been doing here with the Ghana government, and how we met 5 years ago when I walked in Parliament House, being in politics and saying, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to come to Ghana and bring cannabis legislation that makes sense, because the policies we're creating in Georgia, the state that I was from, were not conducive to Black farmers. So over the 5 years that I've been working here, they passed the cannabis legislation last year. And now we're talking about specialty crop farming, value addition, and creating global supply chains. So we have a pretty good model that we've tested out here that we want to bring to Nigeria in that regard. So this summit is just the beginning of the types of opportunities, people, experts that CEMT and the ADC network brings to African countries. And we wanted to make sure that we not only showcase the array of possibilities within our network, but also our networks. So not the people that we're connected to, but who are they also connected to? And building this global supply chain, we need everyone. We need everyone that has any opportunities that will give Black people access, because that's all we need is access and opportunity. Most of the time, people always talk about money, but most of the money that is moved is built on relationships. So we need to build relationships with ourselves, with our African brothers and sisters. And I'm so thankful that so many people have come on today and taken the time to talk about not only what it is that they do, but how we can work together. So I appreciate all the calls for partnerships. I will make sure our office contacts you if we don't have one already. The Delaware Black Chamber is a member of the African Diaspora Collective Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They were our first chamber member in January of 2024. We only established ourselves in November of 2023, so they were the first thing that came out the gate in January. So we are very appreciative of all the work that they've done. And in that short period of time of me knowing Ayana, they have been able to facilitate a major move in to the Nigerian market on behalf of the Nigerian diaspora, and those of us that will find out through our ancestry that we are Nigerian diaspora. I believe I am a Niger girl. Maybe. I believe I am. So we're going to continue our day, and I'll make sure that everything that was posted can be put into our WhatsApp group. There is a donation button also for Miss Ayana that I will post here as well. So if you want to donate to her fundraiser that is happening on September 12th, I'm going to let this run at the bottom of your screen here while we bring on the next presenter. Also, so in case you want to donate to Miss Ayana at the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce, she is having her largest annual fundraiser. If someone is there and can record the opera singer of the national anthem, I would love to see that. So that is just my one request. We're going to continue on with our afternoon. I do want to give some housekeeping. If you are on Facebook or you are on YouTube and you would like to ask a question, go ahead and put those questions or comments in the comment section down below and wherever you are, and then we will get to them at the end of each of our speakers. We have a couple left for this afternoon. And because we're already floating around in the United States, I think it's a good opportunity as well to bring up one of our next speakers. I believe we have two speakers that are also in the US, but that are getting themselves prepared to come on. So according to our schedule, our next speaker is here in Ghana, is Dr. Daniel with the Center for Plant Research Medicine. I think this is a great opportunity to talk to Dr. Daniel because he was also present on behalf of his organization, or behalf of his Center for Plant Research Medicine that is part of the Ministry of Health here in Ghana, to attend the HempTech conference and gave us some valuable information about how we turn our herbs or our plants or our specialty crops into medicine. That is the number one industry that we can get into as farmers, is the pharmaceutical industry. People use pharmaceuticals as a bad word, but if they're herbal, 100% natural, grown from organic farmers, that makes it probably the best medicine in the world. Outside of any Western medicine that you can take, it's going to come from the earth, because that's how we've been able to survive plants and animals and whatnot for all of this time. So it's important for us to look at the research basis. What opportunities are there for farmers to collaborate with research entities? What can we learn from these institutions that are usually sitting under the hierarchy of some governmental agency? They probably don't get a lot of funding. They probably don't have a lot of people that even know that they're there. So I want to give opportunity for that in this program to talk about research and the health industry for specialty crops. How do you change specialty crop production manufacturing for medicinal purposes? This is probably the number one ticket item that we talk about in the cannabis and hemp space. which is a specialty crop, is how do we get those types of things made into medicines that we can cross market across the world, because everyone is trying to be healthy. I do not see Dr. Daniel. I do not see Dr. Daniel. So I want to continue on with the program and make sure that we're on time with everyone that gets to speak. So what I would like to do is bring up someone that is backstage according to our program. She would have been speaking at the end of the day, but I think we can go ahead and bring her up now to talk about the role of civil society in connecting the public and private sector for those with disabilities to have access to education. I think then we can jump into Dr. Daniel, because the basis of how this started for me in the cannabis and hemp space was based off of a child named Haley in Georgia and the Haley's Hope Act, which is policy that was created behind her epileptic seizures, and how her disability created a need for a specialized product to be created to help her sustain the best quality of life. And that's how the cannabis industry started in Georgia, which we heard from Handy Kennedy earlier today about vertically integrated farms and how that's been a challenge for them. So we want to learn from the lessons of the past as we integrate ourselves into the Nigerian market. So let's hear from Madam Laura in California in the United States, since we were just on Delaware on the East Coast in the United States. I think we can jump over to the West Coast and go talk to Madam Laura with NAPAC CDI. Madam Laura Akanubi is the CEO of NAPAC CDI. I will also float her information as well in the chat in case you want to speak with her after she does her presentation. But I do want to bring up Madam Laura on stage so that we can talk about civil society. We can talk about, especially now that there's an election year, there's a lot of people here in Ghana, and as well as the election that happened last year in Nigeria, as well as the election that's happening in the US now. I think the disabled are a subject matter that gets overlooked and unaddressed. But I think in regards to the specialty crop industry that we're talking about, it's a huge opportunity for the health conversation, and particularly what products can be developed to aid those with disabilities. But as the president of Assets, Peter, said, we don't know what to do if we don't know the opportunities are there. So this summit brings about, we have farmers that can grow medicines that can help people. So we would like you, Madam Laura, to talk about the disabled community and how civil society can not only help educate us on what the needs are, but also how NAPAC CDI can help educate us on the work that you do in California. So welcome to the IAASC Summit Nigeria. The floor is yours.
Wow. Good morning, Ambassador Johnson and team IAASC, our committed listeners. Thank you for putting me towards the end of the program because it's 7 o'clock here in California. The initial schedule put me at 3 a.m. and I was wondering, how am I going to do that? I am Madam Lara Okonobi from Los Angeles, California. I have leadership roles in diverse diaspora organizations. But this morning, I am here representing NAPAC Capacity Development Initiative, which means NAPAC CDI, an organization that I have the privilege of being the CEO. This summit, again, I want to just give a prop to Ambassador Devisha for a fabulous program that she has put together. I hope everybody has been listening from the beginning. But this summit, I believe, is focused on training future leaders and contributing to improving the ecosystem in Nigeria, because food is everything. Agriculture is everything. Agriculture is critical for sustainable development and poverty reduction. I'm sure everybody agrees with that. And agricultural growth can be a powerful means of achieving inclusive growth. because this sector holds much promise and potential for sustainable income stream and food security. She just gave a quick background about even how she's connecting someone with disability with medicine being a solution. It's homegrown medicine instead of pills and that have all these side effects, which is a fantastic perspective. And especially now in this age, I'm hoping that most of the audiences, particularly those that are outside of United States, you're quite familiar with the DEI program, which is the diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I always add that to accessibility, because I believe that when support improves, outcomes will increase. People don't have enough access to what they need. And that is what this summit is proposing, to bring together all these diverse speakers who have different to share and to educate us, to collaborate with us on things that we can do. So in this age of diversity, equity, and inclusion, our policy must forge partnership with all demographics, especially those that have been marginalized. I'm speaking of adults with disabilities, to examine them from a position of strength and not deficit. For me personally, having worked in the industry and working with adults with disability for the past 30 years, I know that they can add value to employers, to producers, like farmers, and the SME world. If we create a career pathway and employment opportunities for them, which I'm hoping that this summit will be one of the takeaways, the things that we need to do, creating a specific cohort of people with disability, creating a curriculum, a career pathway, and employment opportunities for them so they can truly be contributors to the economy, marginalized. Because individuals with disability, for some of you that may be familiar with them or know them, individuals with disability enjoy routine work that has sequential tasks, as is applicable in agricultural sectors. When you're looking for routine job, agricultural sectors is the number one. There's only one way. I mean, maybe not only one way. There are ways to plant seed. There are ways for germination. There are ways to do X, Y, Z. And you can do the same thing over and over and over and get the predicted result. So when we look at unemployment in Nigeria, for example, the rate for people with disability is almost double that of general population. And some of the factors that contribute to this include physical barriers. There's lack of access to workplaces. There's even lack of recognition. People don't even recognize. And when I walk around in Nigeria, I see a lot of these people with disability on the streets. And I'm amazed at how they're even able to use cell phone, move from one place to place without, equipment. Some of them, they just use their two hands and move forward. But we have other levels of people with disability, those that have a little bit of education that can actually contribute towards the agriculture. But we have to change our attitude, because attitudinal barrier with people with disability is one of those key areas. If you change the way you look at things, the things you say will change. Again, like I said earlier, we need to start to look at them from a position of strength, not deficit. So lack of assistive devices is another challenge that people with disability all over the world that they have. Some of these devices are expensive and sometimes they're not even available. And there's inherent discrimination that people with disability face in the community, even in social settings and in the workplace. We don't have enough data, not even accurate data on them. So all of this makes it difficult for the policies that we make to truly accommodate them and utilize that information to provide empowerment opportunities for them. But we need to start to look at them as a workforce opportunity, because there's a lot that they can contribute to the economy. The challenges that are faced by people with disability in Nigeria also expand towards public misconception, lack of support services. What we have in Nigeria at best is only on the federal level. It hasn't trickled down to the states, and especially the rural areas. The stigmatization, the abuse that some of them enjoy, poor healthcare service delivery, all of this, and unavailability of educational training, they have been condemned to say they can learn. Of course they can learn. You know, if you put food in front of them, they know exactly what to do with it. They're not going to put it in their nose. They know how to do so. But when, again, back to my philosophy, when support improves, the outcomes will increase. So we have to start right now to ensure effective policy implementation and equitable resource allocation for individuals with disability. Society, civil society has a big role to play in this. You know, Nigeria must increase its efforts in community-based sensitization and education campaign, just as IAASC is doing right now. We have to combat the stereotypes and harmful practices against people with disability. Nigeria, there's a need for more optimal uptake of initiatives that will result in job creation, and this demographic can play a vital role. But we need access to education and rehabilitation services that will provide, protect the rights and dignity of people with disability. We need to see them as individuals first. We need to see them as people. We need to pitch a lot of support, around them. We need to create on-the-job learning opportunities for them. Even if they have to job shadow a farmer, give them some time. Their speed may be slow, but they have the capacity to learn. But if we provide opportunity for on-the-job learning, this will result in sustainable, meaningful employment and promotion of independence. The people with disability don't need us to pity them. They need us to understand them, to support them, and create opportunities for them. And how would this be? By listening and caring for them. We have to listen to their needs. We have to listen. We have to make a good and objective assessment of their capabilities. We have to understand what their needs are and even their preferences. Just because they have disability doesn't mean we just shove them like a piece of furniture and say, do this. No. In the entire agricultural sector, there are so many job opportunities there, that people with disability can participate in. There's the horticulture, there's the germination, there's the row cropping system, there's a greenhouse operation, there's agronomy, there's the livestock handling. They can tend, chicken. They can help to do that, collect eggs, sell that. They can sort. It's because I already spoke about the affinity for routine task. They can sort anything that they can master after doing it over and over and over and over again. They can be animal caretakers. We have all of these opportunities. They can be growers, but anything that we can do to, first of all, accept that they are human beings. Once we start to show a lot of respect towards them and we're listening to what they can or cannot do, we will be able to empower them to do more. So all of these areas are the opportunities in Nigeria, especially, and all over the world for people with disability. And I don't know how many people have had the privilege of watching the competition in Paris, particularly for people with disability. You'll be amazed at their capacity. You'll be amazed at their strength. You'll be amazed at what they can do. If you haven't had that opportunity, please look for it. Look at it on probably YouTube is still capturing it. But these individuals can do a lot more. We need to give them some credit. So there are job opportunities, but we need to train them in place. We need to train them with existing farmers. We need to train them in classroom setting. We can create a curriculum for them that will allow them to learn different things. So again, when support improves, the outcomes will increase. We can provide opportunity for them, but the policy has to reflect these opportunities. The policy must back up, the several intensives that will be appropriate for them. The tools in terms of, maybe assistive device, even for them to be able to be a farmer, maybe they need knee pads, maybe they need helmet, maybe they need separate tools to be able to do what they need to do. So we should not discount adults with disability, okay? But the skill set that is required, they can be trained. These individuals can be trained. So there are so many opportunities in the agricultural business. There's even opportunity for these individuals to become entrepreneurs. We should not discount them from the SME category. They can be entrepreneurs. They can create self-employment. They can do their own thing. And this is actually prevalent in Nigeria in the north. You have a few people who they just gather together. All they sell is vegetables. They can be trained to do this, whereby they can earn income for themselves and don't have to be dependent on their family members, because some of them are probably going to outlive the people that don't have a disability. But we need to train them to advance in high-paying positions, to advance in credible jobs by creating opportunities. And one of those opportunities that can be created is NEPAC CDI, for example. We have developed a flagship program called Project Match. With Project Match, we match individuals with talents. We match professionals with job, with projects in Nigeria and in America. And one of the sub-program in our organization, GAN certification program. GAN stands for Green Advocates of Nigeria, which we can modify to support the career development of individuals with disabilities in Nigeria. We can co-create with Ambassador, a curriculum that is focused on developing practical life and job-related skills. This will provide a broad exposure to the field of agriculture so that when these individuals, when they graduate or finish the program, they will know exactly which next steps they want to take on their career pathway. Again, we have to put them in a position where they make decisions that is important for themselves. They have to make informed decisions. I am not advocating that we just congregate people with disability to do one thing. No, I'm advocating for their right. I'm advocating that they be treated with dignity. I'm advocating that we need to create programs around them where they can thrive and contribute. So NEPAC CDI is available to collaborate with Ambassador. And one of our value propositions, like I said earlier, includes matching diaspora businessmen and investors with business opportunities in Nigeria, because we know Nigeria well. So we are a gateway to Nigeria for people here in the United States who is looking to go to Nigeria. We provide this service as well. We are trustworthy. We've been around for over 13 years doing different things. We can organize and support proper due diligence and vet businesses for you in Nigeria. We have other partners that we work with in Nigeria. We can help you find talents in Nigeria and manage them. We can also support in helping you to define your KPI. There's a lot more that we can do. We can create dashboard for you or management tools that is specific to Nigeria. But agriculture is one of those areas where everybody needs to connect, because like I said earlier, it's an industry or a sector where there's a lot of potential and promise for sustainable income stream and food security. It is without any doubt that once food is no longer a problem for any nation, they can think better, they can do more, and they can accomplish a whole lot more. So we need to shift our focus from 9-to-5 office jobs to those other entrepreneurial opportunities such as agriculture. And we need to make sure that we provide opportunity for every individual in the community, that we do not marginalize, in particular, people with disability. And guess what? Because they love routine jobs, these individuals, they're very reliable. They're not the ones that will not show up because they're glad to do this job. When you're looking at reliable workforce, this is the individual that you can count on. And I'm also not advocating that they be shortchanged. They need to be paid for the level of contribution that they make. So when we're talking about incentives, a special budget has to be set aside for this. Funding has always been a challenge, but there are several organizations there in Nigeria who receive grants or fund, maybe for United Nations or from other opportunity. But if the federal government of Nigeria is serious about inclusive economy, then they need to set aside an opportunity to make an assessment of the capacity of people with disability, what they can contribute, what they can bring to the table, and how they will be funded or compensated for their efforts in rebuilding the economy. So I am very happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. This concludes my presentation. And I will be, glad to answer any question.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Laura. I think it's so important for us to not only think about the disabled in a humane way, but not just talk about it, to actually put some things in place. And what you said really brought home the simplicity of it. Things that people can do repeatedly. It doesn't really have anything to do with a disability. It's the routine around doing something over and over and over again. You get better at it, just like people that have advanced degrees. You're continuing to study something over and over and over again, which makes you an expert at it. So I think that's a very good way of looking at how we can figure out how to be inclusive and how to properly structure our DEI as part of our corporate social responsibility as well for most of the businesses that are at this part of the day that are looking at how do I enact some of my DEI and CSR policies in regards to how we do business in Africa, how we do business in Nigeria specifically, but how we just do business with each other. I think the Black culture, particularly my people from America, we have a real problem with understanding the disabled and how to deal with challenges in our families, in our family structure, and what that looks like. And most of those things are all mute points when it comes to dinner time. So it doesn't matter if you're disabled, if you're not, when it's time to eat, everybody comes together and it's time to eat. So I think that's why agriculture sector and food is just the connectivity to all of us. But when all of us are sitting at the table, we need to be recognized about what our challenges may be and what the solutions to those challenges are, whether it be the disabled or it be those of us that are moving into new parts of the world, like myself. There was a lot of challenges that I faced coming to Ghana, understanding the culture, understanding the people, understanding the language, understanding the environment for doing business. And all of those types of things I can imagine are just that much more challenging for our disabled community. So I applaud the work that you do, which is why I wanted to make sure I was inclusive of not only the work that you and NAPAC CDI does, but to offer the Nigerians that are in America as part of the Nigerian diaspora an outlet or an access point. So I would call you an access point for those Nigerian diaspora that want to connect. I think it's a good opportunity for the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce to understand what the Nigerian diaspora community looks like across the country, since they have so much business and capacity going on their side. I think you being on the West Coast in California would be a good opportunity to make that connection. So I did leave your email address up. I did leave your website up. If there's any further questions, I'll make sure I post those in the WhatsApp group as well. And if you have any final thoughts for our audience, the floor is yours for final thoughts.
Yeah, I want to commend you on the tagline, rebranding, because that's really what we are supposed to be doing. We need to take a different look, see things with different lenses. And you've done a tremendous work, especially you have putting your money where your mouth is. You are consistent, especially, bringing people with disability into this conversation is really, it's not everybody that can think about it except a well-rounded leader, which that's what you are. So NAPAC CDI is available to collaborate with you, in particular regarding the initiative that I discussed, which is the Nigeria. This is one of the sustainable goals of United Nations, and it would be great to train people with disability in this specific certification and see where they go, so that then they can gain the respect. They gain the respect that they deserve as individuals going forward. But I want to thank you again for this opportunity to talk about what I do and what NEPAC is able to do and available to do. Thank you for the lineup of all these fantastic speakers and great minds alike. So I look forward to connecting with you at the next one. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Laura. I really appreciate your continued support for everything that you do for us here at ADCCCI and your support of me personally throughout the years of this work. So I want to thank you again for coming on. If anyone wants to connect with Madam Laura, you can get with her at her email address or scrolling here at the bottom. We're going to jump right into our next speaker, Emmanuel. We're going to bring him on stage. Emmanuel, are you there? Emmanuel with First Bank, talking about how we are going to bring in our financial institutions and what role does our financial institutions play in the specialty crop industry and the opportunities for advancement in the specialty crop industry with partners like First Bank and opportunities and products that they may be able to provide is what we'd like to talk about this afternoon. So Emmanuel, are you there?
Hello.
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 Emmanuel, how are you?
Can I be heard?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So just a minute. I'll start the meeting, or I'll speak on the topic given.
Okay. So we'll give Emmanuel a minute to set up. So let's go over some housekeeping. We're almost at the end of our day, so I really appreciate all of you coming on board to have this day with us on your Friday. It is a long weekend in the United States, so happy Labor Day to everyone. There are some cultural traditions in the Black community called barbecue. It's not the same. Charlie, it's not the same as Ghana barbecue. It's not the same. It's different. Okay. It's meat, it's fire, but it's just different. So we can get into that whole different conversation. But on holidays, my culture decides to get together around food. So I think it's a really good opportunity to talk about what that looks like in regards to rebranding the Black farmer. How do we communally, as we are now starting to travel across the world in a much more intentional way as a community, what does that look like in regards to not only being able to have access points like Madam Laura, or having abilities to do value-added products and having access to markets through understanding certifications through the supply chain, which Truman talked about, or collaborative farming, which Andy Kennedy talked about, going back to our roots and utilizing technology, which is what Crafo Systems talked about. We've talked about a lot today. Most of these people are my personal, I have personal relationships with them outside of the business that we do together, because we really believe in building a community, not only of like-minded people, but those that have put some skin in the game. Not necessarily they spent their whole life savings doing something, but they're dedicated. Like myself, I'm dedicated to being in Africa. A lot of people told me, why? No, don't do this. But as Madam Laura stated, I am dedicated. So I've been at this for a good 8-9 years now. And now I find myself in a position now to reach back and go get some people and say, hey, I've built a number of different things, entities, institutions, access points. It's now time to, as my millennial brain would say, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and connect ourselves in this global supply chain of Black excellence that I know we can build, because we've built empires. So I want to bring on our next speaker. We're going to go to Dr. Daniel, who is actually on our program next, before we go to First Bank with Emmanuel. Dr. Daniel is going to talk about products and how we can develop those products from herbal medicines. And then Emmanuel, with the financial institution, will tell us how to fund them. I think it's going to be a good segue into the last part of our conversation with Mellow Farms and how we organize ourselves in a cooperative way. He's doing some really interesting things with specialty crops according to demographics. And that is directly in relation to what our president, Ms. Blessing, said about a needs assessment and finding out what the needs of the community are. Mellow Farms is, I also believe, in California, and they are now growing specialty crops for the Asian demographic because there's a lot of Asians in their part of California. So not necessarily do you have to grow big for the international market. The international market is most of the time right here in Africa, like African Americans. There's enough of us around to make sure that there's collard greens grown for our community or orange sweet potatoes grown for our community, which is part of some of the programs that we're developing here and we're piloting in Ghana that we will bring to Nigeria. So one of those programs is the HempTech Conference, of which Dr. Daniel spoke at. On the same subject, he's going to speak today. So I'd like to bring him up on the screen from the Center for Plant Research Medicine here in Ghana. Dr. Daniel is here to talk to us about how do we take our specialty crops, whether that be hibiscus flowers or hemp flowers or any type of other indigenous plants that you may have in Nigeria. How do we take those herbs, those things that we can physically grow ourselves or that grow from the earth? How do we change that into not only something that will help someone's health in the future, but also helps the economy grow and for the future of not only Nigeria, but the ECOWAS region and Africa as a whole. So I want to give the floor to Dr. Daniel with the Center for Plant Research Medicine.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador. Yes, and I'm pleased to be part of this program once again. So I'll basically give short overview of our institution, and then I will also talk about how to get products registered and make available for the general use. So the Center for Plant Medicine Research is an agency under the Ministry of Health here in Ghana, and we have an act that's Act 833/2011 that explains our functions and our mandates for the Ministry of Health. And that means that we are an agency of the government of Ghana. So with that few background to us, let me also mention that we are located at the Kuyapi Mountains, just about 45 minutes drive from Accra. You can get to our place. In our place, we have various research departments, and then we have the clinic. So the research department conducts basic and advanced research on plant medicine. Our mandate is basically to conduct research into plant medicine for human use. These labs conduct the basic research. We have the phytochemistry, we have the where I belong. We also have the pharmacology toxicology department. We have the clinical research department. We have the plant development department. They do the cultivation of medicinal plants, harvesting of medicinal plants, collection of medicinal plants from the wild, from the field, from everywhere. And also we have our clinic where we give our product to patients who visit us. And in all this, we have a production department which does the formulations and productions of our medicines, which is as a result of our research. These research findings are given to another department called pharmaceutical department. That's where they do the formulations and know where we should develop a product into either capsules or powder or decoctions or any other form. With this done, let me mention that for our objective of going into the markets with medicinal plant products, for example, developed from cannabis, the law has been passed, which accepts use of THC not more than 0.3% in the products, or the variety that can produce this quantity in its natural form. Now, the law has been passed. Currently, the Narcotic Commission is drafting the LI that will spell out what should be done and what should not be done. Meanwhile, in the act, they have indicated how to get the licenses to cultivate, licenses to transport, licenses to store, and even licenses to export or distribute. So that is still in the pipeline. It has not come full fruition for us to explore. So when that is done, it means that we can go ahead and cultivate cannabis that has that variety, the THC level not beyond 0.3%. When that is done, it means that we can formulate, cultivate, and do all what we want to do with the plant materials for human use and also for veterinary purposes. Also, now when that is so not, that means that legally we cannot go into cultivation and we cannot go into formulations with the products. And of course, when all this, the FDA comes in, that's where we play a critical role. The center would have to ensure that products have been tested and they have good quality for human use. Now, let me use what we do currently, which will give us an idea of how such products are satisfied. So, at the moment, we receive a lot of products, herbal-based products from clients. That product by law has to be certified by FDA when we have done our basic research on them. So the clients bring their product to us. We take the product through phytochemistry screening, which looks at what plant compounds are there, the components are there, and they write a report. In addition to that, the department, that's the phytochemistry department, ensure that the product is indeed of plant origin, not of orthodox or artificial medications, or not adulterated with something else. So when that is done, the report is written for FDA to look at it. In addition to that, the same product is also given to pharmacology departments where that it is doesn't contain toxic. Yes. So I think I went offline briefly. So these products are given to, that the second step is given to pharmacology toxicology lab where the product is exposed to animal testing. So that's a basic, because it's a new product, it's an ongoing product that needs recertification or fresh certification. We cannot give it. So we have to give it a specialized laboratory animals, which will tell us if the of toxicity in terms of dying, in terms of any animal to humans. So of course, we use the dose based on the manufacturer's recommendation. Now, the third stage is looking at microbial quality. As we know, this microbes, viruses, and all of that. Because the plant root, for example, is in the soil has a lot of bacteria species in there. So they also get transported onto the product. And sometimes they produce their product is full of germs. So we take this product to microbiology department to assess microbial quality, to ensure that they are not contaminated. And these germs can even be Salmonella typhi. That's a germ that causes typhoid fever. So whilst you are giving a product to a patient to treat maybe arthritis, it's also giving the patient typhoid fever because it contaminated with typhoid germ. So in the lab, we do all the various tests to ensure that indeed these germs are not there. That is Salmonella typhi, and then Staphylococcus aureus, and also Escherichia coli, that's E. coli, are not in any of them. These are the mandatory ones recommended by the FDA and also the WHO. In addition to that, we also look at easternmost levels. The easternmost level should not exceed certain levels or certain threshold. For instance, with all the microbes together, it should not exceed 50,000 CFU. That's colony forming units. And with the three I mentioned earlier, the S typhi, the Streptococcus aureus, they shouldn't be there at all. So we do all this testing and then we write the report, we put all the report together, it is satisfied. That is, we give the person certificate of analysis. And this certificate of analysis is sent to FDA for their perusal and approval of your product for marketing. Then they give the marketing authorization. So basically, every product based or made of plant origin, it comes here, we take the product to all these stages to ensure that indeed the product's really of good quality. The same way, when we have formulated a product from cannabis species or cannabis variety, which is to be used by human being, be it in a powder form, be it in oil form, be it in decoction form, be it in ointment or capsule, we take them through the same three basic processes to ensure that they are of good quality. In addition to that, a client or a customer may request for further detailed efficacy tests. Normally, FDA will tell the client to bring it for us to conduct further efficacy tests. And this efficacy test depends on what the product that has been formulated for. For instance, a manufacturer may formulate a product from cannabis variety and indicate that the product is for instance, for sleeping. It means that FDA will ask us to do a further detailed test on the product to ensure that it is indeed important for inducing sleep in humans. And that comes with a detailed test and a different cost altogether. Earlier when I mentioned the basic three, just about 700 Ghana cedis, but this one may cost even close to 100,000 Ghana cedis per sample. And you may get a report within 3 months. Of course, the previous ones also, the report is available within 3 months. So basically, that's what we do, and that's what, as we look forward to explore this new area of cannabis farming, cannabis product development, cannabis marketing, we need to understand these basic steps so that when we have our product and we are targeting a market, we take the product through all these procedures and ensure there's a good quality. Of course, the rest is for the manufacturer in terms of the container to use, in terms of the products labeling, in terms of design of the labeling. No, that one is not within. FDA will look at all of that, and even what it should be on the label and what not should be on the label. FDA will look at all that, but the design and so it's wholly up to the manufacturer. So, Ambassador, basically that's what we'll share with you this. If there's any clarification needed, I can elaborate on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel. It's always a pleasure to hear you speak about your expertise. I do have some, and thank you for mentioning the specifics of the generalization of all plants and how they all have to go through the same process. I think that's something that the SME assets president was talking about in regards to standardization. So that's the question that I have for you. If I have a product in Ghana that comes from, let's just say, tomato leaves. And I'm growing tomato leaves in Ghana, and I decide to go to Nigeria and grow the same tomato leaves. Is there some type of cross-border partnership, some type of trade agreement, some type of health standard that says that if my product
Sorry, the line wasn't clear, so I couldn't really understand the question. So maybe if I should talk about, you mean regulations, or if you could take it again, the line was breaking. Hello? 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 Hello.
You.
Oh, yeah. Hello. So, basically, if I should give a closing remarks, one, product needs to be certified by FDA. Secondly, we need to have the airline pass for us to start exploring the potential of this cannabis. And center is there to support any approach to get some quality assurance on this product for export to Nigeria or to other countries. So we are there to support and continue to work with you. Thank you very much. It appears the network is having some challenges. Thank you very much. So please, let me add that if you have further questions or clarifications, you can always contact me and send me an email or WhatsApp. I can address them and send them to you. Thank you.
For coming on. Medicine, if you will be able to process a product here in Ghana to be able to sell it in Nigeria. I think that question was answered, that yes, that is a possibility. I'm sure there are some further standards, international standards that of what this is going to look like for wrapping up our day here with our last couple of speakers. I do want to get to our next speaker, who is going to tell us how to pay for all this. So we've been talking all day about talk about specialty crops. It can collaborate our business efforts around the world. All these things that we're talking about take some form of capital. So we decided that we obviously needed someone from a financial institution to come and talk to us about what are in the specialty crop industry. So I want to bring up our next speaker, Emmanuel with First Bank. I think he was getting himself settled previously, but he is here with us today. Emmanuel. Wosu Prempe is founded in Nigeria from the meeting that I had at First Bank Ghana. So please thank Teresa for me as well for allowing you to come on to represent the bank. In her absence, as well as Nigeria, and not just necessarily Nigeria, but how does the banking system or institutions support emerging markets? And if the specialty crop industry is going to come to Nigeria and build a foundation for the 22nd century, how does the financial sector or you as a financial institution help facilitate that? So welcome to IAASC Summit Nigeria. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Can you confirm for me if you can hear me loud and clear? Hello, can you confirm if you can hear me loud and clear? Hello? All right, so thank you very much all for the opportunity given me. So my slot to discuss a topic as the economic potential of specialty cross value addition for international exports in Nigeria. And as she mentioned, my name is Emmanuel Prempe with First Bank Ghana, a subsidiary of First Bank Nigeria. But before I go on to discuss the topic, I'll appreciate if I take you all through the history of the bank, what First Bank stands for, and then straight up I get to treat the topic. So I would say that First Bank Ghana Limited is a subsidiary of First Bank Nigeria Limited, and FBN Holding PLC company, which is the largest and most enduring financial service institution in the sub-region. And then also, it is one of the Nigeria's leading financial service institution with 130 years heritage doing business in the trade hub that has grown economies in Africa, Europe, China, and for 28 good years in Ghana. So that is First Bank for you. So when it comes to experience and expertise, we have a lot in stock, and we are ever ready to carry you along anytime, whenever any customer works to us or prospect works to us, requesting or require a financial service from us. And I believe most customers around can testify to this fact. So now to the topic that I was giving. Let me repeat. He said the economic potential of specialty cross value addition for international export in Nigeria. So before I go into the details, I would like to give an overview of the domestic commodities market in Nigeria, how it looks like, and then we go into the main topic. So I will say that I'll start saying that Nigeria's economic trajectory over, that is within 2023, was characterized by a strategic economic reforms alongside rising cost of living, increased poverty rates, scarcity of foreign exchange, and a decline in economic growth, despite a thriving financial sector. This prevailing economic challenges also affected the agricultural sector, with its growth in the first 3 quarters of the year at 0.63%, significantly lower than the 1.90% growth recorded in the same period in the year 2022, as reported by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So despite the sector contributing approximately 25% of the GDP thus far, its growth rates trails behind that of the service sector, that is a variance of 4.25%, and an overview economy of 2.45%. In 2023, I would say Nigeria total exports showed a 2% increase compared to 2022. Agricultural exports similarly reported a significant rise of approximately 80%, yet they only represent about 3% of the total exports. Conversely, agricultural imports accounted, or let me say, on the other hand, the agricultural imports accounted for approximately 8% of the total imports in Nigeria. Key agricultural export commodities included cocoa beans, the sesame seeds, cashews, and soybeans, whereas the primary agriculture import commodity remained wheat sourced from countries like Poland, Canada, and Russia. The performance of each commodity year to date has been shaped by the intersection of international market dynamics, the challenging macroeconomic conditions within the country, and supply constraints within the agricultural subsector. So the specialty crops, as one may define as a plant of tree nuts or vegetables that are intensely cultivated. We have a quite number of these top commodities clients who have established value addition assets in their business, vertical or in the process of setting up processing plan to create value addition and enhance export flows. So let me also reiterate this, that key specialty crops under focus in this discussion has to do with cocoa, ginger, tree nuts, i.e. oil seeds, sesame, soybeans, rice bran, and etc. Based on the huge FS earning potentials of this class of crops, we have Nigeria's major export players. Forgive me. So we have Nigerian major export players either installing new processing capacity for value addition or engaging in brownfield or greenfield initiatives. So significant activities in this direction has resulted in 2 new attempts for setting up new soil crushing plants and increase in installed capacity of between 150,000 to 250,000 metric tons per annum. Another key player in the cocoa value addition space is currently engaging a long-term investors towards setting up a cocoa and soybean processing plant to compete with established processors in Europe, that's for cocoa, and Asia, that when it comes to soya bean. So this is what I can say is happening in the economy at the moment. And as a bank, I can say that we stand to support, any prospect or customer who would like to get on board to tap into these potentials. We come in these forms. For example, if you want to set up a processing plant, we can support you with the asset finance, that is the purchasing of these equipment or machinery to set up the plant. And then also when it comes to the storage as well, that you need to get a warehouse in storing these commodities so that you can export after adding value to it. We can come in and support you. And like I said, it has a major FS earning potential, and I will call on you all to come into it, which is very, very lucrative, and it's really, if you get into it, you will never regret doing that. So what we stand for as a bank is that we are ever ready whenever you come around. Anyone who is interested comes around, we have a discussion, and then also we take that fellow through our RAC, that's a risk criteria acceptance process, and then also we give you guidelines as to how we can set up these plans, and then also we also come in, day out, to give you financial advices as to how you should be able to manage the plant and the business in set that in future it should turn around to pay all your debts. So I can say that for First Bank Ghana and First Bank Nigeria, we are ever ready to support anyone or any person who is interested to get into Africa, and then to be specific, Ghana or Nigeria, to get into these commodities, and with the aim of adding value to export to America or any other parts of the world. So I will end here, and then if there is any question, I'm ever ready to take it up to give a good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I really appreciate the information you share. I do have a question in regards to First Bank products. And specifically, before I get to that, I wanted to ask you, in regards to Ghana versus Nigeria versus anywhere else around the world, are there specific products that you have directed towards foreign direct investment, particularly from the Nigerian diaspora? Is there a specific tax incentive or something that you know about that, or some type of program that you help facilitate specifically for those that are of Nigerian descent in the diaspora for foreign direct investment in Nigeria, or just for those that are looking to invest in the country?
All right, so those who are interested to invest in Nigeria and in Ghana, what I can say is that we have a specialized desk, that's the premium banking. That's normally we do is that we, whenever they engage us or contact us, we assist one, for example, in establishing a company in that jurisdiction, be it Nigeria or Ghana. We assist in the registration. And then also when it comes to the tax, we can also activate the legal team. That's in each jurisdiction, be it Ghana or Nigeria, we have the legal team who also aid such business person or investor as to the legal advice that that fellow may need with respect to tax payment and all the likes. With respect to tax exemptions, I will say that I will share it now. I don't have details as I speak, but I know that with the guidance from our legal team, I mean, most investors are able to get the best in their jurisdiction. So I would say that we have the legal team of the bank standing by, that whenever investors come on board, they assist them to assess the best exceptions that, or let me say concessions that the various jurisdictions give to can initiate or give to these investors whenever they come to Nigeria or Ghana. So this is what I can
So
say
can
for
you
that. And then also when
also
it comes
talk
to the product.
about the possibility for
Hello. 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 Sorry, I can't hear anyone on the platform. I don't know if I can be heard, but the platform is quiet.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Hello.
now?
Yes, I
Okay,
can hear you now.
great. Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties. We live in Africa,
No
so this is what
problem.
we do. So, my next question was: do
Okay.
you have any way to tell us about how does civil society or small businesses partner with your bank to be the implementation partners for some of these foreign direct investors or investments that are made by the investors that may come to your bank? They may not live in Nigeria, they may not live in Ghana, but they want to invest in a project. How do you allow, or do you allow implementation partners?
You do have, can you come again with your question? I did not get the latter part, please. Forgive me.
So the people, so if I'm a foreign investor and I want to invest into an agricultural production facility in Nigeria, I've never been to Nigeria, but I need to hire staff and I need to be able to hire contractors to build my production facility. How do I, as a contractor in Nigeria that builds production facilities, or a civil society organization that has youth that want to be employed, how do I partner, or do you have a vehicle for those individuals or businesses to be able to partner with you for implementation for foreign direct investment?
Sure, we do have, and like I said, all this is being handled by the premium banking group that is in Nigeria and in Ghana. So what happens is that whenever these customers or investors engage the premium banking group or myself, I think you have my contact. If someone wants to engage in this agribusiness in Nigeria or in Ghana, we definitely get in touch with that fellow, that investor, and we give the necessary advice to that fellow. And then also we also bring on board all the stakeholders, uh, 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 the stakeholders that they need to implement these businesses or for the business to run smoothly. So we already have relationship with them, be it the promotion council, and then also the export council, and then also the agric council. We have relationship with all these. So whenever an investor gets on board, we try to liaise with them. That's the government agencies, and then also these council to bring on board the investor as well, so that there will be a kind of a collaboration whereby both parties will understand and know what is expected of each party. So when they hit the ground running, everybody knows his or her role to play. And we've done a quite number of them. We have under oath of secrecy. I would have loved to mention some of these contracts that we've embarked on that is currently running smoothly and it's a success. But take it from me that yes, we have an able desk who is ever ready. We have a trained team, experienced team who will handle this kind of business whenever these investors come on board. Even we have a provision. We make provision whereby any investor wanted to come into the country, if you alert us on time, we even meet you at the airport, because sometimes when you come, you are stranded, you don't know which hotel to lodge in and all the likes. We can offer these privileges, or let me say benefits to you. We can come in, even though we are a bank, we can even go ahead to do your hotel bookings. We can check in for you. Check whether everything is in line. And then when it hits the soil, we can help you, convey you, or pick you from the airport to your hotel. And then also whenever the needed meetings that you need to have with this council, we can arrange for you to have a smooth meeting to ensure that you have a successful business running. So for that one, we do have, and we can all the time ensure you get access to these benefits. So I can say, yes, we have it in place. Thank you.
Perfect. That I think will be helpful for the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce, the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce, the NAPAC CDI, and most of our other speakers that have come on board this afternoon. So I want to thank you for coming to talk to us on behalf of First Bank. You are located in Osu and multiple other locations across the country, I'm assuming. However, I do want to be able to give your contact information for anyone that is interested in opening accounts or getting any products. If you want to leave that information in the chat, or if you want me to just post your email address, I can do that as well. So just let me know, and we'll make sure
you can give my contact to anyone who is interested, and I will lead that fellow to the necessary jurisdiction or the bank that they can serve them. So please, that is First Bank Nigeria or First Bank Ghana. So you kindly share my details with them, and anyone who contacts me, I will gladly help or assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel. We appreciate your time this afternoon. That was Emmanuel Owosu Prempe from First Bank Ghana, talking to us about the products that they have available for foreign direct investment. We are jumping right into one of our last speakers of the day, we're going to go back to America. So we've been flip-flopping back and forth between America and Africa, which I'm very excited that we even have the opportunity to do this in this type of structure. We're at 7 hours and 10 minutes, so we're almost done our day. I do want to thank everyone that's been here throughout the day. I really appreciate it. I know that we have learned a lot. I know that this video on Facebook and on YouTube will be circulated a lot. I'm not sure if people are going to sit here for 8 hours and watch, but I'm sure this will be chopped up and utilized for further engagements for setting up the IAASC in Nigeria and for our launch in August of 2025. I'm very excited about the type of classes. These are the type of experts and the type of classes that we will have at our school. These are some of the same people that you've heard from today will be teaching classes at our school. So I want you to be fully aware that this is not just a one-time thing. You will see these people again. You will build relationships with them. You will find yourself calling on them when you have other things going on outside of agriculture. And that's how we build a global community. So speaking of building global communities, it's a good segue into one of our final speakers, Yasan Tafari in California. He's with Mellow Farms. And I met him recently and didn't realize that what he does is exactly what it is that we are doing with the 1 hectare sustainable farm, which I will close out our day in speaking about after Yasan speaks. But I do want to thank everyone that has come here so far. I want to also give Yasan an opportunity to talk about what it is that he does and how we are going to build this global community. How is it that we can not only build communities, but also think about the specialized industries and specialty crops that we can create for the communities that we find ourselves in? Yasan let me know yesterday that he's growing a specific type of product for a specific demographic that he does not belong to. So thinking about who we're growing food for, and how that not only helps to alleviate food deserts, because food deserts are real, particularly for people that are moving to different parts of the world that don't have access to their food. I'm talking about myself being an African American and coming to Ghana. There's not a lot of collard greens that I can find out here, or turnip greens or orange sweet potatoes, or things that I am familiar with that I eat. So it's interesting to see a farmer, particularly an organic farmer at that, in the other part of the world that's growing specific Asian variety produce for the Asian market. I thought was extremely interesting, but also one of the solutions to food security, food deserts, UN SDG goals, collaboration. So I want to bring up Yasan Tafari here with us from California to talk about what that looks like. How do we build collaborative communities and build ecosystems for the sustainability of not only ourselves, but the planet? So Mr. Yasan Tafari with Mellow Farms, welcome to the IAASC Summit, Nigeria. The floor is yours, sir. You have to unmute yourself. Can you hear him? Maybe turn up your volume. Can you hear? Yeah, we can't hear you. Okay, so I think he's going to try to go out and come back in. I was having some audio issues earlier as well. So we'll wait for Mr. Yasan to come back in to help close out our program as I get ready to introduce the 1 hectare sustainable farm, which is the model of the education to job creation that we have been piloting here in Ghana. It is also the opportunity that we want to give all farmers across the world to be able to watch and repeat or copy and paste this very simple structure of how we put together what's necessary to build communities. So let's see if we can hear Mr. Yasan Tafari. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Let me know if you're hearing me now.
Yes, there you are.
Okay, all right. So yes,
welcome.
I was saying I'm grateful for the opportunity to be on the platform and also to be able to jump in on the heels of the first bank representative, as that's one of our major challenges, especially in the agricultural sector. Sometimes finance, because a lot of the times folks say that agriculture is a risky business, and so folks sometimes find it it's found a challenge to get funding for agricultural projects. I'm really, really happy to hear that the bank is so open and willing to invest in agricultural projects. Um, my name is Yasan Tafari. I am originally from the Caribbean, so that's one of the other twists that I add to the presentation, because I think that uh, the Caribbean and Africa uh, suffer similar scenarios, because I guess our experiences are basically almost the same. And so I find well, let me get into a little bit about myself first before I get into that. So I'm originally from the Caribbean, originally from a very small country in the Caribbean known as Saint Kitts and Nevis. I don't know if many of you ever heard of Saint Kitts and Nevis, but that's where Alexander Hamilton was born. He was born on the island of Nevis. So for a lot of folks who are in America and who are familiar with the man who is on your $10 bill, that's where he's from originally. I'm a former educator. I taught at the primary level and the secondary level on the island of Nevis for about 15 years. And then I resigned and got into um, uh, managing one of the first farm to table hotels in the Caribbean. Um, well, I should say on St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me not stretch it to the Caribbean. Um, and that opened my eyes to a number of things in terms of how we could marry agriculture and tourism, and how they really should be working hand in hand. So that's a part of what I did. Um, that business, that hotel venture, it's still up and running, but in terms of the plans that were there were some issues, political among others, that didn't make it the success that it should be. But the vision I've always kept and sought to move forward with. I took the opportunity leaving there to go to Canada, where I was offered the opportunity to work for one of the biggest cannabis companies in Canada. And I took the opportunity because I knew that St. Kitts and Nevis, like many other Caribbean islands, would eventually had to follow the trend and decriminalize or at least legalize cannabis. And so I wanted to be ahead of the game in terms of having the knowledge and the training and the skills and all that to be able to return or share the knowledge with my people on that side. Um so I was in Canada from 2019 until 2021, where I moved here to California in 2021, where I was supposed to be working on a bigger project. But then 2019, um, 2020, 2021, you had the COVID, so that kind of slowed up a number of things that I wanted to do or we were supposed to do. However, it gave me the opportunity to infuse myself with another group of people. So my cousin over here, his partner is from the Filipino community, and I got involved with a 5-acre plot that he had, and they were already servicing a few farmers markets, um, which I found very interesting. So we were able to collaborate and include one or two other farms, Filipino farms, and supply the Asian market with things that I that are common to us in the African and Caribbean territory, but the way they use certain crops I found very, very interesting. And I recognize that there are things that is very good when you infuse yourself with different cultures, so you get to learn different ways of using things. So that was one part of it. Then I got also involved after realizing that, okay, we take a lot of the stuff to the farmers markets, but we still did have some wastage. And so the value added side of it, which is something that I am very much like, very passionate about, we got into developing various products. COVID kind of helped to push that a bit more as well, because from the wellness side, personally, I recognized with COVID, they were talking about the immune system, and that was what this virus affected. And my philosophy was, well, if it's my immune system, my job and task should be to boost my immune system and to keep my immune system so boosted that if anything do come in, my body should be ready for it. And with that mindset, we got into developing various products along that line, and developed that value added company that is known as All Natural Boosters USA. And so that website is allnaturalboostersusa.com. And you can get, the teas. We made teas from, some of the products that we grew: ginger, turmeric, garlic, lemon, cayenne pepper. And so we were able to not just sell to the farmers markets, but also had other people involved in developing these products and put them to the market. And so that is how we started, and that's what we do at present here in California. So in California, this at this time, actually today is going to be harvest day, because we are going to be going to Daly City, San Francisco tomorrow to be able to take stuff like sweet potatoes, eggplants, sweet chilies, and all of these, nice good moringa, um, chayote, or Christophine as it's called in some other territories. So it's like veggies that I grew up with in the Caribbean, and I actually didn't even thought that I could get some of these things, taro, dasheen, all of this that's grown right here in the U.S., chemical free. So part of my vision and mission is to be able to create communities based on this concept, where the farm is the center of the operation of the communities. Um, so there's a project that I'm proposing at this point, because I want to be able to create a working model first. I think sometimes when we speak of these things, that it's kind of like abstract to some people, but if you have a working model that they can see, um, that puts investors and others to be able to easily buy into it. So I want to be able to do a small scale demo that could be scaled and replicated anywhere in Africa, in the Caribbean, anywhere around the world. But mainly my target would be the African communities and the Caribbean. Um, so let's talk about that project a little bit, so you can get an idea, because it 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 infuses all aspect. And what I'm hoping is that the folks who live in such a community wouldn't even have to leave the community, because you'll be able to find your niche in that community, or whatever aspect of agriculture, or whatever area you're working in, whether it's accounting, whether it's whatever. You should be able to be um, employed in that community if you so desire. Um, so with 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 that in mind, um, this project, let me get back to it here. Um, it's called the agribusiness based community development project, where the whole idea is to be able to have um, homes on site, along with, so it's a demo project that will be duplicated throughout the Caribbean and Africa and other areas. Where farming is ideal, the farm will be the main aspect of the project. The entire project will be considered a farm. So I'm looking at, starting with at maybe 50 to 100 acres, equipped with farm and edible landscape. We're hopeful that all of the plants that's going to be a part of the project would be used in some way, shape, or form, whether it is edible or it's going to be used to extract the oils and to create some of the other products that's going to be used on site, with the shampoos, soaps, lotions, all the products that you would use in a spa for massages and stuff like that. The folks on the project, in the community, should be able to formulate groups to be able to develop these, and the others who might not be interested in or have the skills to get into that aspect, they can go or be involved in other areas. So what we're looking at is each home should be equipped to assist in financing itself and to contribute to the bigger goal of the overall community. There would be very modern homes with renewable energy efficient technologies. So one of the things, I'm working with a group right now that is about to launch a similar project, a smart city in Ghana, where some of these things that we are talking about, we already have established. So in terms of the project, we want to be able to look at all of the variables. In Africa, just like we noticed a while ago, the sister dropped out from the internet. We need to be able to start to think of controlling all of our variables. And so we're looking out for the power side of things. So we have a power component, which includes a waste to energy project where you'll be able to use your garbage, your plastics, and your tires, and so on, and create one of the machines would give an output of at least 250 to 350 megawatts of power. You would be able to get hydrogen, oxygen, and D2 diesel as byproducts. So the whole idea is that in that community, we don't want to be able to have to fully depend on government source of power, which sometimes is not as reliable as it should be. So we want to be able to add that component. So folks who are living there shouldn't have to worry about the power aspect. We also have available, even for the private homes, if you want, you can also make use of our power packs, which are similar to like the Tesla power walls, but this would not be utilizing lithium batteries. This would be using sodium ion technology. So it's much more green and eco-friendly, because that's another aspect of all of what we are doing as well. We want to make sure that we maintain that green side of things. We have a proposal also for the shipping side of things, because on that compound we will also have our own processing facility. So we want to be able to have all of the folks who are there. That's why I'm saying we're going to have jobs available for everybody. It doesn't matter. It's not just going to be on the farm side. We want to be able to show people that there are many other spin-off businesses that connects to agriculture, which sometimes a lot of people don't recognize that they are connected to agriculture. And so a lot of this would be highlighted in the project, because I think that's one of our major setbacks for the Caribbean, especially. A lot of people still hold on to, the slavery sentimentality where agriculture is concerned. So agriculture do not necessarily seem as appealing to many of the younger people and so on. And so we want to be able to include the technology, include, the various other skills and highlight the various other skills and career opportunities that's available in agriculture that sometimes people don't necessarily see connected to agriculture. Sorry. So this project would provide work for farmers and others in the agro industry who would always need to maintain the various crops or animals on the project. We want to do some smart homes, 2 to 4 bedrooms, with maybe like 4 homes on an acre. So like each plot maybe like a quarter acre. So you get the opportunity to have your own little garden, and then the rest of the land could be occupied in a specific crop that you may want to grow, or you may focus on. Let's say that person may be good at making jams. They may be able to grow, let's say, sorrel, and they can process the soil because the facility would be available, the processing facility. They can, then brand and label and get into marketing of that product. On site, you would also have your own wellness center, your juice bars, farmers markets will be available, the pizza shop, the entertainment zone, agro processing center, research and development area, education and training, dispensary for when we start getting into cannabis products, because we are very much open to cannabis and hemp development, sorry. I think this is something that we in Africa and the Caribbean kind of, pussyfooting with right now, because it's making millions for many other countries around the world. Even those who fought it and who put it on the Schedule 1 list, they now are now turning to cannabis and making it a viable option, economic option for them, and we can do the same and should be doing the same. Cannabis lounge, playgrounds, among other amenities, other amenities that would be a part of the society. So it's creating, like I said, like I'm saying, a model community. The clients who would be interested in this would be appealing to folks who are interested in minimalistic, off-grid, lifestyle, healthy, conscious lifestyle, as a lot of people are becoming more health conscious now. Another thing that we would want to have a part of that project is the seed bank, because we find that a lot is happening out there in terms of the food world, where they're genetically modifying or bioengineering a lot of the seeds, and sometimes in some cases mandating that we buy those seeds. And so a lot of this will help with awareness, especially to our leaders and so on, in terms of the seriousness of agriculture and what we need to do. So we will create homes that are geared towards addressing the major issues and challenges faced by the governments of many developing countries, provide solutions for clean, potable water. One of the things, I have connections with a few atmospheric water generator companies, and so the homes, you would be able to have clean water that is extracted from the air. So this is a technology where you don't need to dig wells, you don't need anything else other than this machine that would filter and take some of the moisture from the air and give you alkalinized water for you to make use of. Clients, so I heard somebody earlier spoke to dual citizenship. Now, this project, originally when I presented this project, I presented it for the Caribbean island, my Caribbean country, St. Kitts and Nevis. And one of the things that's offered on St. Kitts and Nevis is citizenship by investment as well. And so, folks who are whether in America or in Africa, in Nigeria, Ghana, and you're thinking of, maybe expanding, because we want to be able to bridge that gap as well. That's one of the reasons why I ensure that I aligned with that organization, so that I could have the Caribbean bridge, because a lot of the Africans were brought from Africa into the Caribbean through the transatlantic slave trade and so on. A lot of us do wish to trade and learn, from each other. And then there's that opportunity also for those who are on the mainland, on the continent, to be able to whether own a home or property in the Caribbean and be a part of investments also in the Caribbean. So we want to be able to make that possibility available as well. Health conscious persons who are environmentally friendly and are more interested in learning more about plants and nature, there's that drive. And so we want to be able to, from our communities, also offer educational opportunities so that folks can have that exchange of knowledge between our brothers and sisters in Africa and our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. um, and what we're looking at, the farm itself would be able to generate and produce. um, we sell the produce and the value added products. We also would be able to market like I'm doing right now. So then we could, either expand this brand to these territories, or we can create our own brands. We want to be able to have the persons who are on the project, in the communities, be able to have cooperatives. Let's say a set of females may be equipped with the skills of, like I'm saying, making jams or jelly. So then you can have a little cooperative where they set up themselves, who would be making it, who would be just going to supply, and whatever other roles they may play. If they need um, the necessary skill training, like we said, we should have a research and development sector and training facilities to be able to give them the necessary skills and knowledge that they would need to be able to produce top quality products that would be able to sell. So the jams, ketchups, mayo, pepper sauce, juices, lotions, soap, fertilizers, compost, tea bags, wines, tinctures, herbal remedies, seeds, and other products would all be developed, packaged, and marketed within the community, and with the intent to export, or at least to contribute to food security and preventative healthy living overall. That's the main aspiration of the project. Um, we want to be able to focus on the underprivileged, single parent families, single women who are getting minimum wage, the folks who are and a lot of folks who are interested in agriculture. In a lot of the cases, sometimes these people, they work for many years, whether it's on the farm, getting minimum wage, and sometimes some of them are unable to even own a home. We want to be able to offer that opportunity in the communities where they can work, and the home can help to pay for itself. Where, like I'm saying, if you're on a quarter acre, you can use that quarter acre to focus on your crop, and the community would guarantee that whatever it is that you're growing, it would either be sold at the local farmers market, or it will be processed in the agro processing facility, and or you yourself can create whatever product you want, and we will help you to market and brand and market your product, whatever it is that you need. Um, it will create job opportunities for the community: landscapers, gardeners, farmers, maids, bartenders, cooks, processors, carpenters, plumbers, accountants, IT specialists, because we would want to also introduce a lot of the modern technological equipment, as we're talking about people still seeing agriculture, that in that slavery, sentimentality. We want to be able to change that, so we could empower a lot of the young youths and show them that technology is involved. We use drones in agriculture. We're using high tech equipment in agriculture, and so you can be a part. So we can solve issues not just for the communities that we're building, but we can offer solutions that can address some of the overall national water issues, electricity, and housing issues. The country may have a long with providing jobs for the citizens as we build out the project. We would also be training some of the nationals to be equipped with the necessary skills and technology to certify them to work for us in the future as we move into other territories, or at least make themselves more sellable to any other career opportunities. So because this project is gonna be like a demo, what we are hoping for is that these folks that we're gonna train on this demo project would be some of the folks that we would be able to use when we replicate this in another territory. So you would always have that opportunity to learn and share and pass information on, and we develop similar communities around the world, which puts us in a position where we can empower ourselves and not have to look for others outside to empower us, and also deal with the issue we have at present where in a lot of African territories and the Caribbean, we our raw materials are exploited, and this puts us in a position now where we would be able to use our own raw materials, develop our own products and value-added products and put them on the market versus the raw materials are grown, whether it's the peppers or the avocados and so on. We can get our own processing facilities that we can extract the avocado oil and make our own avocado oil. We can make our own chocolate. We can make our own whatever it is. Not can. We make it, brand it, and then seek to put it out there so we can benefit as a people much more than just selling the raw material. So those are some of the things that we are seriously considering and looking to put forward in Nigeria, in Ghana, and in any other Caribbean territory that is or any other place in the world that is interested in such. So like I said, we want to control all of the variables. So we have the power component, we have a agricultural component, we also have the shipping component, where as we talk about that bridge between Africa and the Caribbean, there's a proposal for us for that to be able to move the produce and products to whether other Caribbean territories or in Africa, or well, mainly the trade we are looking at is between Africa and the Caribbean. So I think that's where I would wrap up that. If there's any questions
I hope
or
you can hear me.
yes, I'm hearing you. If there are any questions or anything that anybody would like to add or ask, we're open for that. Okay, seems as if you're
I guess I
frozen a
think
bit.
there's a
And
lag.
yeah, and well, you see, this is part of it too. Maybe
That's amazing.
we may need to also consider controlling our own internet services, because see, we're having issues here with it, with the internet. So that's what I'm talking about, the power source, making sure we can control most of the variables, so that we don't have to depend or anybody can just pull the plug on us. We still should be able to continue. So even if we don't get, some of the produce or products exported in mainland, we at least still have them for us to make use of within our own communities, and we can trade and sell them between our African brothers and sisters. I'm hopeful that projects like these can help to get our brothers and sisters to see the need for us to get rid of all of these visas that we have, having to move to different African territories and break down the borders in terms of trade and things like that, so that our brothers and sisters could be moving much more freely, whether it's from Africa to the Caribbean or and vice versa. So we need to really make some serious moves where this is concerned. So I guess I have to, instead of having dead ear, because it seems as if they're having a bit of technical difficulty on that side, I just want to say thanks to all who would have taken the time. I know I came on and at the latter end, and you would have had almost 7 hours of listening, prior to me. I'm hopeful that I was able to keep you awake and was able to open your consciousness a bit, and the possibilities. The group that I work with is PAAG, and they're supposed to be launching a project in Ghana. So Davisha, we will definitely talk about that later on. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, everybody. I really hope and pray that out of this meeting that we could really build the networks and, actually, let's talk and put our money where the mouth is. So the brother with the bank, I'm definitely going to be coming to look for you, because that's one of the things. A lot of the times, we don't invest in each other. And I think we really need to invest in each other more as a people. We have a lot of millionaires and billionaires, but sometimes they invest in other places and other parts of the world. Let's put some money into our food security, because food security, you know, is really a priority in these times. And the value added side of it, I think, is that component that we need to zoom in on, that could take us to the level that we really need to get to. So thank you once more.
Thank you so very much. You touched on so many things that I have to unpack based on the 1 hectare sustainable farm project that I have myself that we're piloting. You've mentioned so many more things that I did not even think about, but the basis of having a farm as the centralized core of the community, I think we both have spot on. So I'm very excited about talking to you about implementation for some of these things, as well as getting some other banking partners on board. Miss Laura mentioned, and also I think I would mention working with the Afrexim Bank. I do know that they specifically do give funding for those of African descent if you're doing projects in Africa. That is a definite. I do know that the African Development Bank is also very interested in agricultural projects as well as sustainable ecosystem building. So we have a lot to discuss. I want to thank you for coming on from California and talking to us about how we're going to create these value-added products for specialty crops, but how we create communities around them for the basis of how we're going to go into the 22nd century and how we rebrand the Black farmer. So I appreciate you joining us for the IAASC Summit in Nigeria, and I will definitely speak to you soon and make sure you get the contact for First Bank.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that was Mr. Yasan Tafari with Mellow Farms. I really enjoyed his presentation because it is near and dear to my heart for creating these sustainable ecosystems. If you are in an urban area and you only have a small amount of space, how can you still grow food for your family of 4 or your neighbor or your neighbor's neighbor or the person around the corner that your children play with on the weekends that always comes to your house to eat up your food because they don't have any food? That's the reality of how I grew up. But if we had communal farms and we were all able to support each other and make money, it would alleviate some of the things I grew up with, some of the challenges that we see on the continent, and then how we build those communities, I think, is where our last speaker of the day comes up because she specializes in building, in construction, in specialized industries, particularly the one that we have spent the last 7 hours and 50 minutes talking about, which is specialty crops. And that is Ms. Hewitt Schulte with Holly Hemper's House to talk about hemp construction and what that looks like. There's a lot of people that were interested in the hemp construction industry during Hemp Tech Conference last month. I met Hewitt in Ghana at my very first Hemp Tech Conference in 2020. We've been friends since then. She supported me throughout this whole process. She's been jumping around the African continent, helping people build industries, utilizing the specialty project in construction. So I know I sent this link out to a couple of people that were been looking for you and this information you're about to share with us. I want to thank you for coming on as our last speaker today. And it's great seeing you. I just have to be girly one time. Hi.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm so impressed about your journey also. I'm observing you from different parts from Africa, and I'm so proud so how far this all went already. Now we're in Nigeria. Right. And it's such a, challenge, let's say, to convince the different authorities, and you know more about that, to yes, to show the wonderful qualities of hemp and what are the different products that you can make with, and how healthy and good it is for us humans and our environment. And I will straight jump into my presentation. I will quickly introduce myself again. I'm Hiwa Chulche from Ethiopia. Originally, I was in many different countries in Africa, but also in Europe. And as an industrial designer, which is my background, I was very interested what natural materials we could use for industries and especially for construction. And hemp is an amazing product, plant, crop, for construction. I hope I can share my screen, so please let me know if there's anything. I will straight jump into the presentation and you'll see me in a few minutes again. So let me see, share screen if that's possible. Yes. I don't know. Do you see that? Can I share? So, do you see the screen or not really? Because if you don't see it, I will just talk through, but it would be better, of course, if you could see it. So, please let me know. Is there any chance? 1 second. Go to ambitions, high vibrational people. Okay. I'm not really sure. Sharing my screen. I will quickly double check before I go into the presentation. Oh, okay. Future goals that you would like to reach and you need assistance, then we could be there. I started with Nature Friend that was specialized on natural materials, and we experimented with different natural materials, but as I work very long with hemp, I fall in love with the qualities of hemp. So everything started my interest also because I was cooperating with the hotel industry also in Africa, how to make it more sustainable, how to make it more eco-friendly, and the construction and building new concepts, new sites, and in cooperation with nature, let's say, and make it even more nature-friendly. It was a must to also use eco-friendly materials. So just a little bit of background from my side. I also want to explain the name. Of course, hemp and empress. We have our emperor in Ethiopian. Haile means power and energy. So Haile Hempress House was for me a must name coming from Ethiopia. And thinking about our emperor Haile Selassie. Let's see and speak directly about the different versions you may think about. When you think about hemp construction, you think mostly about bricks, but you can also mold it. We will go and see the different forms, let's say, a little bit later. So, as I already mentioned, it's eco-friendly. Let's see. It's innovative because you can use it for all kinds of buildings. We speak about new constructions, but you can also add it and renovate old buildings with it. So you can combine old construction and isolate it, or combine it with hemp and make it even more sustainable. In case you have already an older building and you just want to update it. Some of you may know that the European Union is very strict about it. Now you have to show how energy efficient your house is, and if you would like to be up to date or get even support, we had somebody from the bank speaking before. If you want to have some support financially, there are specific funds which are only for improving the quality of your house or make it to match the sustainable goals of the agenda to 2030. So let's speak about the modern buildings now. It's a very easy material, let's say, compared to maybe some other materials that are more complex to fabricate. I think hemp is, of course, you need experts and specialists, but you can, some people already did, learning by doing, and do it even yourself. Of course, if it comes to professional buildings, you must, because of the authorities, you should always work with engineers, architects, and experts. But you can experiment for yourself already and to see what are the different qualities for maybe smaller test versions. Let's look at the 5 main pluses for hempstone for your project. I cut it in those 5 best qualities to make it short, because I think we have around 20 minutes. So I tried to wrap it up for you and to give you a kind of summary. The most interesting one for me is thermal regulation. So if you are in a cold region, or if you're in a very hot region, or even if during the same day it's changed a lot, you always have the same temperature in your house. It's very good in insulating and isolation. So if it's very cold at night, or if it's very hot in the daytime, it keeps always a steady, good temperature inside, which is of course also for Africa a very interesting and important aspect. Living close to the seaside, I think also that the regulation of humidity is also very important. It never gets too humid. It doesn't get even not too dry. It stores a specific kind of humidity, which makes it extremely comfortable, let's say, for humans to live in. But it's a very important aspect when you think about buildings like museums, or buildings where you have sensitive objects inside, where humidity, or like technology, or anything which is very sensitive to humidity, you can protect it in building out of hemp. So that's a very important and interesting aspect for specific sensitive objects. Soundproof. If there are some artists around you, if you have a music studio, or if you are in buildings like a residential area where you don't want to hear your neighbors, or you just want to make sure it's very soundproof, then also hemp is a fantastic material, because you don't need huge, thick walls and many layers of different soundproofing materials, because hemp naturally with the fiber gives you this soundproofing effect. My absolute favorite one is the protection and fire resistance. You can imagine in social buildings, in kindergartens, maybe also where elderly people are, or also again, like I mentioned, museums, or where very sensitive objects are. Protection and fire resistance it's a very specific element which other buildings don't provide. You could say now, of course, also concrete is also fire resistance, but if we speak about eco-friendly materials and we think about wood or other, and having all these aspects, which I said before, being soundproof, the thermal aspect and humidity, to have all these together and being fire resistant is almost unique to hemp and makes it therefore outstanding and extremely interesting. And of course, as many of us are already sure about, is the health and environmental properties. Hempstone meets the strictest requirements, sustainable development. It produces even an energy efficient effect because the CO2 is absorbed even after construction, which is unique compared to any other material. So the construction and renovation for a house with hempstone can sustainably exceed 2 tons store of CO2 in the air and gives you therefore a result of positive CO2 balance. You get also, like I mentioned before, EU funds such kinds of projects, and I'm looking forward that the banks in Africa and also financial support and funding will also be available more and more in Africa as well. We spoke about the construction, but the plant and growing the plant is also very beneficial. The cultivation favors the regeneration and preserves the soil quality, especially after having a large monoculture. You can restore the floor or soil and make it healthy again and repair a little bit of the damage which has been done probably through some monocultures from before. Hemp is not a demanding plant. It grows almost anywhere without needing special climate or soil. So you can imagine in region where we do not have too much water, it still grows, and it grows fast. So you can harvest a few times in a year. It's deeply rooted plant, so it loosens the soil and helps it also to absorb more minerals and the water around it. So, but overall, it needs less water than other plants, and it's ideal for dry areas, and it's not attacked by or doesn't need pesticides because it's mostly not attacked by any insects or harming animals. So you can make huge buildings, like I said, residential buildings. You can make individual projects. The technology these days is very advanced. Please get back to me. And I will also show you some more modern buildings. These ones are already standing in different parts of the world. So we could go through and you let me know which kind of construction you have in mind. Sometimes, like you see here, you need an additional material like metal, but you can mold it and also have different forms of buildings. So you don't only have to go with square buildings, you can also have round buildings. But this is a very deep inside technology aspect, which we go through on an individual basis if you let me know more about your projects. So you have a combination sometimes. Just let me quickly go back to with wood, bamboo. You can really choose. Hemp does work and is compatible with all kind of material. As you see from inside, you don't see any differences. You don't see any. You would have to let people know that they're actually being in a hemp house. Very surprising sometimes, and you have all these beautiful aspects that I just mentioned and still have the benefit of a very modern classical structure inside or building. So just to give you a more view, these are some older projects, and I'm very happy to share with you also some of our newer projects. So people are often surprised what kind of styles, designs, and constructions you can make. Anything goes, as I say. It's Heile Hempress House. Please Google us, ask Davisha. She also have my email address. Feel free to contact me. I'd be very happy to answer any kinds of questions that you may have. Let me go quickly back. Maybe I can stop share. I hope you see me again. And I hope Davisha is around in case you have questions. It was a very long day with a lot of very, very interesting comments and interesting informations. And yes, so I will make it a little bit shorter, just because I know that you have had a lot of input, amazing input. So thank you so much, Davisha, for having all this energy to bring all these amazing people together. You have an incredible network. So multi-million worth of network and fantastic information. And thank you so much for all this input that you give to all of us and benefit.
Thank you, my sister. I appreciate you coming on and the perfect ending to our program. I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other in 5 years, and that's not an exaggeration, but we will see each other again when we start building hemp houses together here in Ghana or Nigeria. There are a lot of people that have been interested, like I said, in contacting you, information about the different types of construction that can happen. I know Mr. Yasan Safari in California is very interested in what that looks like. Handy Kennedy in Georgia is currently a hemp farmer. He and I also talked about building hemp houses, but creating the supply chain. So one farmer will grow the hemp. That hemp will be sold to a construction company that will build the houses. The houses that are built will be on other people's farms so that they can house farm workers to be able to help them during harvest season. I said that's a very simple way to build a whole ecosystem around one specialty product or one specialty crop, which is hemp, which is the basis of this entire program today, was to talk about how do we use specialty crops in different ways for economic development and also for the future of rebranding the Black farmer. And you are a great addition to what rebranding looks like and inclusion of women, particularly in the construction industry, because there's not a lot of us in that industry as well. So I really appreciate all of your efforts, and I will support you from now until forever because we're on the same mission for the growth of Africa. So I will give your information and your email address and your website. Do you want to talk quickly about the construction company and how do you still do construction funding and how that works? Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, like I mentioned, Europe is much more advanced in this. Now they're starting actually in South Africa also to go and look into it, and some buildings are happening there. We still have a lot to do and work to do in Africa to also recognize the benefits. And like I think the speaker just before, if we speak about holistic health, which is obviously also very important to me, and being self-sufficient and speaking about health issues, immune system, I think if we work more and more on these subjects and benefits for Africa on a holistic perspective, I think the construction will also be put more into the focus of authorities, and the regulations and construction permits will be hopefully be more easy to access in the future. I'm very confident because we are going towards a more greener understanding, maybe more healthier awareness. And yes, I'm optimistic that in Africa we can have more and more buildings happening in the future.
Great. Okay, so thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I will be reaching out to you again and sharing your contact information with those that are interested. You are currently in Senegal, correct?
Yes, I went to Europe, but I live in Senegal, so I'll be back just beginning of September. If there's anybody in Western Africa close by, please come step by, meet me. Otherwise, I hope I come to Ghana also. Try to still make it this year, if not definitely next year, because we have some interests there too. And Yes, I'm looking forward to meet the community and be part again of the hemp tech again. I
Yeah.
hope next year you're doing it again.
Yes, we will continue to do it. This time, maybe we'll do it in Nigeria with the success of this conference. And I want to thank you again for coming on board to end out our day to talk about agro-construction and specialty crops and hemp and how we can use that in the construction space. Thank you, my sister. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Okay, bye-bye. That was my good sister, Hewitt Schulte. I miss her so much. I met her at my very first Hemtech conference. And you know, when you just vibe with somebody, the vibe is just there. And that was Hewitt. Me and her, we just clicked like that and developed a really good relationship. It's some other things that happened. We won't go into that. But we both had a really good time in Ghana while we were here. And I hope to have many more great memories with her in this hemp space as we move across Africa. We both started with each other here in Ghana, and she has gone to other countries. I'm also going to other countries, but just like old friends, we can connect ourselves with each other no matter how long it's been, because we both have the same mission at the end of the day. And that is to develop this hemp industry in African countries. And so we have both been testing out programs and pilots in different countries. She's on the construction side, I'm on the farming side, but we both need each other. So I want to thank Hewitt again for coming and ending our conference today. I want to end and close out with a couple of different things. First, I want to thank everybody. Hewitt says I have a vast network. I do have a vast network. I'm going to say that it's only at the beginning stages. Because I have dedicated my life to this work, I know that there's other people that have also dedicated their life to this work. We just haven't met yet. And I hope that this conference and that this link and this YouTube and this Facebook goes out and finds those, and the universe connects and finds those people that are of like minds, that are connected to this particular work in the agriculture space, particularly with Black farmers, particularly with those of African descent, so that we can, like Yasan Tafari says, make this a reality. So we can really get a good grasp on how do not only we rebrand the Black farmer, but how do we do it all inclusively of the disabled, of youth, of women, of those of different cultures. How do we put that all in a big box with a nice pretty bow on it and say, this is our new face of Black understanding of agriculture? That is my goal, so that we can get a real good foundation on how we're going to survive. Because the only way we're going to survive on this planet is if we have a control over our food. Our food and what we grow and specialty crops is also something that we've just learned from Hewitt. We can utilize that for building materials to build the community that Yasan Tafari talked about, which is based around the 1 hectare sustainable farm, which we did not get time to get to today. And I think it's so much to unpack. And I definitely have to have another conversation with Yasan Tafari before I present it to the public, because there's just so much that needs to be built on. So I think this conference or this summit was just the open door and the opportunity for what's yet to come. I again want to thank everyone that has joined us today. If you're just catching the end of this, it was live on YouTube and live on Facebook, the Cooperative Executive Management Team website. Let me put my own website up while I'm on talking. So if you're interested in any of our classes, if you're interested in any of the work that we do here in Ghana, we are located in Tema, in Bediako, in Community 25. We have a demonstration garden out here. We have a sister school program, which is why we brought up Perry Daniels. He's in the tertiary department or university department. He talked about connectivity with the HBCUs, which is what we try to do with our collaborative partners in African countries. So if you are the provost of a school, the vice chancellor, you're looking for opportunities to connect with HBCUs, Perry is our person and part of our team. So we are able to connect you there. If you're looking for opportunities to go into organic farming, we have partnerships with people on ground and also have extending classes outside of what we do. We have so many opportunities for connectivity for Black farmers around the world. We just need to make sure that we're utilizing them. So if you're interested in finding out more information, you can go to coopexecutives.com. That's our website. We are the entity that has facilitated this 8-hour conference today for the IAASC Summit, the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops, that we will open in Nigeria with the help of your support and all of the things that we talked about today and the collaborative partners we're hoping to get together, as well as those financial institutions, because we're going to need to fund this thing. But this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the future of what rebranding the Black farmer is. And before I go, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my book. I wrote a book called Patio to Plate. It is one of 4 in a volume of series of 7 volumes of books that takes you on a journey of how do you plant your first seed to how do you build a community. So you can find my book on Amazon. It's called Patio to Plates. You can order it now. We will have copies printed here in Ghana and do a book signing with a new partnership we're going to have with IAASC Library, which is in 2 locations at the Accra Municipal Assembly Hall in Accra City Center, as well as in East Legon. We're going to be doing some hands-on gardening work on Saturdays with children. So we have a lot going on, but it's all around agriculture, it's all around Black farmers, and it's all for you. So we want to thank you again for coming today to the International Agricultural Academy of Specialty Crops Summit, Nigeria. I'm your host, Ambassador Devichelle Johnson, Goodwill Ambassador for the state of Georgia, founder of the African Diaspora Collective Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and president of the Cooperative Executive Management Team. We'll see you next time, and thank you all for joining. Bye-bye.
Thank you.